Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GCD NA April Clash. I am so excited to be here. We have some awesome teams. We're down to just 4 of them. It is Championship Sunday. I'm your host, Rich Campbell, and I am joined by 2 of my very good friends. It's Venruki and Bajir. Venruki, I haven't seen you in quite some time. How are you doing, my man?
Very good. I'm happy to be here with you and Bajir bringing in some games. I don't think I've ever done a GCD tournament with either of you, so new experience for me. I'm excited for these games today, and let's get into it.
Yeah, Bajir, you absolutely crushed it yesterday. You sounded like a genius.
Stop.
Glad to have you back, man.
Yeah, man, I'm pumped. I had a lot of fun yesterday. We had some awesome games, and I think it's all leading up to this. 4 teams, 3 matches, 1 winner. Today's the day.
Oh man, you stole my shtick. That's my
You like that? Yeah, just snatched that right away from you.
Put me out of a job. Not only are there only 4 teams, they are playing for some pretty high stakes. We have the points actually on the line for the championship, the Blizzard Championship, even though this is a community tournament, obviously run by GCD TV. But there are 80 points on the line, so those points are actually going to qualify teams for their regional qualifiers and ultimately BlizzCon. And the prize pool is absolutely massive. It's up to $1,500. And that a large part of that is actually the viewers who have been contributing. If you want to make that prize pool even higher, jump on in. We're going to put that link down there in chat right now. We have a Matcherino page set up, and you can use the code BlizzCon2017 to actually throw in a free $1. You don't even need to put in the money. It's just automatically going to give you that $1. And then you can spend all the rest of the money that you own to contribute to the prize pool. Go straight to the players, nothing else. So go ahead and beef that up because we have some absolutely awesome teams. We should start to take a peek at them right now because the bracket is very far through. And Bajira, you should probably run us through this one since you were there casting it yesterday.
Right. So yesterday, at the very beginning of the broadcast, we're like, how cool would it be if tomorrow we get to see Method versus Method Awakened? And that's our first game of the day. So I'm sure that's got a lot of hype behind that. But also we saw Sneaky Snakes and Fragment Apparel, 2 teams who are coming out of the lower bracket who definitely had to fight their way there. I think Sneaky Snakes brought us probably one of the most exciting comeback victory in the series that we'd see in the entire tournament. They were down 0-2 with their Rep Paladin Disc Priest comp, and they're like, you know what, it's not working, we got to bring out the BM, and that swap allowed them to make a 3-0 push all the way back into the lower bracket, but now they have a chance to play into the top bracket for the finals. But then we also saw Fragment Apparel, who had some really, they had some dampener games, to be fair, but the games within themselves had some intrigue in terms of the way they decided to play it out. All in all, both teams played great. Fragment Apparel battled their way into this lower bracket final, and I know every team in this tournament today is going to be bringing the heat, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you started to mention some team names that some people, if they haven't been following up until now, may not know. But one of the cool things that has been going on as we started to watch these tournament, at the beginning of the season, everyone was kind of getting their teams together. But now as we've seen a few of the Blizzard Cups actually start and a lot of GCDs, the teams are really starting to form. So like teams like Meatballs, Fragment Apparel, like these wonky team names that you may have not heard before, they are definitely teams to be reckoned with throughout the tournament season. But you already alluded to one of the most exciting matchups that we could possibly see. It's going to be Method versus Method. That's how we're kicking off the day. And Elliot, how do you feel about this? I mean, being a Method guy yourself, you got to pick one now.
Do I have to pick one?
I don't want to make you.
Yeah, you're going to make me pick one. Nice.
You at least have to predict who you think is going to win. I mean, is it going to be? They have some really cool names now too. It's not just Method.
Yeah, they do. Definitely interesting names. I think this is the first time we've seen these 2 teams go up against each other in a tournament. So it'll be interesting to see. I know the original roster obviously was Snuts, Sea-Doo, Bean, and Smexen. Smexen decided to make a new team, Method Awaken. That's where the team name comes from, and that's actually going to have Absterge on it, Goob, as well as Inviable or Justin. The original Method team decided to pick up Sam-I-Am. They've been doing really well. Obviously, Method Awakened is doing really well. Also, I know in the last tournament, like the first North American Qualifier Cup, they were only a 3-man roster, so they didn't actually make it to the top 8. But with the addition of Inviable, it seems like they're doing very well in this tournament. It'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams go against each other. I think they run very similar comps too, or have been.
It's so cool to see Smexen matched up against his former teammates, right? I mean, he knows how these guys play. He literally went all the way to the grand finals in BlizzCon with this team. So I'm curious to see if he might have insight into playing against them that they wouldn't have, like actually matching up into the team. Like Sea-Doo may not know how to hard counter Smexon's team the way that Smexon can kind of get in the minds of his former teammates.
Right, and we actually saw a little bit of that yesterday, because it was a similar situation where Amni had actually swapped teams and was playing against his former teammates, and he played like an absolute beast. He was using his premonition to get out of all sorts of CC, and I thought that maybe that had something to do with having the insight about how Dilly and Junash decided to set up their CC combos. So he had that insider knowledge saying, okay, I know he's going to trap now, so I can use that premonition and avoid that CC altogether. So we may see some things like that from Smexon, or like you said, like you suggested, maybe Sea-Doo and the rest of his team also know how to deal with the way Smexon plays as well. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, Smexon, man, being that really vocal player. I mean, we made so many jokes during the road to BlizzCon back last year because Smexon was always just screaming, kill,
right.
kill. You could hear it like throughout the entire arena.
Oh, it was awesome. I love that energy.
Yeah. So we're definitely going to see him bring it today. Everyone's pulling out all of the stops. I want to hear you guys, though. I want to hear your prediction. Who do you think is going to be able to take this first series?
If I had to give it to anyone, I would say the original Method roster. With the addition of Sam I just think they have too many comps at their disposal. They're going to be able to run many different counters, and I know for a fact they've been practicing a lot. So if I had to give it to anyone, I would give it to them. But I think Method Awakened is going to be a really tough opponent because they're a strong team and they've been playing really hard as well. How
about you, Bajir?
Yeah, I think I was thinking about naming the Method Prime. It doesn't actually count, but I think I'll refer to them that way. Method Prime, they have the most team roster intact from last BlizzCon. They brought in Sam, and Sam has only propelled them further along. But I mean, Smexon's going to be coming in there with his rage bar full. He's going to be attacking his former teammates, and I think my heart's with the Warrior, and I definitely think Method Prime are going to bring the heat. But I think Method Awakened could surprise us. So I'm gonna side with my Warrior brother and go with Method Awakened.
We got a split decision then here. I don't even know who I'm going to have to pick. I'm not even going to cast my opinion. We'll leave it as a split.
Come on now.
Put us on the spot. And you just
yeah, sure.
You want me to make my prediction? I'm going to go with Method Prime. I'm going to call it Method Prime too. I like that a lot. Just watching Sam I play yesterday, just absolutely mind-boggling the way that he was just kiting people around the map. And I think he's going to be able to do that to Smexon very, very efficiently. So I am going to make the prediction there. But I can see in chat we have a whole bunch of new people tuning in. So we're going to give them a little bit of insight into how we're actually going to be watching these matches. We have a UI video for you guys that is voiced by Lore. So let's take a peek at that right now.
To help follow along with the action, we've built a spectator interface that shows you all the information you need. Let's walk through it so you know exactly what to look out for during combat. For each player, we have 2 rows of spells located underneath their health bar. The first row of icons you see are defensive abilities that reduce or prevent damage. When a player activates a vital defensive cooldown like Divine Shield, you'll see a blue shield effect pop up. Players will be harder to kill while these spells are active. The bottom row of ability icons you see are offensive cooldowns. These will be abilities that greatly increase a player's damage output or how much healing they're able to generate as a healer. When a player activates a strong offensive cooldown, a visible fire effect appears behind their health bar. They'll be very dangerous while that's active. In the top right corner of each player's frame, you can see which of the 3 anti-crowd control honor talents they've picked. These are powerful abilities that remove or reduce incoming crowd control effects. Lastly, if matches go on for a long period of time, the healers will have to contend with the built-in dampening effect. Dampening kicks in once 5 minutes have elapsed and reduces the effectiveness of all healing spells and effects. Now you're ready to follow along with the fast-paced action of the World of Warcraft arena.
Man, I always love to hear Lore's voice. Even though he's not here today, we still get from him right now. So that is going to be the basics of actually watching these matches as we get this first one started up. And we are just going to start out with one of the biggest matchups, Method versus Method. Do you guys have any predictions as to which compositions they actually will break out?
How about you, Ben?
I have no idea. What do you think, Vijay?
Well, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long. It looks like we're ready to rock. The game's up. But I don't know. That's the thing about Method Prime. Like you mentioned, they have so many different compositions available to them. And this is going to be interesting. I did not expect this from Method Awakened. I don't know if the stream gets to get inside the arena yet, but they're in for a surprise, I'd say.
Yeah, these are two comps that we really haven't seen. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday, but yeah, I haven't seen this comp in a very long time. And yeah, it's one that is near and dear to my heart because it's the first comp I ever ran at BlizzCon, which is awesome. I love it so much. So it's going to be cool to see how this actually works in Legion because I haven't had a chance to ever commentate or watch a game played out by Mage Lock Druid.
Yeah, this is going to be that. Not only is it a battle versus Method Prime, Method Awakened, you know, maybe the best two shamans in North America, both playing druids, happen to be, but also the heroic melee versus the casters.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to play out. We're going to have to see if Smexen and Vi will push in and try to get aggro. Looks like they do want to push in at the beginning of the game, starting off on Snuts with a little damage over onto him, but it might be going with the actual split strategy here. It looks like Inviolable's pushing over onto Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am's trying to bring, trying to get together with Snuts so he can get those Kona Cold Snares out, get those Novas out, and control those melee a little bit better.
Yeah, these two melee are absolutely getting destroyed in the early part of the game. They're going to have a lot of hard times trying to connect to either one of these casters. Both of them have a fair amount of mobility, so it looks like they're going to swap a little bit of aggression onto Sidu. He's going to easily use that port all the way across the map and use a Trank just to keep his team in, you know, completely full health.
Hey, I'm sure, I don't know how often Sidu's healed against this comp, so they're going to have to be very careful. Obviously, Sam-I-Am and Snuts have a lot of crowd control as well as Sidu, Cyclone, Polymorph, and Fear. So they have a lot of control for these melee. Anytime they are in trouble, they can throw out those CCs. Not too much pressure going out for either team. Looks like Sam-I-Am wants to get aggressive, throwing out that Frozen Orb, a little bit of damage connecting over onto Inviolable. He actually doesn't have that AMS for a couple seconds, but it is up now, so he should be A-okay. Abster just sitting as far away as possible, tossing out those hots onto his melee as they try to control the game on these casters.
Yeah, it looks like the two melee are adopting the strategy we saw Smexen use yesterday, where it was basically just hit the closest caster. Although right now they seem to be doing a bit of a split strategy, and it makes a little bit of sense. Obviously, you don't want to let a Frost Mage free cast at the same time. Affliction Warlock free casting is also going to be a very, very scary situation. So I don't know if they're trying to split as part of the strategy, or that's just what ended up happening. It's like, yo, I cannot reach this guy. I'm just going to hit what I can. And it's definitely not looking like Method Awaken is getting quite what they want to do done at this point. I feel like maybe making some swaps to Sidu onto the rest of their Shaman might work, but honestly, it's going to be hard to get there, and if they end up putting themselves out of position to do it, they're going to be stuck in a very, very scary spot.
It just seems like so far Method Reborn has most of the pressure and momentum in their favor. I mean, if you look at Absurge Man, I think he's actually going down for a drink right now, but Snuts ports over on top of him and shuts it down. You look at Absurge Man, he's about 65% right now, Sidu's up at 90%. Sam-I-Am taking a little bit of damage, dipping down to 20% HP. He needs to be a little bit careful, but he blinks away. Smexen, though, reconnecting over onto him. He is playing that Burning Determination, so anytime he gets interrupted, it's going to be a little bit shorter. But Smexen also dangerously low. Absurge was caught into those Cyclones, so Smexen's going to have to use that Die by the Sword cooldown to prevent some of that incoming damage. Ironbark also used by Absurge. Now Inviolable's getting swapped to. They have nothing for him. He gets dispelled up there. Nice job by Absturge, as well as the rallying cry coming in from Smexen, which should keep him alive for now. That was a scary moment for Method Awaken.
Yeah, anytime you see a Frost Mage being able to combo off of with their Flurry and Shadow off of that, it gets really scary, and that's exactly what led Inviolable retreating behind the pillar. Now, Ven, we do see Sam playing a Frost Mage. How do you feel about his choice of playing Splitting Ice against this, just trying to cleave things down along with his Unstable Affliction Warlock buddy?
Honestly, it seems like the strategy Method Reborn is using is they just want to put out as much damage as possible. The Splitting Ice is nice with that Affliction Warlock, so both Smexen and Inviolable are going to be taking cleave damage from those Ice Lances, as well as when he gets out those Frozen Orbs and Comet Storms. So it's going to be good spread pressure, and that's going to be taxing on Absurge's mana, so I think it's a smart decision.
You've got to be feeling the frustration for Smexen right now. He's behind the pillar, slowed, pops Avatar to try to get out of that slow, immediately gets re-slowed, and has to use his Blade Storm, not to do any sort of damage or stay offensive, just to reach his opponents. So, once again, I think this is a definite win in the blind pick for Method Reborn, opting to counter any sort of potential melee cleavery that Method Awakened could do. But honestly, I think as dampening increases, it's not necessarily going to favor Method Awakened, but I think their damage is going to stick quite a bit more and put Sidu under a lot more pressure to try to heal through this TSG pressure. Yeah,
it could be a little bit harder for Sidu, but at the same time, if you look at mana, Absurge is already down to 50% mana. Sidu's almost completely full. He has that Innervate up, so all these spells are costing no mana. He's just bombing out those regrowths, topping off his team, and really under not too much pressure at all. No defensive cooldowns have been used. I mean, Ironbark is on cooldown for Sidu, but other than that, Snut still has everything. Sam-I-Am still has everything. Frozen Orb is going to connect onto Inviolable and Smexen, and it's just such a nightmare for these melee, dealing with the Frost Mage who's talented into Frigid Winds. That increases the snares by 15% even more. So they're just snared the entire game. They can't get away. Absurge now caught into a bash. He's actually getting dotted up by Snuts. I guess they're trying to triple pressure here, so keeping damage on Absurge as well as Smexen and Vabo. Look at Absurge's talents. He is playing Vim and Vigor, so if they can keep that Vim and Vigor down, they can keep dots on Absurge, keep his HP below 80% HP. His healing is going to be reduced even more, which is going to be even harder for him to keep up.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things they can do as dampening increases as the game goes on, and especially to put even tougher tax on Absurge mana, which is already hurting, as they can start dotting him as well, because sitting behind the pillar with Vim and Vigor up is going to mean that his 2 melee, even though they're pretty low health, his casts are going to be empowered by that. But if he's also low health, it's going to start really taking a toll on his mana.
Yeah, absolutely is. Sam I'm actually getting pressured down a little bit right now. Smexen a nice interrupt on that Ebon Bolt, so he's not going to be able to get that cast off. But once again, he's playing that Burning Determination talent, so not super effective to dump your interrupts into Sam but at the same time you kind of have to, because if he just gets the free cast, it's going to be really hard for Absurge to heal through that damage. Absurge in cat form, I think he's actually trying to get away, looking for drinks when he can. He is much further behind on mana, like we've been saying, than Sea-Doo, so definitely pay attention to those bars. And Vabo getting bursted down a little bit. Still has that AMS cooldown, which is super effective against Mage Lock, so every 1 minute he's going to have that anti-magic shell, which is going to basically make him immune to magic damage, unless they can push through with a ton of damage, which is unlikely unless the game goes further and further into dampening. Dampening already stacking up to around 6%.
Yeah, you were absolutely right about Absurge trying to go for a drink there. He was even cycloning the pet and getting into cat form to see if he could possibly sneak a drink, but it does not look like that's going to happen. And every time he tries to drop combat, that's a couple more seconds that this unstable affliction pressure is going to mount, that Sam is going to be able to crank out some serious damage. And right now, Smexen's dropping low, down about 25% health, forces the parry. He's trying to reconnect to some sort of caster to shut down any sort of damage he can. If he had a fear, that would have been so nice, but unfortunately he has to retreat in defensive stance and is going to get cloned on any of the healing that Absurge could have given him.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cyclone coming out of CD. Luckily, Absurge did have that overgrowth cooldown, tossing full hots over on Smexen right away, so he should be fine for the time being. Sam getting pressured once again. Smexen actually deciding to push in with the Blade Storm, bash over onto Sea-Doo. Looks like he's getting swapped to for a second. He has that bar skin up though, so he should be fine. Sea-Doo, of course, playing that Relentless talent, so no Trinket as well as no Barskin or Iron Bar, so they might be able to swap over onto him. But Vabo actually forcing Sam I's Ice Block as Smexen reconnects over onto him as well. So well done. First big cooldown out of Sam. He still has that Cold Snap available, so he's going to have another Ice Block shortly. And Vabo now getting swapped down to around 25% HP. Icebound Fortitude has been popped, but Absurge really doesn't have too much healing. Iron Bark almost off cooldown, as well as Overgrowth and Essence of Gahir, so once those are up, he should be able to keep them Vabo up. Anti-Magic Shell's just going to deflect that incoming attack, and as dampening gets higher and higher, Absurge, Smexen, and Vabo all getting rotted down, but Sam also a little bit more susceptible to that pressure. He does have Thorns now as well as Iron Bark, so he gets topped off, but once those fades, if Absurge can keep Smexen up, top off his HP as well as in Vabo, they might be able to make some, or create some more pressure opportunities onto Sam.
Yeah, they did force Sam block, but out of that Ice Block, they came out with a vengeance and forced Method Awakened all the way back behind the pillar. And I feel like there's two aspects of this. One, obviously you don't want to get destroyed when the team has, when the MLD has all their cooldowns up, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But two, you also want to take inventory, get yourself healed up, because you were able to force one Ice Block already, and you're only one more Ice Block down until Sam has nothing left.
Oh, Sam down to 12% HP, catches a huge heal from Sea-Doo, who's caught into that Asphyxiate. Now Smexen's in a lot of trouble. He had 4 UAs on him. Absurge just spells it off, but Absurge struggling to keep his HP up as well. Sam trying his best to get away, but he just has an Unholy Deathland and a Warrior training him down. Luckily, as they both connect, Ironbark and Thorns are available for Sea-Doo, but once those fade, once again, dampening is getting higher and higher. It's going to be harder for Sea-Doo to heal through that single target pressure coming out from that Arms Warrior as well as that Unholy Decay, but Absurge really struggling to deal with the incoming damage of Snuts right now. He's got everyone fully loaded with dots, 20 stack UA, 20 stack Agony, onto Vabo as well as Absurge, so it's going to be ticking huge. He needs to be able to dispel them, but he just doesn't have the mana or the resources at this point. Smexen rotting down, and Method Reborn is looking really good in this game so far. Sam once again getting connected onto, though, throwing out that Blizzard. He's going to kite to the middle of the map. It's going to be scary for Smexen to chase him here, but he decides to go for it. He does have that Iron Bark up, so that should keep him alive for now. Sam still just pushing back, throwing out the Frost Nova, and Snuts is just going crazy this game with dot damage.
Yeah, both teams are playing well. Both teams also have Resto Druids. It's one of those things that ends up keeping these games going for a long time. But the game might end just right now. Inviolable's stuck in the Frozen Orb, taking huge cleaving ice stacks, and still cannot get topped off. That 35% health might just not be enough here. There's 1% on Smexen, and Smexen is going to go down there. A nice, patient game from Method Reborn. And those melee were trying to connect to the casters, forced a little bit of pressure there, but in the end, as dampening ticked higher and higher, even with the 35% health hot refresh, rather, it wasn't enough to keep Method awakened in that match.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think Vim and Vigor coming out from Absurge, like I said, I don't know how many times these players have played out this matchup, but it just seems like Vim Vigor wasn't necessarily the best choice. His HP stayed. I mean, as soon as dampening kicked off, he really had a hard time keeping up his HP, so he loses that 20% bonus. If he had gone with a different talent, he could have increased his healing a little bit later on in the game. Could have been helpful. But yeah, that did not look good for Method Awakened. I don't think that's a matchup they necessarily want to play again.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I really want to hear your opinion on it, you two obviously being the experts. I mean, they seemed so in the driver's seat. Like, Sea-Doo's mana was, like, I don't think it got below 70% the entire game. And then on the other end, Absturge get really low on mana. All of the pressure seemed to be coming out of Chuck's team throughout the entire game. They seemed to be dictating the entire pace of the game. How, on the other end, can Absturge's team actually get the right pressure out there? Does it come down to training the Affliction Warlock?
Well, I think that Method Reborn just won the blind pick there, straight up. I mean, there's a lot of different issues that matchup provides. Obviously, it's really hard for melee to make contact with two fairly mobile casters. It also gives the ranged DPS complete decision of where the battle takes place. Obviously, melee characters have to be within melee range or deal damage. So if at any point that MLD wanted to retreat, they were able to do so, which is not only going to cause the melee to have to either pursue or decide not to do any damage at all. It's also going to force Absurge out into the open where he can get dotted and completely negate the Vim and Vigor cooldown that or the talent decision that he decided to take. With two Resto Druids on the team, you should expect some amount of dampening. And as that goes on, you're not going to be able to keep yourself above that 80% health. So I think it was just a blind pick victory. And I think that we're going to have to see a comp swap coming out of Method Awakened.
Yeah, and the next map is going to be Tolvaron. We just got confirmation out of that. And one of the things to note, we did talk about it before we even got in, Sam I Am is just absolutely filthy with his kiting game. He is so good at putting space between himself and anyone who is playing a melee tune. And we saw that today. I mean, one of the things is he can hold on to his ice block for just so long in these matches.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that is Method Reborn, I mean, traditionally MLD has been played in the past where you get a lot of crowd control. You use your polymorph, you use your fear, your druid can push in for those bash cyclones. You get out a lot of CC. It looks like they're playing a style where they actually go for no crowd control whatsoever. They're not CCing, they're just dotting everybody, doing damage and surviving.
And splitting ice.
Sam I Am never has to use this blink. It never has to use blink offensively, so Smexen and Viable don't have an opportunity to capitalize on that. Every blink is just the safety and to get away and do damage and keep up Blizzard. You don't have to worry about breaking polymorphs. It's very safe. If you look at the damage breakdown from the last game, I think Method Reborn actually did around combined about 300 million. Smexen and Viable only sitting around maybe 170 million that game. So Absurge having to heal basically twice as much. Actually, it looks like the healing breakdown, he actually did 3 times as much healing as Sea-Doo did that game. So kind of a nightmare setup for them to go against. I'd be very surprised, especially because of Tolvaron, if they decided to go with the same thing. I think that large open map is going to be even more difficult for that Warrior and that Death Knight to cause pressure on that Mage Unlock.
Well, Reborn, which is Sea-Doo's team, of course, has locked in the same comp. We just got confirmation of that. And that does make sense, especially when they do move to the larger map for the same reason that you were just pointing out, Fenruki. But also, when you talk about damage, Snuts was just free casting for a majority of that game as well, where a lot of the pressure was coming from.
And that's a recipe for trouble if you're letting Snuts free cast.
Terrifying, the amount of damage he was able to pump out that entire game. So you talk about the potential for a comp switch.
Right.
What do you think Method Awakened can bust out here to try to counter this composition, especially moving into Tolvaron?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to bring out LSD. I think that's another roster with, I think as long as Goob is available to play, I know we didn't have him in the graphic, but I'm fairly sure Goob is there and ready to rock, and they could bring out LSD again, so it could be like a, Resto Druid caster, double caster mirror. So that'd be my expectation. We'll see what happens though.
Yeah, and we're going to be jumping into that next game very shortly here. Of course, we do see Method Reborn leading by 1 game in this best of 5 right now. So Method Awaken needs to pull out the stops and try to tie this one up early before we see Reborn just run away with the match. And obviously, Reborn does have a little bit more time together as a squad, only having that one new inclusion of Sam I Am. But we were talking to the players a little bit earlier, and they talked about the idea that Sam I Am kind of walks in and he just has this instant synergy with the team. And they've just been building on that throughout all of these tournaments, and they have been wargaming a lot. I know in stream, Sea-Doo talks about it, just how much he has been wargaming. Big thing for him, too, was actually figuring out which classes he was going to be playing. Obviously not favoring that Restoration Shaman so much in the current meta after everything changed with the new artifact trait. So he had quite a lot of work to do, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about sort of the synergy these teams have, I mean, Snuts and Sam I Am have played together for a really long time, as well as Bean and Sam I Am. So that instant synergy is there. But of course, on the other end of things, I mean, Smexon, I think one of the reasons he wanted to play with Absurge is just because on ladder, they've been playing together so consistently for so long. They've always been at the top. So they already have that synergy as well. It's not like they're a new team coming together. They already have those practice hours together. So it was a nice fit for them as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this team coming together. And Sam I Am, as we watched him during the road to BlizzCon last year, I think all of us knew that he was going to be doing very big things. And he performed very well throughout the entire tournament there. And I think this team really might be the right home for him.
Yeah, I know that he has, I mean, Sam I Am obviously being able to step in on a team that has a tremendous amount of synergy and immediately fit in and actually bring something to the table and elevate the team, that is amazing. But this, like Ben mentioned, I mean, Smexon and Absurge, even though they weren't on the same, team leading into BlizzCon together, already played a ton together. So they've got that synergy, and I'm pretty sure Inviolable fits right in that as well. I know they played together a lot, and it's really cool to see two teams with such synergy, battling it out against each other under the same team, under the same organization name too. It's really interesting. There's a lot of parallels there.
Well, let's see if the synergy that Method Awaken does have. Yeah, I it's happening. But let's see if the synergy that they have in this absolutely absurd comp is going to be enough for them to tie up this series. Go ahead, casters, take it away.
So the reason I think they're doing this, and if I had to guess which comp is going to win here, I would say Method Awakened with this double Elemental Shaman Wrestle Druid. Although I've never seen this comp ever played, it makes sense to me. Snuts is playing Affliction Warlock. So much of his damage comes from Agony. If they have triple D Curse, you can pretty much guarantee Snuts is never going to have a significant Agony this entire game, and his damage is going to be cut in half. So it's going to be a nightmare for Snuts. Obviously, they have a lot of interrupts as well for Sam I Am. You can purge off all those offensive cooldowns. In my brain, Method Awaken should win this, but you can never count Sea-Doo, Snuts, and Sam I Am out, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Another question is, how much have they practiced this double shaman composition? I think that on paper, like you mentioned, the triple D curse, and it's also, in a way, triple healer. And I think one of the things that it needs to be considered is, although Method Reborn does have some AoE pressure in the form of dots and splitting ice, I think that two elemental shamans, if ever Method Reborn stacks up, if they both are able to get chain lightnings and earthquakes and stuns, it's gonna really get ugly.
Yeah, it'll get ugly really quick. So just fixing my UI really quick. And it looks like Smexon is in the middle of the map. Sam wants to get some damage over onto him by throwing out that Frozen Orb. He's actually down to 5% HP. Gets just a huge heal by Absurge. Absurge actually caught into that cycle and Sea-Doo pushing in very aggressively. Smexon might want to reconsider just pushing into the middle of the map. He had to use his Astral Shift there now, and Viable's in a little bit of trouble as well. Snut's getting pressured down quite a bit, but he just ports back to safety behind the pillar, and he should be fine. It looks like Inviolable and Smexon, they want to get aggressive, tossing out those meatballs or those lava surges over and over, causing actually a huge amount of pressure over onto Sam. Sea-Doo does have him fully loaded up with HOTS, and Sam's just going to be line of sighting, and it looks like Method Awaken wants to push in and keep up with this pressure.
This has been a ton of fun to watch so far. I mean, admittedly, when I see, double cast or Resto Drimir, I'm like, okay, we're going to have this go a little bit deep into dampening. But both these teams have come out swinging. And repeatedly, we're seeing different members of both Method teams dropping down to around 20% health. So, if they have to go to long game, they will. But I don't think these guys are planning on it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I wonder what these teams are thinking. Like, if Method Reborn is just going to be hiding behind the pillar the entire game, they must think that they're going to have some sort of advantage in dampening, which I don't think is necessarily the case. Looks like Smexit and Viable, they want to push in. It looks like they just have more pressure in general. This might be one of those games where Method Reborn actually has to toss out a lot of CC, and Viable now caught into the bash with that full frozen orb. Sam doing a little bit of damage to him, using that Icy Veins cooldown, but Absurge in no threat of, or there's no threat to get crowd control whatsoever, so he can sit at max range, toss out all those heals, and Viable should be just fine. If I look, Sam I am spec, it looks like, yeah, he's still playing Comet Storm, so it would have been interesting to see him maybe play like Glacial Spike in this matchup, give them a little bit more burst onto Method Awakening, because I think they're actually going to need to get those burst kills, not necessarily play like a Rot playstyle.
Yeah, a lot of times against Elemental Shamans, the pillar is not necessarily your friend, but fortunately they've been able to defend things pretty well so far. And one thing that could actually lead to, a kill for Method Reborn here is the fact that their casters are a little bit more mobile than these Ele Shamans. The Elemental Shaman, even though they do have Gust of Wind, they can get rooted on that sort of thing. And it's not an easy job for an Elemental Shaman to make it all the way across the map if they're constantly being rooted and slowed and things like that. But so far, both teams seem fairly content to be chucking a few spells from a distance. And they had a pretty action-packed opening, but it seems like right now they're like, well, if you're going to sit behind the pillar, we're just going to chill back here, throw out a few spells, maybe try to, get a quick gib on the pet. But I would like to see both of these Elemental Shamans push up on this pillar along with Absurge, and that looks like what we might be seeing right now, and start going for some Stormkeeper Chain Lightning Cleave, and that's exactly what's happening. Snuts dropping down around 50% health. Sam is just retreating a little bit further behind the pillar, but as soon as he steps out, he also drops about half health, but it looks like they're trying to turn the pressure around here, Ben.
This is a really interesting game. Evanvolt is going to connect over onto Inviolable. Ironbark was used, though, by Absurge, so it's going to deflect that Evanvolt damage. He's not going to have that big offensive cooldown for quite some time. One of the nice things for Method Awaken on this map, because they're sort of centered into the position and Method Reborn is hiding behind the pillars, it's going to be much easier for Absurge to drink in this position. C is going to have a hard time getting off those drinks when he does get lower and lower on mana as this game does go on, just because of those earthquakes, like you mentioned. That AoE damage and pressure is going to make it very difficult for him. But it looks like he is actually pushing into the starter room, going for a sip. So I don't know if he heard me or what, but he pulls off the pillar, gets that sip, and tops off his mana. But it really doesn't really matter at that point. He's
as a
still
desperation drink for 5% mana. Yeah.
Yeah. So not a big deal.
Yeah, they seem, right now, both teams, like I said, seem content to chill at their pillar. I think that one of the things that really prevented Absurge from being able to go for drinks earlier was the fact that Snuts was able to just have his pet sitting on him. But right now, he's got his pet positioned on the other side of the pillar, on the opposite pillar. But he's going to have to de-summon that because Smexit and Viable are not letting that little fellow puppy do what he wants. They're not only keeping him away from Absurge, but they're basically keeping the entire team of Method Reborn behind the pillar at the moment, content to throw earthquakes. But there, once again, we see a little bit of damage on Inviable, and he, once again, instantly gets rooted on that Gust of Wind. So that could be one of those things, like I said, that could lead to the end of this game. But both teams seem a little bit scared to have a direct engagement, because once any of these casters are able to go to cast freely, things get real scary for the enemy team's health bars.
Smexin using that Ice Fury cooldown as well as a Sky Fury totem, so a lot of damage going to be incoming over onto Snuts. He does have his port. He's trying to get back to his gateway so he can retreat if he needs to. Gets topped off by Sea-Doo. Nice positioning, very far away, tossing out those healing touches. He's able to top off Snuts. So no one in too much danger right now. It looks like Sea-Doo wants to push in and get aggressive. Gets that bash out, actually. Bashing up Absurge. Curse of Fragility has been used on him as well. So immediate Barskin usage by Absurge. And Viable and Smexin tossing some heals over onto him. As soon as Absurge gets away behind his pillar, it's going to be very hard for Snuts and Sam to continue the assault. And now Sam I'm actually getting punished a little bit for that aggressive play, having to use his first ice block in the game. And dampening has started. We are at 60% dampening, so it's going to get harder and harder for these teams. When I see these Agony stacks, the Viable at 20 stack Agony, Absurge at 20 stack Agony, it's a little bit disappointing. I think Smexin and Viable and Absurge could do a little bit better job, because that is where Snuts' damage is coming from. If he can get those off and they can stop the UAs, Snuts really going to be super ineffective in this game.
Yeah, especially as dampening kicks in further and further. Any sort of dot pressure you can relieve from your team is going to be very important, but it seems like they're under enough pressure from direct damage right now. Smexin dropping to half health, but he's turning that damage right back over to Sam I Am. Retreating behind the pillar is Smexin with Absurge right now, trying to get their health bars in order, but I think the MLD pressure is really starting to kick in. It seems like they had a moment where they thought about swapping to Absterge there, and they got a lot done. They did get punished for their aggression, but that might be the sort of thing that can actually close out the game here for Method Reborn if they decide to continue to make those swaps.
Yep, absolutely. Sea-Doo getting targeted down. Specs and Babel look like they want to pressure down Sea-Doo, not let him just position nicely like he wants to, and they all actually run to the other side of the map. They're now on a Method Reborn's pillar. Unfortunately, it's not much of a difference for them. The gateway is still there. Frozen Orb connects onto all of them, actually. They need to be getting out of that Frozen Orb. Absterge, for the first time in this game, having a really hard time healing through this damage. Smexon actually gets that Iron Bark there, but Absterge is getting targeted down. Curse of Fragility was used on him. That is going to reduce his max HP. So anytime you see that curse used by Snuts, it's going to reduce their overall HP, which is going to make them susceptible to damage. Stamina getting targeted down as well. Of course, mages do have that prismatic cloak. Every time he blinks, he's going to be immune to spells for 1.5 seconds. So if he uses those blinks correctly to avoid incoming damage, mages can be a very difficult target indeed for these elemental shamans to actually kill.
Yeah, it looks like a Method Reborn is definitely intending to be the aggressors in this matchup, whereas Awakened are sort of kiting between both pillars. Method Reborn is staying right on top of them, and even though they're definitely taking some damage for this, I like the aggression out of them. I don't think that we have to see a map where these two caster teams just sit behind the pillars, and they're being rewarded for their efforts with Smexon dropping down to about 30% health, throwing himself some healing surges while trying to connect with Absterge, but Absterge himself can't quite get his own health bar above 50%, so things aren't looking so good right now for Awakened. Yeah,
Absterge once again playing Vim and Viger, so as long as his HP is down below 80%, he's going to get no benefit from that whatsoever, pardon me. And Viable hovering a little bit low right now, but Absterge in a good position, should be able to heal him up quite easily. And now Sea-Doo actually getting targeted down once again as he did displace in. He's trying to get away. He's back at his gateway. Samayam pushing away as well, trying to get that Invis off, but a nice Earth Shock stun going out on Sea-Doo. Another one over on the Snuts. Method Reborn is in a little trouble here. Sea-Doo actually tossing out that Tranquility, which should top off his team for the most part. It's going to be a significant amount of healing. You got the full channel, so Method Reborn is not going to be in too much danger after that. Wild Growth going to be coming out as well. So big healing coming in from Sea-Doo as he did retreat back, but at the same time, because they fell back, now Specs and Viable and Absterge also all topped off.
Yeah, Snuts is showing extremely aggressive positioning here, actually dropping his own little Warlock port on Awaken's pillar right now. He feels pretty safe to be in there with his Reflect and being able to dot up the entire enemy team, and he's really single-handedly forcing Awaken between pillars. Every time Snuts establishes position and is able to get dots rolling on every member of the team, it definitely puts Awakened on the retreat. And it seems like Method Awakened has been trying to push most of their damage onto Samayam the Mage here, but with Snuts right in their business, he's definitely causing problems for him.
Absolutely is, and Viable and Smexon down to around 50% HP. Cyclone over on his Snuts. Good job by Absterge, CCing him up a little bit. Good job by him, honestly, getting out the Cyclones with Counterspell as well as Spelllock available for Method Reborn. Hex coming out as well over onto, I'm not sure who that landed on. It looks like it might have gotten blinked by Samayam. Evan Bolt's going to connect over onto Smexon. Smexon getting bursted down to 10% HP. Absterge needs to connect those heals. Looks like he is able to. Smexon getting locked out on his healing surge there. I believe it's called, yeah, his healing surge. But it looks like the lockout's over. He's able to toss some more heals over onto himself. Sea-Doo, I really like what Inviolable and Smexon are doing. They need to make sure Sea-Doo's getting controlled. He can't just sit in the middle of the map. They need to continue to pressure him down, force him to fall back, get that Vim and Viger. Well, actually, I think he's playing Defender of the Week, which is a good choice by him in this matchup. Samayam getting bashed up into a full Cyclone. He doesn't have he actually is playing Trinket. So Samayam playing that Trinket. At some point, he can Trinket out and counterspell those bash Cyclones, but didn't have it available there, so he gets caught full into that CC. Absterge getting feared as well. Smexon, this is such a chaotic matchup. Everyone's just dying right now. Snuts looks like the main target of choice for Method Awakened. I believe both teams are just trying to get out as much damage as possible to sort of everyone. So really anyone is a target at this point. Whoever overextends a little bit, whoever's in line of sight is going to be the one that's taking some damage.
Yeah, with all the the resident sleeper action that dampening can sometimes elicit, I think that one of the things that's interesting about dampening is how the game actually changes as time goes on, because we've seen Snuts take such an aggressive position against Method Awakened the entire game, but now this dampening's kicking in, he might not be able to just sit in the middle of the enemy team the entire time, and we're seeing that effect right now. We're dropping Earthquakes down. They're trading some Earthquake damage for some Frozen Orb damage. Both teams deciding, right now, this pillar, we're going to battle it out, and nearly everyone in the entire game is around 40% health there for a moment.
Yeah, Snuts, though, 5% HP catches that Overgrowth by Sea-Doo. Doesn't have that Iron Bar cooldown available as well. Smexon, though, 5% HP, casting out those healing surge. He actually gets locked out. Absurge able to connect some heals onto him as well. Both teams playing super aggressive. C2 actually getting that full tranquility. Samurai going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. 41% dampening. I don't know how these druids are going to heal through this damage. And Viable spamming out healing surge. Smexon spamming out healing surge, trying to help Absurge the best they can. But Sam I Am is going to be tossing out that Blizzard. Everyone on Method Awakens is going to get snared and Frostbite rooted over and over. Can and Viable get away. He actually uses his Astral Shift, and Absurge is able to connect some heals onto him. But I think Method Awaken, they need to try to kite away, but it's just so difficult that to run through the gauntlet of a Frost Mage, as well as that Affliction Warlock, and they're not going to be able to. And Viable tries to get away, tries to get off the pillar, but unfortunately he couldn't get away from Sam I Am and Snuts.
My goodness. So one of the interesting things about that game was watching the interaction that seemed to be going on between Sam and Inviable the entire time. It seemed like they were both, like, it was almost as if it was like a little bit of 1v1. They were trying to line of sight each other. And in the final moments of that game, it seemed like Sam had the punch he needed to get through the extra healing of the Resto Druid, through the Shaman cooldowns, and caught him in transit between one player to the other. So pretty solid way to end that game there. I'm not sure if... I don't think that double Shaman was a bad call. It's just they might need to do a little bit of a gameplay adjustment, which once again brings to bear the question that I asked at the beginning of the matchup is, how much have they actually practiced this double Elemental Shaman comp?
I can't imagine that much. I really do respect the fact, though, that they do break it out here, right? I mean, you're playing for so much that with 80 points on the line for the actual arena championship tournaments, like you need to pull out some weird things to win, but it is going to allow Method Reborn to be on match point here in this best of 5. So what do you think we're actually going to see comp-wise out of them again? Do you think they lock in on this double Ellie, which might not be as practiced as it could be? Or do you think they go with a comp that they're more stable with?
Well, I think Method Awaken's most practice comp is that Demon Hunter, Demonology Warlock, Resto Druid. When I play against them on ladder, that's always what they're playing. I'm not sure, did they end up playing that a bunch yesterday as well? Bajira? Method Awaken?
We didn't. I don't think we saw that at all from Method Awaken yesterday. They pretty much had one series, played Thunder every game, got the wins they needed, and here we are today.
Well, it just seems like maybe they don't have an answer for this Mage Lock Druid. At least they don't know what their answer is. Running double Elemental Shaman Druid as well as TSG, those are very unconventional comps. And it seems like they're kind of just, throwing food at the wall and seeing what sticks, just trying out these different comps, trying to figure out an answer, but it's difficult.
What's your intuition on not playing LSD into that? Do you think the Shaman is just too vulnerable and they don't have really enough damage to punch through the rest of Druid healing, or what do you think that is?
I don't know. I think the advantage that the Mage has is he has such good consistent damage. Blizzard is just so effective for keeping everyone snared. They can pull back because of those really powerful snares. Frost Mages also have really high burst. And it's just interesting to see Method Reborn play MLD in this style. They're just attacking. They're just doing as much damage as they can. They're not dying. When they really need to get CC, they can push in and get some, keeping those interrupts up for key times. And it seems like it's really hard to kill them. Like when you push on them, they can just run away. And you have to run through the middle of the map, and you're getting snared and fully dotted. So I don't know what the answer is. I feel like Method Awaken, if they want to beat this comp, they need something that can kill Snuts on the Warlock, because Sam just seems like such a hard target, especially with a Resto Druid Helium and Affliction Warlock peels. Like they need to run some comp, maybe something like Turbo. Like Smexon maybe needs to get on his Warrior. Absurge can heal on Resto Druid, and Viable can play Enhancement Shaman. That's an option for them, and it might be the kick they need to actually land a kill against Method Reborn.
Yeah, it's so funny, though. Like, the first thing that you said when we actually jump into this series is you're surprised to see MLD. Then we see 2 LE Shamans. And I feel like as we're actually going into this potentially final game of the series, we're not sure which comps we're going to see. We do know that the map is going to be Dalaran, so that's going to shine a little bit of insight into this next game of Method versus Method. We could really use, I don't know if you're out there, Sid, but we could use that flute right now, a little bit of that anti-dampening song that you do play so well.
I think I know one way to avoid that dampening. One way or the other is they tried double LE. Time for double enhance. Small map, double lust. Let's go.
I would actually love to see that. I wouldn't even be that surprised at this point, as they're just breaking out weird comp after weird comp here.
Yeah, I think if they wanted to play enhanced, Turbo probably would be a better option for a few reasons. But even, I mean, playing a warrior, and I love playing turbo, but playing turbo against MLD definitely feels like it can be a big struggle. But at the same time, if you are able to get that setup that you need, you can evaporate casters, and a warlock, even though they have some ability and some amount of tankiness, especially because he's on playing affliction warlock. I mean, you might be able to punch right through those cooldowns.
Confirmation is in too. We are going to see Reborn. That of course is Seedu's squad. They're going to be playing MLD yet again.
Okay.
MLD once again, they must be confident. Obviously, they're confident in their decision. Method Awaken hasn't shown that they have an answer, so they might as well play the same comp. Dalaran, of course, is going to be a smaller map, so it's going to be difficult for them to perhaps maybe kite away as much. But having that semi-Z access on the platform, some nice positioning on gateway, I think they should be okay. But I think the smaller map is going to be good, especially if Method Awaken decides to play Turbo Cleave. I think that'll work out nicely for them. I think it's a good map choice.
Yeah, I think Reborn would be absolutely crazy to stop using the MLD here. We mentioned we didn't really see the MLD yesterday, though, right, Bajira?
Nope. This is new, but I mean, it seems to be working.
Especially in this team, right? I mean that is the thing. You know, it's very. You talked about it yesterday, actually, Bajira. The idea of a comp that might not be good on ladder, but when you lock into a tournament and you're matched up against a particular team, that's when you get to be a little bit tricky and get to use compositions that you might not be robust enough to actually be played on ladder. But this MLD overperforming here in the tournament. Oh, wow. Have you guys seen what the admin just said? Awaken's going to be playing here?
Yep. We'll keep it a surprise for the meanwhile. But I think, I don't think we're going to need that dampening fluid. I'll say that much.
I do not think we're going to need it either. And because we know what the comps are, that means this is going to be popping up very soon. We're just waiting for the final confirmation to jump into the arena here. Now, got to point out, we do have Seedu's team on match point. This is a best of 5. And if they win this, they will be going on to the grand finals. Definitely the loser of this going to be going to that lower bracket, because we are in the upper bracket here. So you get a chance to lose one time throughout the tournament. So whoever loses this, not going to be out of it quite yet.
Right. Still get a chance to fight for their lives, but I mean, you no matter what, this is a must win.
I mean, this is one of the most important. This is going to set up the entire tempo of the rest of the tournament, and we are ready. The fate of Method on the line here. I'm going to throw it over to you, casters, to bring this one home.
The fate of one Method team, or both Method teams, I guess you could say, on the line. I feel like these names are going to get confusing after a little while, but it's fine. So the smaller map, like I kind of predicted, I think Down 2 is going to be really nice. For this Turbo Cleave, it's going to be very easy for Inviolable and Spexen to connect. Well, very easy in air quotations. It is a Frostbite, Affliction Warlock kiting around, but it's going to be easier than it would normally be for them to get on their target. Perhaps maybe even make some swaps over on the Seedu. I doubt it. I feel like, what do you think their target choice is this game?
I would not be surprised if they wanted to mostly hit the Warlock here, but I think that you have definitely some astute insight there. I think if they were able to catch Seedu out of bear form, and they can get a follow-up, like a bash into Stormbolt into a little Sundering, I mean, that's enough to kill a Druid if you have all of your cooldowns available. But I mean, you got to believe that Reborn is not going to let Seedu go down without some sort of peel attempt there. But it looks like Method Awaken are moving in to start off this game strong. Let's see what they decide to do in the beginning here, Ben.
Yeah, looks like Sam I Am is the initial target. Stormbolt's going to be connecting over onto him as well. We're going to be looking for Inviolable to use that Bloodlust or Heroism cooldown. He did use his Feral Spirits, trying to get some damage over onto Sam I Am. Ironbark already used by Seedu over onto Sam. Smexen getting targeted down a little bit as well. Absurge still has all defensive cooldowns. Actually, he did use that Ironbark too, so Smexen getting topped off, Sam I Am getting topped off. Both teams going really aggressive in the opener. Full Fear over onto Seedu. Seedu actually trinketing out of that with that adaptation. He's playing adaptation, so auto trinket every minute. I think it's a good choice against Warriors, but Sam I Am doing such a good job just kiting away, making it really hard for Inviolable and Smexen to get damage over on him.
Yeah, starting on Mage is definitely going to try to limit the amount of harassment that Sam is going to be able to put onto Absturge, with trying to constantly make him shift into forms, and also limit a little bit of damage, because I feel like the Mage has to cast a lot more. But one of the things we noticed is that they didn't use Doom Winds in the first attempt, but now we are going to see that Doom Winds, and Sam is definitely going to have to find a way out of this. But fortunately, he seems to be getting out of this melee situation just fine. He's able to throw down the Frozen Orb, which is going to slow everybody, and just kind of hop around, keep his slows up, and is going to avoid the brunt of the damage that this Turbo Cleave is able to actually conjure up every minute or so.
Yeah, Sam I'm still using that Splitting Ice, so just trying to get damage over on Smexen as well as Inviolable. He just needs to run. He never has to push in and get aggressive with Polymorph. He's just doing damage and surviving, keeping snares up on them. Finally caught into that Stormbolt, but he is an Orc. He's an Orc mage, so it's going to be a little bit less. Doesn't have that Relentless talent, but he is able to get that Ebb and Bolt over onto Inviolable. Really not doing too much. Upsurge has decided to switch over his talents to Defender of the Weak, so anytime someone gets under 50% HP, he's going to have that additional haste, which is going to increase his healing. So when someone gets low, danger mode, he gets that increased healing, and it just helps him heal through some of the split pressure. So I think it's a good talent choice.
This is such a difficult fight for Absurge to heal. Not only, we're talking a lot about how tough it is for the melee to connect, but they're connecting in a serious fashion right now, forcing the Thorns and the Temporal Shield out of Sam-I-Am. Unviable, unfortunately, is kited across the map, though, and isn't able to connect, so he's just going to opt to run behind the pillar and see if he can't get a few heals from Absurge. But I was saying about Absurge, not only does he have to worry about avoiding all kinds of different CC, he has to avoid Polymorph, Fear, and Cyclone. If he ever actually shows his face on the map, Snuts is also more than willing to apply dots to him as well. So even though they're shutting down the casting of the Frost Mage, which is very important, Snuts is doing whatever he wants, and they're actually going to force an Ice Block here from Sam-I-Am, a full Fear on Sidu. Might be the setup we're looking for.
Yeah, it might be. Sidu is out of that Fear now. He does have that Iron Bark available if he needs it. Tosses it over on the Sam-I-Am right away. Is full HOTS. He should be okay. And Bible getting targeted down again. Smacks and Inviolable both rotting down right now. Snuts doing such a good job with that Affliction, Warlock pressure. Sam-I-Am just kiting them around the map, running circles. Finally, Specs and Inviolable were able to connect, like you were saying, and force that first Ice Block, but he is going to have another one thanks to Cold Snap. Because he has that Frost Mage, he does have 2 Ice Blocks available. Thorn's going to be used on Sam-I-Am, so anytime Specs and Inviolable attack him, he's going to be taking a little bit of reflect damage. But Sam still, once again, just kiting around the map, using that Frozen Orb now that they've finally connected. Bloodlust has been used, though. Second Ice Block forced onto Sam-I-Am. He has no Ice Blocks left. This is a scary time for Method Reborn. Absurge still in really good position with his mana. Ironbark coming up, as well as his Essence of Kahir, as well as Overgrowth. So Absurge really having all his defensive cooldowns. Sam-I-Am has no Ice Blocks for quite some time, so this is scary for Method Reborn. Method Awakened can feel very comfortable right now, just pulling back a little bit, topping off. And once they reconnect over onto Sam, it's going to take a few Stormbolts, I believe, but once Bloodlust comes up, they could actually end up scoring a kill. So CD's going to have to be very careful that he saves that Ironbark for that moment.
Yeah, with 2 Ice Blocks down, Smexon actually feels comfortable using Avatar without his Enhancement Shaman friend connecting with him. But right now, I feel like they've been playing a very, very patient game. Going for the bait is definitely a bit of a strategy that's going to take, you're going to have to get through a few cooldowns no matter what. You're not going to get a lucky global like you might be able to do on a Warlock and just punch through any immunities. But their patience is paying off right now, and they definitely have Method Reborn on their back foot. The next time they connect, it's going to be really scary. Doomwinds has just come up off a cooldown, and it seems like Doomwinds is one of those abilities that is forcing the most out of Sam-I-Am here. Sidu getting caught in a full fear here. He gets out of the Cyclone. It looks like he gets sheared on his Cyclone cast. So right now, they're not really going to be able to help him out much with heals or peels. Once he gets out of that lockout, he is able to cast a Cyclone and Viable. But honestly, Cycloning without the Turbo Cleave's actual damage up just puts them on DR and makes it so that they cannot be controlled when they actually go for their most punishing damage attempts.
It's an interesting moment, though. Sidu got caught in a bash and his adaptation proc. Now Smexon can throw out that full fear at some point, and Sidu will have no way to get out of it. That's the risk you take when you play adaptation. So good job by Method Awakened and Absurge to get out that adaptation. Once Smexon does get that fear cooldown up, could be scary times for Sam-I-Am. He won't be able to actually get any healing from Sidu, so he's going to have to be prepared for that. Smexon still just getting targeted. Frozen Orb actually coming out. No Icy Veins available, but Blood Fury going to be used. That Orc Racial. Ebon Bolt's going to connect over onto, I believe, Inviable, so he gets bursted down to around 50% HP. But Absurge, once again, not any crowd control connected over onto him, so he should be able to heal through this damage. Smexon getting crowd controlled up quite nicely by Sidu, so good job by him with those Resto Druid Cyclones controlling some of the damage coming in from Method Awakened.
Yeah, I really can't say enough about how good Snuts' positioning is. He's positioning himself between the melee and Absurge's, so he's able to fear, cast all of his dots, and basically just make everything a living nightmare for Absurge trying to heal these 2 melee DPS. But right now, they're actually getting a really nice go attempt on Sam-I-Am right now, getting him down to about half health right now, and a full fear on Sidu. You mentioned the adaptation, and I think it's going to come to bite him in the butt here, but looks like Sam is actually able to escape this scot-free for the moment. But if these melee connect again, it's going to be trouble for Method Reborn.
Yeah, Sidu actually got caught in that fear into a full hex, and Sam just did such a good job kiting. Stormbolt finally connects, but too little, too late. Sidu able to get that Ironbark over onto Sam-I-Am, and that should be more than enough to heal him through this damage. Sam-I-Am does have that Icy Veins coming up in around 40 seconds, and every time he pops it, a lot of pressure has been created from Method Reborn, so you can guarantee when that comes up. If Sam-I-Am can survive Thorns over onto him, so preventing a little bit of damage. It's going to be difficult for Smexen and Vabel to actually damage him down. Seedu connecting a big heal once again, and Vabel just getting crowd controlled over and over and over. So in this particular matchup, Method Reborn doing much more control rather than sort of cleave setup. Smexen using that dive of the sword cooldown to avoid some damage. Aster's actually going for a drink, but this is a little scary. Overgrowth as well as Ironbark going to be thrown over onto Smexen, and Vabel really doesn't have too much left. No defensive cooldowns available for him. Full Fear over onto Asters. He does trinket out of that immediately. Method Reborn on the attack. And that was at Vabel's shield wall as well, so that Astral Shift. No more defensive cooldowns basically available for Method Awaken. Icy Veins is available for Samayam as well, so Method Reborn has this chance, this opportunity with that offensive cooldown to really push through and finish off Method Awaken if Sam can live. Ironbark and Thorns used on him by Seedu, as he is taking a lot of damage, and Vabel and Smexen are able to connect over on him, but Sam doing a good job using both of those blinks. But a Full Fear over on a Seedu, trinket out of that with that adaptation. Full Fear over on Absurge as well, and Vabel getting rotted down very low. 3 UA stacks over onto him. Ironbark, as well as the Overgrowth, going to connect. That should keep him alive for now, but that was a lot of UAs. They need to be careful. I mean, when they train down Samayam like that, Snuts really can just do whatever he wants. When he gets up that many UAs, big trouble for Method Awaken. The Cyclone over onto Inviable, and out of it, they have a lot of damage connected. He will go down, and Method Reborn will take the series with that Mage Lock Druid composition 3-0.
Yeah, we've been talking about how well Samayam is able to kite throughout this entire tournament, and even through NA Qualifier Cup #1, and he shows it once again. Getting away from a Turbo Cleave is no easy business for a mage, even with their amount of roots and things like that. Every time a Turbo Cleave connects, with or without cooldowns, he's getting chunked. He's doing an excellent job communicating with his healer, I'm sure, but which cooldowns are necessary, you know, whether he has to kite or whether he's able to stay in a little bit. And he even had us another ice block up at the very end of that match, which is something that we see from Sam a lot. You know, with a mage, when we talk about mages being tanky, a lot of times it's not necessarily that they don't take damage, it's just that they can recover from damage, and they have enough cooldowns and enough ability to kite to get away from those situations. And some absolutely stellar play by Samayam and the rest of Method Reborn is going to put them into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think a big thing to know too, they're going to the grand finals, and they could potentially play Method again. Method.
I think there's a good chance of that. No negative things to say about our lower bracket teams, but I mean, both of those teams just now played awesome, and I would not be surprised to see a rematch in the finals.
Yeah, of course, Sneaky Snakes and Fragment Apparel. That's going to be the next match that we're going to see. That's the lower bracket. The winner of that now has to play Method, and that, of course, is Smexen's Method squad. And if it ends up being Method again, after that 3-0, it seems that Chuck's team kind of has their number. They know the comp to lock in, and it doesn't appear that Method has an answer to it. This whole Method thing's getting so confusing, by the way. It's so difficult. I'm like, because I'm nervous to say it because like even the names sound so similar. I'm like, oh, I'm totally gonna mess up. So I'm just like, Chuck Squad. I hope you know who I'm talking about here. but yeah, very real chance of having that Method final. But are you guys surprised with how that series played out? I'm surprised it was a 3-0. Both of those teams are really impressive.
Yeah, I am surprised it's a 3-0. I mean, you could kind of tell after game #1 that Method Awaken really, I think they kind of knew what Method Reborn was going to be playing. I think they expected the Mage Lock Druid, but it just didn't seem like they had a convincing answer for it. They're still trying to figure it out. I think that last game with the Turbo Cleave was probably the most convincing, but I also think that was their best map. So if you're not going to be winning on Dalaran Sewers, I think it's unlikely you're going to be doing super well on other maps as well. Just look like Method Reborn or Seedu's method, Snuts' method. They just look like they are very well practiced as that comp. I think they have a lot of hours on it, and it's like one of their secret comps they finally busted out, and it looked really, really scary.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a thing with them too. They've broken out like secret comps before at other tournaments last year in particular, and they're really good at doing that. And now they have secured their spot into that grand final, which is really big for them. And what does it actually take to be a team like this? Because I mean, you guys are constantly on the ladder. Then you're very familiar with doing like the tournament grind. How hard is it to keep weird comps like that secret when you're wargaming a lot?
Well, Samayam's like a secret agent. He's always watching streams and watching VODs, and especially European teams. I think he has like great respect for a lot of the European teams. So he watches a lot of their games, tries to figure out their meta, what they think is good. And then if they can practice that, these comps that are kind of unknown and unfamiliar in North America, and they can master them, they like get ahead of the meta in a way. They're like bringing this comp that is I don't know if it's one tier ahead or it's just something different that the NA meta really isn't used to. So I think that's sort of digging deep and figuring out these new strategies and new comps by like checking out what's going on all over the world is one of the things that's going to make them such a good and scary team.
Yeah, and of course, we will see more out of the rest of the world in the coming weeks. We're going to have that Blizzard-sanctioned EU tournament, which is actually going to be over in Kiev. And then after that, we're going to have a EU GCD TV tournament. But before we talk about that, we got to thank a few of our sponsors here today. Now that Method's kind of moved into the finals, they know that they're going to be playing for this gigantic prize pool that's already up over $1,500. But we got to thank some of the sponsors that helped the prize pool get there. So we're going to take a peek at a little look of the video that MSI has sent us as they have sponsored this tournament. And major thanks to MSI. If you like what you saw, you can gear up for new MSI Aegis 3 gaming desktop. And not only that, they're going to help you get some swag here. They're doing an NA only giveaway. So you can see at the bottom of the stream how that's actually going to go down. You can jump in and potentially get yourself some free loot today. So major thanks to MSI for helping this tournament grow. But we mentioned EU. I want to put a spotlight on that right now. The EU tournament is going to be going down in 2 weeks. That's another community-run tournament just like this one, and we're going to get to see some of those EU teams. There's a pretty scary Method team over in the EU as well. Ben Ruki, you want to talk about them a little bit?
Yeah, they're actually the roster that won BlizzCon last year. So
That's right.
Yeah, they've been doing incredibly well throughout the years. I think they were one of the oldest teams that have sort of stuck together. Of course, that is Botar and Swapsy and Fabio, a very stacked roster. I don't actually know if they have a third. And if there is a third, they're fourth. I should probably know their fourth, but I don't. But yeah, obviously a very consistent team. I expect nothing from great things like we've seen in the past from them.
Yeah, and they did it without a fourth before. So if you guys actually think you can beat them, go ahead and jump over and sign up for that tournament. The signups are already live. They're going to close on May 1st, though. So do it before you lose your chance to actually sign up. And you can fight to get into the road to BlizzCon if you are in that region, which is very exciting. These community tournaments offer a huge amount of points. I'm pretty sure the breakdown is something like if you come in first place in one of these tournaments, it is equivalent of coming in third place in like one of the big regional qualifiers, and those are huge brackets as well. So these points really do matter, and if you can qualify, like if you can win this tournament, the chances of you qualifying are pretty high.
They're very high, in fact.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like how many teams?
Guarantee.
Yeah, how many teams do we actually have with points? And I believe it's something like 12 teams from each region actually move on.
Yeah, I think with the way points work, if you win, you're pretty much guaranteed to go with how many teams go.
Yeah, I mean, we have way more teams actually going to those regional finals than ever before. So definitely go over, try to sign up for that, and check out the MSI giveaway because, I mean, that's just free stuff. Free stuff is pretty awesome. You don't really need to do much for it, so you may as well try to see if you can win that one. But now we're going to move on to the lower bracket. So for the rest of the day, people are going to be playing for their tournament lives. The teams that do lose these series are going to be going home, sadly. And the first one is going to be Fragment Apparel versus Sneaky Snakes. Now, these two teams, they're newer to the scene as far as like their names go. Like, you haven't heard these names last year or anything like that. But we have some very veteran players hanging out in there. And also, these guys have been really impressive. We've seen them in pretty much every tournament to date in the Legion. What do you guys think about these two teams? How do they actually match up here today?
Like I mentioned yesterday, I mean, like watching these teams yesterday, both of them were very impressive. I think my favorite thing when I think about Fragment Apparel is how much they practice and how much that practice has paid off for them. We know, just judging by the ladder that we've, or the bracket that we've seen for this tournament, is that there are teams who are really good, who like won and placed high in the NA Qualifier Cup #1, and they're not even in this tournament. And then there's Fragment Apparel, who played to, what was it, 3rd place in the NA Qualifier Cup #1, and now they have a chance to play for even higher than that in this tournament. So they're consistent, they're doing a good job, and it's awesome to see them here today. And then, of course, we have Sneaky Snakes, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. These guys probably gave us one of our most exciting series, where they were down 0-2, made a small comp swap, when a lot, like, I was like, man, where's the Feral? They need to mirror this. And they're like, no. We need the BM Hunter. We got this. Quick 3-0. Put them into the games today. So both of these teams know what they're doing. They seem to have a good idea about strategy. They definitely play well. And I think this is going to be a definite brawl for that final spot.
I'd be absolutely remiss if I did not point this out. The Sneaky Snake logo may be the most baller thing I've ever seen. It might even beat the Meatball logo. Their artist over there is a genius. It's absolutely beautiful. So we will have to see which team can take this one. And it's a long road, though, all the way from the grand finals, especially when you are moving through that lower bracket, because every match is just so stressful. But we're ready to jump into this match. And Casters, not going to make you make a prediction on this one, because I think it's going to be a really close one to call.
Yeah, one thing I will say is I'm very excited for this matchup. Sneaky Snakes, got a chance to watch some of the games yesterday, and none of them really went too long. Very fast-paced with that Discipline Priest, so it's going to be up to Fragment Apparel to see how they can deal with the huge damage and pressure coming out from Abney, Reeds, and Foxy running that Jungle Cleave.
Yeah, it could be a disadvantage seeing this Disc Priest. Is like, well, we know that the Resto Druid Warlock teams are big dampeners, and then Discipline Priests often struggle with mana, but it could also be one of those things that allows them to punch through those strong heals from Resto Druid, because a Discipline Priest oftentimes plays like a 3rd DPS almost, and the amount of CC that this comp has might make this a very, very fast game.
I sure hope it's a very fast game. We'll have to see, like I said, how Fragment Apparel deals with this. I really feel like Sneaky Snakes is going to be on like semi-time limit. They can keep up the initial pressure and momentum early on that they gain. I think they definitely have a good chance if the game goes on and on and on. Like you said, Discipline Priests have been known to struggle with that mana a little bit when compared to that Restoration Druid. So we'll have to see what their targeted choice is. Amni pushing in right away. Looking like he wants to get a Fear. Actually getting a Fear over onto Maldiva. Maldiva using that adaptation going to be proccing. Triple Chaos Nova going to be coming in from Mez. Good job by him with that stun, as well as the Fell Lord already used. Foxy, Reeds, and Amni all going to be taking a little bit of damage. Blood Elf Silence comes in as well, but Amni looks like he is able to heal through this initial damage onto his team. Colo now getting tacked down a little bit by this Jungle Cleave. Still has his Iron Bark, still has his Barskin available. Did use his Thorns there. Now caught into a full bash. It might be a little late. He was playing that Relentless talent. Barskin is going to connect over on him. He wasn't actually in Bear, so that was a very scary moment, but he does manage to survive for now.
Yeah, it looks like Sneaky Snakes really want to pursue Colo, even following him behind the pillar. They are playing BM Feral, so there's going to be a very low amount of time that Colo is not taking damage here, because he's got the Feral Druid, who can connect nearly indefinitely, and also the Hunter Pets, who really don't seem to care much about kiting at all. They're following Colo all around the pillar, and Amni, meanwhile, is also right on top of him, dispelling him, actually throwing Disc Priest damage into him as well. So Colo's definitely burning through cooldowns right now, and may actually go down very, very soon.
He could indeed. Incarnation just being used by Foxy. He gets incapped on it by Mez. But Colo in a lot of trouble. He's fully bleeded up right now. He has no more defensive cooldowns. He's trying to get away, but Gateway not going to be working for him. He gets behind the pillar. He's going to be using that full tranquility, but Foxy able to reconnect, wants to make sure those bleeds stay up. Doesn't want Colo to chop himself up, but Foxy perhaps maybe pushing in a little bit too aggressive. He has that pet sacrifice on him, so he's not going to be getting crit. He also has survival instincts up right now, reducing some of that incoming damage. Colo looks like he has stabilized his HP. Barkskin is back up for him. Iron Bark is available. So Mez and Maldiva doing such a good job with those kills during that key moment. That was their kill window onto Colo, and I think he should be fine at this point. Cyfox and Reeds that really don't have too many offensive cooldowns ready to go, really left at all. So Colo, if he can live, keep rotating through his cooldowns, is looking very good for Fragment Apparel.
Yeah, this is that exact moment where things could get scary. They drop the Fellord, but the Fellord really doesn't quite get as much done as they'd want to offensively, but I think they just use it defensively to give Colo a moment to breathe, but he's going to get caught in a full bash out of bear form right now. Fortunately, Mez is able to land an Imprison on Cyfoxy, which is going to give Colo a brief moment to breathe, but not too deeply because he's also got Iron Bark and Barkskin down right now. It's up, he's in bear form, he should be okay, but once those cooldowns fall, he may fall along with them.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he's kiting the double Chaos Nova over onto Abney as well as Reed's bash over onto Cyfoxy as well. Colo displaces across the map. Cyfoxy in hot retreat though. Mez trying to slow him down the best he can. Colo once again into that bear form. Thorns is going to be fading here. Cyfoxy needs to make sure he's not taking too much damage from that. Abney already down to 20% mana, so this is not looking too good. Colo did manage to top himself off. He doesn't have too many cooldowns left for the time being. Overgrowth available. Cyfoxy getting bursted down a little bit as well. Maldiva able to connect some damage. Self-use consumption with that Axe Toss and full Cyclone over onto Abney. Cyfoxy in a lot of trouble. Survival Instincts is going to be used once again. He wants to continue that pressure over onto Colo. He can't let him get away and top, but he has no choice at this point. Cyfoxy in a lot of trouble still. Abney just having such a hard time popping him off. The offensive Cyclone coming out from Colo over onto Cyfoxy. Colo able to pull away once again, connect some regrowths onto himself. Another Cyclone over onto Cyfoxy. Colo just tanking through this damage, all defensive cooldowns available, and this is a nightmare situation for Sneaky Snakes.
Yeah, it seemed like Colo was about to take his vengeance a little bit, landing some clutch clones on Cyfoxy at low health, following up with a bash on Abney, and that CC chain is going to allow them to take the victory a few moments later. Well done by Colo and the rest of his team to not only stay alive, but get a little bit of counter pressure there at the end to secure the win. Fast-paced game, great start. I'm excited to see this next one goes. I don't know if we're going to see a lot changed up. I think that was close enough that they may decide to continue to play that jungle cleave, or maybe even bring out the Ret Paladin Terminator Buzzsaw Evangeline, perhaps. We'll see.
I gotta say the diversity of comps that we're seeing in this tournament is kind of blowing me away.
Yeah,
we're just seeing so many different things. It's also really cool to see Fragment Apparel. They already kind of have this huge following around them, even though they're kind of a newer team to me, you know, like, and they have like a bunch of streamers on the team, so they kind of have that following, people in chat giving them their energy like crazy, and they are going to lead this series by 1. I think they look pretty strong too. Do you think this squad could take down Method if they win this series?
I think there's definitely a chance. I mean, they do have a lot of comp diversity. I think they're still running with that 3-man roster, so that of course is a disadvantage when you only have 3 players compared to 4. Even though they have some diversity, it's not going to be as much as these teams that are running that 4-player roster. So perhaps in the future they might consider adding another roster or adding another person to their roster. I know Mez obviously very well versed in Death Knight as well as Warrior and that Demon Hunter. Maldiva plays a few different classes as well. Colo can play basically all of the healers. So we'll have to see what they have. If they have an answer for Method's Mage Lock Druid, I think it's going to be difficult for them. Perhaps they might even have to mirror the Method Awakened team. So we'll have to see. I think they definitely have a shot.
Yeah, well, now as we get to the next game, which is going to be against those Sneaky Snakes, yet again, the map is going to be Dalaran, and we're going to see Fragment Apparel playing that same comp. What do you think the Sneaky Snakes need to do to carve out a victory against this team? Because they're actually locking in the same comp as well. How do they play differently to actually find that win condition?
So on Dalaran, I feel like, whenever you want to, kill like a healer or something, or want to maintain uptime, you want to pick a smaller map. But the thing about Dalaran is it's not like Colo was using the entire map recently. He was just cutting between 2 pillars. And I think that if he has to try to kite between the 2 boxes, I mean, maybe they imagine having a little more uptime. Maybe they imagine him maybe outrunning his peels, perhaps. But even though they changed to a smaller map, I don't see the big advantage for Dalaran versus just using 2 pillars in the Grand. Now, I mean, maybe they're going to switch up their target decision. Maybe they're not going to just follow Colo around the map, and they want to say, you know what, we want to put a Maldiva in a rough spot, and that's the map they think they could do it on. Or maybe they're just like, you know what, same map or same comp, same strategy, new map. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the question is though, do you think that Fragment Apparel's composition actually wins, or that they just won that match by playstyle? Like, do you think the Sneaky Snakes are getting countered here?
I wouldn't call it a counter, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a counter, but it does seem like they have a rough road ahead of them. Anytime you're in a situation where you're on a time limit, and that's really how I feel as a Discipline Priest. Like, eventually you're going to run out of mana compared to a Resto Druid. So really all Fragment Apparel has to do, I mean, keep up their pressure, sure, but they just need to make sure they're rotating defensive cooldowns. They just need to survive, keep up their damage, and eventually they're almost guaranteed to win. Whereas the pressure is a lot higher onto Sneaky Snakes. They need to make sure that they are forcing those defensive cooldowns. They don't have time to mess around with. They need to be getting that pressure. They need to be forcing the cooldowns, like I was saying. And if they can't do that, they're not going to win.
Well, let's see if Fragment Apparel can keep this pressure going and secure themselves win number 2 as we jump into Dalaran 6.
It looks like Cyfoxy is trying to just hang out in stealth right now. Although Colo did get knocked all the way out of the sewer gate right into the hands of Cyfoxy. Unfortunately, he wasn't bear form for the opener, so he's not going to take that much damage. Amni trying to position themselves all in the same pillar, and we're going to see a strong opener once again on Colo. Looks like their strategy is very similar, but Cyfoxy is going to get stuck in the Fellord Vortex. He hasn't even escaped it the first time. Gets stuck out of cat form, goes into bear form. He's probably going to be okay, but not an ideal start for the Sneaky Snakes.
Yeah, Reed's just going full hand, keeping the damage over on the Colo, but it's not likely. It's not looking like he's able to do that whatsoever. Sorry. Cyfoxy finally able to connect over onto him. Maldiva and Mez doing such a good job making it a nightmare for Cyfoxy to chase. He's just constantly low HP at this point in the game. Fear going out onto Maldiva. No adaptation available, so going to get caught into that for a little bit now. Maldiva's finally out of CC. Actually gets interrupted on that Fear, so well done by Reeds, allowing Cyfoxy and Reeds to do a little bit more damage there. And they're going to be using that power word barrier to prevent some of that incoming damage. But unfortunately, it's a stationary cooldown, so as Colo runs out of it, Reeds and Cyfoxy have to as well, so they don't get too much value out of it. But it looks like they are both semi-topped off and should be okay for now. Colo still having that Iron Bark cooldown available, still having Overgrowth, so he has his major defensive cooldowns available. That is the Crows coming out from Reeds, a lot of damage, as well as that Incarnation, as well as Berserk. So they're really trying to overload Colo with damage right now. He had to use that Iron Bark, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Actually gets caught into a Pounce stun at around 30% HP. Colo able to get away and top himself off with a huge heal. Mez and Maldiva doing a good job once again with all of those peels.
It seems like one of the things Colo's doing in this game is actually opting to stand a little bit more in the open in bear form. He realizes that maybe last game he was actually cutting his own teammates a little bit and not allowing them to do as much damage as they could. And this game, since he's standing on the open, Cyfoxy is also just so much more of a vulnerable target. And he's going to get caught in a Fellord, drops down about 10% health, gets into bear form, pops his survival instincts, but also gets pain suppression, which may have been necessary to keep him alive, but that does not leave him very much left to survive this next attempt.
Yep, bash over on Colo. He is using that bark skin, so a little bit of prevented damage. Cyclone going out onto Avni. Triple DR though, not going to be doing too much. Or sorry, half DR, so really not too long as Avni is playing that Relentless Sound. Cyfoxy still not topped off. But Avni already down to 20% mana. Colo still camping that bear form after he got out some of that crowd control, realizing he might be in a little trouble. Crow's being used by Reeds. That is Thorns over on Colo. He does have that Iron Bark as well. He's going to be using it full maim stun over on Colo. He's at 60% HP. He has huge hots on himself though, basically full healing, and he really doesn't have the mana to help dispel or get off any of those hots, so Colo should be fine. Barksian is going to be available for him in 20 seconds as well. Avni once again caught into that half fear coming out from Maldiva. Maldiva actually caught into a full trap, so he's not going to be able to help Colo too much. Colo really doesn't have too much time to dispel. Finally getting to the pillar, tossing out that dispel over on the Maldiva so he can help him out and continue that damage. But yeah, Colo, he doesn't have Iron Bark. Cyfoxy connecting to him with that bash. Imprisonment going out onto Cyfoxy though. Full fear over onto Reed. So once again, Maldiva and Mez doing a great job with that crowd control, shutting down the incoming pressure from Reed and Cyfoxy.
Yeah, Fragment Apparel's practice definitely shows. I feel like every time Colo is in trouble, Mez is there with the Imprison, followed up by a Cyclone from Colo, and now they're turning the pressure onto Cyfoxy once again. It seems like every time these guys ever get a chance to do some damage, it's actually a bait from Colo. He's going to War Stomp him inside the Fellord, still hasn't gotten out of the Vortex, gets drawn back in, does escape that Fellord cleave, but once again, Colo is forced behind the pillar. I think a lot of times when Colo's lining of sighting, he's trying to line of sight the Feral as much as he can, but also the Priest to avoid those dispels on his hots and also avoid the extra damage from a Disc Priest. But once again, we see that Imprisoned Cyclone being used to tie up whatever member of Sneaky Snakes is actually causing the most problems. But Colo seems pretty happy in bear form right now and is content to help his team with a little bit of CC and sitting out in the middle of the map to try to set up some damage for them as well.
Sneaky Snakes actually has a little bit of an opportunity here. Cyfoxy can live just a little longer. Incarnation is coming up in 7 seconds. That might be the cooldown that they need to actually finish off Colo. He has no Iron Bark, so it's going to be hard for him to heal through that damage. He needs to make sure he's in bear form, or Cyfoxy might be able to take him out. Amni has only 3% mana left. basically nothing. Incarnation as well as Berserk's going to be used by Cyfoxy. This is their final chance to take down Cole. Can Cole survive? Imprisonment over onto Cyfoxy. It's such a nightmare for him, with Cole still dying to those bleeds as well as that Crow's cooldown. Cole waiting for that Iron Bark, almost out 2 seconds. He's able to displace away, toss some heals over on himself, but he's having a really hard time chopping himself off. Cyfoxy pushing in aggressive, wants to finish him off, but that just might be his life. Caught into a full Chaos Nova. Mez says, no way, get away from my Druid. Ends up stunning him up and chopping him up, and that is going to be 2-0 for Fragment Apparel.
That was some exceptional patience by Mez to hold on to his Metamorphosis, saying, I know my healer's a little bit low, but I don't need to pop meta right now to peel from the middle of the map. He's going to allow Colo to retreat behind, not only behind the pillar, but also down under the little edge of the map right there. So if Cyfoxy decides to chase him, he's able to leap all the way across the map, stun, deal damage, and it's going to take a long time for Amity to make their way all the way back across the map, and in that time, Cyfoxy goes down. So that was some really, really nice team play from Fragment Apparel, who once again impresses me a lot with what seems to be not only just synergy, but a lot of practice and actual beforehand strategery to allow themselves to meet every challenge exactly how they need to. Strategery, indeed.
I like that.
Good
I
word.
like
Yeah.
that.
Not strategy,
Apparel,
strategery.
It's strategery, man, and we need to see the Sneaky Snakes find a new strategery. Otherwise, they are going to go down 3-0.
Adjust their strategery. Strategery is like
exactly.
a noun.
Well, we do have Fragment Apparel now on match point, and they've kind of been defined by this comp. Like, I love this comp too. Like, it has that wonky combo using the Fell Lord, which is just awesome to see, because that's not how Fell Lord was really played earlier in Legion. So that evolution, actually combining it with the Vortex and using the Demon Hunter to just blow up everyone, is really great to see. And also, like, we have seen Mez in the past on that Demon Hunter just be such a live lord, but he hasn't even needed to use that playstyle yet today. They're just really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he doesn't really have to, because he's not getting targeted down, so he can basically use all of his mobility for damage, which is really, really nice. They did a good job. One of the things I've been saying about that comp is it kind of plays like Rogue Mage Druid in a way, with the Demonology Warlock as well as that Demon Hunter. They have a lot of crowd control with the Imprisonment, like we saw, the Chaos Nova, the Fears. They have a lot of setup damage, like you were saying, Rich, with that Fell Lord and that Vortex. It's just really scary to go against, and it's a very well-rounded comp.
Yeah, I think the one weakness of the comp is probably how predictable a lot of it is, right? I mean, the setup is so obvious when it actually is going to go down, because with the way that everything just works, you kind of get punished if you don't push in every time you have the whole combo off of cooldown. So it kind of happens like straight up. So the whole thing is if you can actually hold on to those cooldowns, you can pretty much negate the Wombo combo every time until you get later into dampening, which is what we've seen out of that comp a whole lot. But today, they don't even need to push into dampening too far. They're able to get that pressure out right away. And Van Rookie, that was one of the things you said that they need to do. And now when we go into game 3, it seems that they just need to keep going with that same strategery, but they're going to have to do it this time on Tiger's Peak. And of course, Fragment Apparel is going to be locking in that same composition.
Yeah, it's really interesting about the Fell Lord is it not only is like that setup wombo combo that you want to use offensively. It's like, okay, this is a good time to drop this in. It actually is like a counter aggression. So if a team decides to extend, use their cooldowns, I mean, you're controlling them during the duration of those Fell Cleaves as well. So not only are you dealing damage, you're actually punishing them for trying to deal damage back to you. So it's really a double cooldown in that sense. And that's a lot of the ways that we've been seeing it. And it's really fun to see the whole team actually get in the action, because the more that you're able to stun a target in the Fell Lord, the more difficult it is for them to escape, obviously, because Fell Lord stuns don't DR. So if you're able to stun into a Fell Lord stun, into even things like a War Stomp, we saw Kolo dropping the War Stomp right in the middle of the Fell Lord. That sort of thing really ties up the enemy team, negates their cooldowns, but also really cranks out a lot of damage for you as well. So we'll have to see how they use that in this next matchup.
Well, I am happy to say that we are seeing the Sneaky Snakes. I think they're in a position right now where they can still win this match. They've seen this comp from Fragment Apparel several times. Let's see if this time they can enter with a new mindset, a clear head, and take their first game. If they do not, Fragment Apparel will advance to play Method, and we are already ready to go on Tiger's Peak. So we're going to have to let the players play it out themselves.
Yes, we will, and we'll have to see. I think Sneaky Snakes actually made a little bit of an adjustment. Reeds looks like he is playing Marks now instead of that Beastmastery spec, which I think he was playing in the last game.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, he's playing Beastmaster in the last game, so he's playing Marks. He's going to have a little bit more range damage. It's going to be very scary for Fragment Apparel when he does have that True Shot cooldown. It's a 3-minute cooldown. Every 3 minutes, he's going to be doing a significant amount of damage. Increases his haste. on his increases haste by 40%. So just overall huge burst cooldown, and then you need to make sure they're watching out for that.
Yeah, this swap to MM, we're going to find out very, very soon, but it makes me wonder if they're actually going to swap their target selection over to Maldiva. But another thing that MM brings to the table is just consistent damage. If Colo is able to survive these specific burst opportunities, it's a lot of times mainly because they have only those burst opportunities. And it looks like they might actually be swapping over to Maldiva after all. The MM Hunter swap is going to allow them to crank some serious damage on this Demonology Warlock.
Yeah, they're going to be doing a bit of a target choice. I like that. Colo's been playing really well against the cleave over onto him. He's doing a good job rotating through his defensive cooldown. So I think swapping over onto Maldiva, putting Colo out of his comfort zone a little bit, because he did seem very comfortable with that. But it looks like Maldiva should be fine for now. Ironbark was used, as well as that Overgrowth, though. Mez and Maldiva both getting cleaved down a little bit. Cyfoxy actually only used his Survival Instinct there. Still has his Incarnation available. So whenever they want to use that, Colo will not have his Ironbark as a response. Scattershot over on a Colo. Mez actually taking a little bit of damage, having to use that Blur as well. That 1 minute cooldown is a very powerful Demon Hunter defensively. You shouldn't be dying with that up, but once it fades, Demon Hunters are actually very susceptible to damage. Maldiva getting swapped to now as well. Colo having a really hard time healing through this damage. Actually gets locked out there. Maldiva doing a good job kiting around though. Mez making sure to keep a little bit of pressure over on the Cyfoxy. He was caught in an imprisonment as well, but Cyfoxy able to reconnect over onto Maldiva, doing a lot of damage over onto him. Colo does have that Ironbark available right now. Throws out Thorns as well, so a little bit of reflect damage going to be happening over onto Cyfoxy, but it doesn't look like they care. Mez getting rotted down to 20% HP, Maldiva down to 40% HP. Full Fear over onto Colo. He doesn't have a Trinket. He is playing that Relentless, so all CC will be a little bit less on him, but he can never fully break it when he needs to.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how the dynamic of the game has changed so much from, it looks like Sneaky Snake's having to chase Colo around to where it actually allows Reeds to sit wherever he wants on the map and just pelt anything that's out in the open. So Cyfoxy pulls people out into the open, and it's actually like the same strategy that Colo used in the game prior, where Colo is now being pulled out in the open so he can heal his DPS, but that's also lets him get CC'd with the classic stun, trap, fear combo that we see over and over and over from Sneaky Snakes. And we're seeing the toll it's taking on the health bars, although Cyfoxy is getting stuck all the way across the map, and a Feller gets Vortex back, is in bear form. Will these heals from enemy be enough? Life grips him all the way across the map, gives him a shield. Survival Instincts is up, but that was a very, very serious situation for Cyfoxy. They're gonna have to do something quick to keep this game in their favor.
Yeah, Cyfoxy saw his life flash before his eyes before he got gripped to safety by Amni. Cyfoxy still in a lot of trouble, though. Still hovering at around 30% speed. Maldiva getting targeted down. Ironbark was used over on him, though, so he should be completely fine. Cyfoxy using that Survival Instincts. He wants to keep chasing, keep getting aggressive, so he's making it a little bit easier for Amni to deal with this damage by reducing a lot of that incoming pressure. Maldiva still in a lot of trouble. Full in cap over onto Colo. Into a Full Fear as well. There was a little bit of an overlap. Maldiva's going to go ahead and pour it away, summon up his pet, and he should be able to stabilize here. Cole is able to just spam out those regrowths over and over and over. Mez sort of keeping Reeds and Cyfoxy in place with his stuns and his snares. So good job by Mez, Colo, and Maldiva to sort of stabilize in a scary situation.
Yeah, it seems like Sneaky Snakes is definitely dealing a lot more damage than they have across the total health bars of Fragment Apparel. But the problem here is that they're definitely running out of cooldowns, and they might actually swap some damage over to Reeds a little bit. Looks like Cyfoxy's jumping across the map to land a stun on Colo. Let's see if Reeds can get the trap out of it. He's going to hit him with a scatter shot into a trap, perhaps, and the Fear to follow up. Cyfoxy, unfortunately, isn't able to connect to Maldiva, but Reeds is able to disengage all the way across the map, kick the Fear on Maldiva, but looks like a few cooldowns from Colo is going to keep Maldiva alive, at least for the moment. Both Ironbark and Thorns used there, and Cyfoxy is just going to turn his damage over to Mez as Maldiva gates across the map to reunite with Colo to get some heals up.
Yeah, Colo having a really hard time topping him through this damage, though. Amni, it's just about to hit dampening, still 1 minute left before dampening, already down to 10% mana. Colo on the other side of things at 70% mana, so once again feeling the pressure of that time limit, of that Disciplined Priest mana. Full scatter shot over on a Colo, though, into a trap. Maldiva could be in a lot of trouble. No Ironbark available. Cyfoxy has that Pain Suppression, a little bit of reduced damage over onto him, so he can continue to be aggressive. It looks like he has to kite away. Mez is forcing him to retreat by doing all of those Demon Hunter damages over onto him, still just running away. There's a huge shield by Amni, but Amni running on fumes at this point. Maldiva fully hotted up. He gets chopped off by Colo. Ironbark is available for him as well, so Maldiva looking completely fine. Cyfoxy in a lot of trouble. He does have that incarnation as well as that berserk up right now, but he gets put into prison. Mez the jailer puts him away into a full bash over on a Cyfoxy, axe toss over on to Ami. Offensive cyclone, very, very low over on the Cyfoxy. Cyfoxy has 7% HP. Can they get any CC over on to Ami? Looks like they're able to. The DR Chaos Nova into a full cyclone. Cyfoxy trying to get away. How is he still alive? That survival instinct's doing work, living at 7% HP. Very well done by him, but still not going to be enough. It catches another huge shield and another big shield. And he's put into prison by Mez, but Maldiva in a little bit of trouble as well. Full fear over on Nicola. Maldiva's at around 50% HP. He does have the thorn, so Cyfoxy has to be very, very careful attacking into that as he is so low on HP right now. Abney throwing out a huge shield over on the Cyfoxy. Once again, Maldiva, though, getting targeted down. Both Cyfoxy and Maldiva in so much trouble. Maldiva gates away to safety. Colo chasing him with that tranquility. Can Mez finish off Cyfoxy in this very dangerous moment? Looks like he's not even going to try. Reed's keeping him at bay with that marksmanship. Hunter damage, doing such a good job. And now actually Sneaky Snakes gets topped off as well.
We need to get some GCD live lords in the hype for Cyfoxy right now. He is surviving with just a sliver of health each time and actually is able to escape the Fellord without ever actually getting stuck in it at all. No Vortex to follow up. Colo in a full trap. Gets out of it. But Cyfoxy is actually the one who continues to have to be on the defensive. Every time he's able to pop offensive cooldowns, Mez is there to stop him. And I feel like this may be the time where Sneaky Snakes have completely run out of cooldowns. Amni has no mana to keep his buddy alive. Cyfoxy is still trying to land the stun, still trying to get the CC to counter pressure. And he is finally gonna get stunned by Mez once again. The Metamorphosis might just do it. Cyfoxy holding on with every last bit of his little feral claws, but he is gonna fall to the big scary demon hunter of Mez.
Yeah, he will go down. That was a really close game, actually.
Yeah, I like the fact that they decided to switch it up there in game 3, but ultimately we are going to see Fragment Apparel able to push on through, and the only thing standing between them and the grand final now is Method. I was going to say the only thing standing between them and Method is Method, but I don't want to confuse everyone because even
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, definitely not wrong. But we were going to have to see if this squad, after coming off such a hot 3-0 there, they're going to be able to take that momentum and actually beat Method in this losers bracket final. But there are quite a few things that I want to bring up before we actually jump into the match as the players are getting ready. Like we mentioned, that EU tournament is coming up right now, so you can sign up for that to actually play in it in 2 weeks. The actual time to sign up ends on May 1st. But if you want to up your game before you actually get into that tournament and start playing, we have a really good idea for you. It's called Skill Capped, and they are actually helping us sponsor this tournament as well today. I'm a big advocate of the site myself because I actually use it before tournaments. They upload new content daily. One of the nice things about the site is not only is all the content created by professional players, the players that you want to be learning from, it's always up to date, and it actually says which patch it's from, so you don't get in that awkward situation that you get into with some other places that you'll be trying to watch videos of the content actually being dated and watching content from the wrong patch. So they put together a little bit of a video for you guys, so let's take a peek at that right now. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to bring up too about all the content that they have been putting that is just really nice is the fact that they've just been putting so much effort into it. I actually got to talk to from Skill Capped, and they put in like 40 hours sometimes alongside these players to actually creating the content. So it goes really deep, and the site feels completely different than it used to way back in the day. So definitely check that out if you're looking to improve your game. And that, of course, is going to be over at the Skill Capped website. But I also want to thank 2 people who subscribed to the channel while we are in matches. Please let me get these names right. It's Fabuse23 and What's PVE, who has actually resubscribed for 16 months. I didn't even read that name before I said it.
Excellent.
To start crying. What a phenomenal name. Now we are going to jump into that next series, and of course it is all on the line here yet again as we move through the lower bracket. This is going to be the last match in the lower bracket here now today, and it's going to be the boys that you just saw, Fragment Apparel, up against this new face Method squad that is looking pretty strong. Even though they did go down to the other Method squad, when you just look at the names on this roster, they are some of the most serious competitors in World of Warcraft. Do you guys have predictions before we jump into this next best of 5 here?
I honestly don't know. I feel like Fragment Apparel and Method Awakened, they might end up mirroring each other. They're both kind of known for that Demon Hunter, Demonology, Druid, like I have been mentioning. It would be really interesting to see that mirror. And if they did play that out, I actually don't know who would win, because I know Mezcol and Naldiva are very well practiced. I think a lot of people might give the edge here to Method Awakened, but Fragment Apparel, no joke, especially when running that comp.
What does this mirror even look like when they actually do lock in and play? Because we talked about it being so setup dependent. All of those setups are going to be off of cooldown at the same exact time. So what does that actually look like? How do you win in the mirror?
I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I imagine it's going to be a bit of a longer game. You got to definitely feel out each other's strategies. I feel like if Fragment has put in more practice with the composition, they might have an advantage, because I feel like they might have been even playing it for longer. But at the same time, I actually have a slightly different question, and it might be better directed at Ven, is that in a tournament, Ven, what's better? Is it better to have taken a breather after a loss, or being able to pick right up after a win? So we see Fragment Apparel, who just came off a win. Is it a better momentum shift for them to come off a win and be able to play right now, like warm? Or is it better for Method to have, maybe they lost the game, but it gives them a second to catch their breath and then get into this game? How does that affect you as a tournament player?
I think for the most part, it's good to just keep the games rolling. The only exception to that, I think, is when you play a really long series. Like if you play a best of 5 that goes to game 5 and every game is 15, 20 minutes and you just feel like, oh my goodness gracious, you actually get mentally taxed after a series like that, and you need a little bit of a break. Those games seem to be pretty quick. They have their wits about them the entire time. I don't think not having a break is going to really affect them too much, but I do think, like you said, that sort of momentum, they're already warmed up, they're playing well, they just 3-0'd. You got to be feeling good vibes going into the next series. Yeah, it's a good question, but
yeah, I think like the big thing that you're kind of saying is there's a definite balance between being hot and just being absolutely mentally exhausted in a series, but having that 3-0 win in your pocket, I feel like that's the fire that you need to come into the series very strong.
Yeah. And the reason why I ask that is because if we do see a mirror, Fragment Apparel just got done playing that comp successfully, so they might be feeling good. Whereas Method are playing a comp that they haven't played before in this tournament, and they're coming off a loss. And they're also probably have seen Fragment actually doing really, really well. So I know that the players that on Fragment Apparel is a little bit newer to the tournament scene, but they're doing well. And whereas Method, even though they're a little bit more veteran, they're coming off a loss. So I don't know if that could be the small factor where we're like, well, we don't know who's going to win that mirror. It's really close. I feel like that could be a somewhat of a factor there.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, too, I mean, you kind of have the position right now where Method probably just watched this comp get played out by Fragment Apparel, so they may have additional insight into what it actually looks like when it is piloted by these guys. So that may be a factor going into this next one. I'm really hoping that we actually do see the mirror. Those mirror matchups, it's always like, that's when you as a player can be like, oh, yeah, we're the best. We are better than you. We just beat you on the same exact comp. But Fragment Apparel, of course, kind of being known for this comp, and we've already seen that this Method roster, it's one of these very Legion-esque teams that likes to switch it up, actually switch comps. In their last series, they didn't play the same comp once.
Yeah, as much fun as a Demonology Warlock Resto Druid Demon Hunter mirror would be, I want to see that turbo again. I want to see how they do against that. Yeah, I love seeing some smork action.
Yeah, just a little bit of face action going on there. Well, of course, the format's going to be very similar to everything that you are used to from World of Warcraft tournaments. So these teams are going to be locking in blind as they go into Nagrand Arena for the first game here of this best of 5. So not too much room for counterplay here. But I want to bring up one point that we've talked about a lot in Legion. Now, Method being that team that likes to switch up their comps a lot, do you feel like that gives Fragment Apparel a little bit of an advantage because they've gone so deep into this comp? Or do you think the ability to actually have a counter comp is going to be the strength here?
Well, I think it's really important that you play at least a couple comps at a really high level. You don't want to spread yourself too thin. But yeah, in this particular meta, in this particular game, I think being very diverse, having a lot of comp options available to you is really important. And I think if we look at these two teams objectively, I think Method Awaken has more comps available to them in this situation. It's just a matter of, like we've seen before, sometimes Fragment Apparel decides to play this Demon Hunter as well as that Warlock Resto Druid comp, and they play it really well. Maybe Method Awakened doesn't have an answer, but at the same time, Method Awakened, I mean, they know how that comp plays because they play it, so it's going to be easier for them to counter it if they do have that available.
Yeah, now we are jumping into this first game here, but before we do, I saw a question in chat. Someone was like, I'm a little confused. Didn't Method Awaken just lose? So this is a double elimination tournament here today. So Method Awaken lost and then went to the lower bracket because they progressed so far. The winner of this in the lower bracket, Fragment Apparel versus Method Awaken, will go on to the grand finals to play against Method Reborn. And if Method Reborn actually loses, because they haven't had a chance to lose yet, it goes to a second best of 5 series. So stay tuned. Everything is on the line here. Whoever loses this goes home. Whoever wins moves to the grand finals.
And it looks like we are going to be seeing the arms where this is going to be a really interesting matchup. We have the mirror aspect of it is Resto Druid, Demonology Warlock, but we have Mez on the Unholy Death Knight and Smexon on the Warrior. And this makes me happy not only because we see Smexon on the Warrior, but because we see Mez and Smexon on what I consider to be like their main classes, the classes they're known for. This is going to be an epic battle.
It is indeed. Oh, it's always a pleasure getting to see Mez play that Death Knight. And like you said, Smexon on that Warrior. I have no idea what's going to be going on in this match. It looks like both of these Melee are trying to shut down the opposing team's Warlock, stopping some of that initial damage. Felwood already used by Maldiva, trying to get that damage over onto Goob, so getting that cooldown rolling. Valkyle's Consumption can be used over onto Goob as well. Maldiva fully loaded up with Hots. Goob actually taking a little bit of damage. Abster's actually getting gripped into that Fellord, so well done by Mez and Maldiva. Maldiva's pet actually died. He decides to port away, summoned it back really, really quickly, and he should be fine. But that was a nice little wombo combo with that grip coming in from Fragment Apparel.
Yeah, that could be one of the game-changing things here is the fact that there's two things to consider that I have in mind right now is that as dampening kicks in further, both teams have unique advantages. One, as we saw yesterday, we have Crypt Fever, which is going to cause damage every time a target actually gets healed, and as deeper into dampening, it could actually reach a critical mass, as Sid was referring to it, where your healing actually begins damaging your target more than anything. At the same time, Smexon has Sharpened Blade and Mortal Strike, which deeper into dampening are going to greatly reduce the amount of healing that these targets take. The other thing to keep in mind is that the actual Fel Lord combo is pretty strong involving a Death Knight, because you have another way of bringing a target into the Fel Lord stun and keeping them there with Death Grip. So those swaps that we saw to Absurge just now, expect to see them more as the match goes on.
This is insane. Fragment Apparel just doing such a good job. There's so much pressure over on the Goob right now. Mez doing a significant amount of damage over onto him. Smexon realizing that his team's in trouble, has to actually fall back. He wants to get those duels and those disarms over onto Mez, but as they group up, Mez is going to be able to cleave them all down a little bit more as that Unholy Death Knight. Finally, a full Cyclone over onto Mez. This should give Absurge a little bit of time to stabilize. Absurge is playing Defender of the Week, so anytime someone dips below 50% HP, like we've been saying, he should get that additional healing, but Goob getting swapped to now. Full Asphyxiate over onto Absurge. He's getting targeted down as well. Absurge now caught into the bash. The Fellor doing so much damage over onto Absurge as well as Goob. Goob actually ports out of there. Absurge having to use a lot of cooldowns, using that Bark Skin, but he manages to recover a little bit. The Goob now the target of choice for Fragment Apparel. Goob going to be using that Nether War to reflect some of that incoming damage coming in from Maldiva, but still getting targeted down. Luckily, Absurge didn't panic on himself. He kept that Iron Bark for himself, and he had that available for Goob, which kept him alive.
Yeah, that is such a terrifying combo that we just talked about, and we saw it work so effectively just now, is that when they grip in Absurge into the Fel Lord, not only is it dealing damage to Goob, who still is able to unescape, it's dealing damage to Absurge, but also CCing him the entire time. So two targets taking damage, two targets are getting CC'd, and it builds a huge pressure lead for Fragment Apparel, and Method Awaken are going to have to find some way to deal with that.
Yes, they are. Goob's still getting targeted down, 50% HP. Thorn's actually just fading from him. No Iron Bark available for a couple more seconds. Mez doing a really great job, though, just pushing in, keeping up that pressure. It's surprising to see how much more pressure Fragment Apparel has over Method Awaken. Smexon just not able to really get full use out of that Mortal Strike effect. Goob just pressured down so much, can't get out as much damage as Maldiva, it seems like, in this game. Absurge down to around 44% mana, Colo at 70% mana, so further ahead there as well. So these small victories for Fragment Apparel really adding up. Goob still pushes out to the middle of the map. Ironbark has to be used onto him. Smexen also taking damage right now. Thorns used over on the Mez, so Smexen needs to make sure he's not attacking into that, as Absurge already having such a hard time healing. He actually goes down for a drink. I believe he got a little bit of mana, but I don't think so. So he either got a little bit or basically none at all. He had to get out of that drink to get that healing over onto Goob, as he was in a little bit of trouble. Maldiva also getting pressured down a little bit. Polo using that Ironbark should deflect that attack and keep him stabilized for now.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Smexen to actually deal the kind of damage he needs in order to keep this match even as a mana battle, at least, because he definitely wants to try to continue to harass Maldiva, try to keep him from casting as many spells as he wants, but at the same time he knows that Mez is going to have uptime even when he's not actually close to his target from the dots and things like that. So Smexen is doing as much as he can, but I feel like there's going to be a point, and it's going to have to be a little bit later in dampening, where his single target damage and his Sharpened Blade is going to be the thing that's going to let them secure a victory. But the deeper into dampening they go, Mez also continues to become more powerful, like I talked about in the beginning there. But right now, Smexen is continuing his damage onto Maldiva. He's trying to stop the Cyclone on Absurge. Doesn't quite get it, but since he already invested his leap into this, he's going to try and do a little bit of damage to Colo, but he's just going to get punished with a bash into Cyclone. Smexen is not having fun this game.
Yeah, Colo's actually doing a really good job with his crowd control there. Got the bash Cyclone over onto Absurge, followed up with a War Stomp Cyclone over onto Smexen, doing a good job controlling Method Awakened in this game. Mez getting topped off as a little damage was over onto him. But yeah, once again, mana going to be a big issue. Dampening just kicking in right now. Fragment Apparel looking like they're doing a good job. These setups that they're doing with the Asphyxiate and the Death Grip with the Fell Ward is just so scary. So look for that. Once again, Fell Ward used by Maldiva, so this is the time to get out that pressure. Goob actually getting away using that portal after the Vortex fade, so good job by him not getting sucked back by that, waiting for it to expire, actually running out of it to use it. But Goob still just getting tunneled down by Mez this game relentlessly. Unholy DKs have a lot of shutdown. They have stuns, they have interrupts, they have grips, so it makes it very difficult for Goob to actually kite and get that damage off that he needs.
Yeah, it looks like Smexen is trying to invest a little bit more of his time attacking Mez. The problem with that is that it leaves Maldiva to free cast, and as we've seen in a lot of these games, if Maldiva gets a moment, he's able to set up those huge Thou Kills consumption attacks, and that is something that they cannot allow to happen. But Smexen, once again, he's really trying to keep Mez a little bit under control because he knows that Mez is kind of orchestrating a lot of the control and a lot of the damage that Fragment Apparel is doing right now. But it seems like, at least in this first match in the blind pick, looks like Fragment Apparel may have had the better comp selection.
Yeah, absolutely. It just seems like this is working out so much better for them. The synergy between that Unholy Death Knight and that Warlock seems very strong. Goob getting targeted down once again, 30% HP. Smexen rotting down as well. Absurge getting low on HP as well, so they might be able to make some swaps over onto him. Colo just really not under any pressure this game whatsoever, just able to get out the Cyclones whenever he wants. This seems fine the entire game. Smexen actually getting Cycloned up there at 20% HP. If they have any follow-up for Absurge, this could be big trouble. The full bash over onto Absurge doesn't look like he's going to be able to connect the Cyclone. Smexen doing a great job shutting that down, pressuring Colo a little bit here, so he can't just free cast those Cyclones. He needs to do that Axe Toss, though, over onto Goob. Fell Lord as well. Full Asphyxiate over onto Absurge. Goob able to port away, needed to get out of that Fell Lord, and he did, which will keep him alive for now, but still in a lot of trouble. That was a rallying cry or commanding shout coming out from Smexen, increasing his HP. That cooldown's not going to be available now, so Fragment Apparel slowly working through Method Awaken's cooldowns, cycling over onto Absurge. Goob, still 30% HP. War Stomp coming in as well. Smexen just rotting down. They're not even targeting him down, he's just getting rotted by this Unholy Death Knight, as well as this Warlock. Thou Kills consumption gets interrupted. Thank goodness for Goob. Gets caught into the Axe Toss, though. Still dangerously low. Blood Elf Silence comes in as well. He's able to port away, get out that pet. Absurge hopefully can get some heals over onto him, casting those regrowths on himself, topping off his HP. Looks like he actually wants to go down for a drink. He's going to sit down for a drink. Cole is trying to find him and stop him. Looks like he is able to. Absurge really not getting anything there. Goob, 10% HP, full Asphyxiate over onto Absurge. He trinkets out of that immediately. Ironbark's Goob, but he gets expensively cycloned on it. Mez getting down to around 40% HP using that AMS, but he could be in a little bit of trouble now as dampening is getting higher and higher. Goob still 10% HP. Can he port away? Looks like he is able to. Absurge getting gripped back. They both gate away, and this should keep Goob alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the entire Method team is definitely on their back foot here. All try to gate away together. Maldiva pursues and actually may get punished for this. Smexon is going to pop his cooldowns, pop his Battle Cry and Avatar. Is going to try to pursue Maldiva. Maldiva's actually taking a ton of damage here. Smexon is in battle stance, so he's a little bit vulnerable. Decided to just Blade Storm through this. Doesn't want to get peeled by any sort of stuns or cyclones, and that is going to force the Iron Bark, but Maldiva's going to turn this right around. Tries to cast a Kills consumption. Smexon is sitting down around 10% health. Forces the die by the sword. He's going to throw a disarm onto Mez and try to reconnect to Maldiva, but Goob is still sitting about 30% health. Gets the Thorns, but Mez is going to be able to connect. Smexon lands the Stormbolt on Maldiva. Both teams are throwing punches. Both health bars are low, but it's looking like Fragment Apparel is getting the better of this exchange with Goob. Maybe getting caught in a Fell Lord there. Can he escape? It looks like he's able to get out. Maldiva forced off to the other pillar. Absurge doing his absolute best to heal through this. Can't quite seem to top any of his team. Everybody's sitting around 50% health. Goob does get a Valkyl's consumption off, but doesn't seem to be doing too much against Fragment Apparel.
And Maldiva positioned very nicely now. He needs to make sure he's not pushing in and getting over-aggressive. His team has this in the bag. Goob, 9% HP, 2% HP, 1% HP. He will go down. Abster just really didn't have anything left. Tried to get up that Iron Bark, but it just wasn't able to connect over on him. He will go down. Smexon also going to be going down here. Game went to about 25% dampening, but from start to finish, it just seemed like Fragment Apparel had all the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely did. And one thing to keep in mind is that with Absturge, also not even able to really cast clones freely. Not only does he have to worry about the spell lock, Mez is actually stealing a lot of clones and punishing him for actually not only trying to heal through some of the damage, but even try to control with Cyclones. So that's just rough. Definitely a tough game. I don't think Method Awakened are a down and out just yet, but that looked a little bit rough in terms of the blind pick.
Yeah, I mean, they came off that hot 3-0 win, and they came out strong. That definitely could be a factor here. And even though it's only game one, they are only leading by one game here in the series, and it was the blind pick. So Method definitely has an opportunity to answer and find a way to win this entire series. But I think it's undeniable that Fragment Apparel is going to be a huge staple of the esports scene for the rest of the year. I mean, we were talking about like this team being a little bit newer, a little bit fresher, a little bit more green. But as we watch them play, they're definitely able to go toe-to-toe with the best teams and some really big names in WoW esports.
I just think that they're like their roster is a team of players, or their roster is players that have been very successful in ladder in the past, but maybe necessarily haven't found the teammates that they've needed. It looks like these three have found each other in sort of a love story, and they've been practicing a lot. They've been very successful. I mean, I played a lot with Mez in the past. He's always been a very good player on that Death Knight, as well as that Demon Hunter. He sort of picked up this expansion. So always a very solid player, but really just never found that home to play in tournaments and stuff. And it looks like Cole and Maldiva, they've all sort of come together. And like you said, if they can find that solid fourth, I mean, so far they've been doing good with just the three, but if they can get that fourth, it's just going to make them even that much more solid of a team. And like you said, I think they're here to stay this entire season.
Yeah, the love story's been great, but I feel like there is definitely room for one more lover in that love triangle there. Square, man. They definitely do. What class do you think would be best for them to try to bring on board, or what are they missing with what they currently have? Who are they trying to look to get to round out this roster more efficiently?
I feel like the only thing is like maybe a mage, honestly. I think that the comps that they play right now are fantastic. I think a lot of times if you didn't have RMD on your roster, you were making a bad decision. I don't think that's the case right now, but I do think a mage would bring a lot to the table for them, and that's really like the only weakness they have. I think a lot of the comps that they're playing right now, at least in the current meta, do really well against a lot of different things. There are certain comps that end up being like, okay, this counters this, but there are also things like, you know, Demon Hunter, Demonology, Warlock, Resto Druid that seem to do pretty well against anything. And if you play well, you have a chance against anything. I think that's a good comp to sort of base your roster around. But if the one thing, like I said, is I think if they brought a mage in, they would be like pretty much ready to rock.
Just next tier. Yeah.
You know what I think is kind of smart though? Like if Fragment Apparel decides that they want to just play with 3-4 now, they can play. If they keep doing well in these tournaments, like the GCD Cups and as well as the NA Qualifier Cups, and they get enough points to actually get to regionals, then they are in a position where they can get a fourth that perfectly fits them in the current meta. Because the game, there's a good chance it'll change or over the months. At least I believe it will. Maybe some change will come in.
Yeah, I agree.
Having that open slot to sort of figure out exactly what you need when it's needed, I think is a smart decision.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable to think that, like, months from now when the meta has changed, like, wow, okay, so the comps that we ran up to this point have gotten weaker, and we need to bring in, but if we just had this one class or somebody who could play maybe like a couple different classes, they would really just round out our roster. I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I think waiting might actually be a really smart strategy here. I didn't even think about that. The meta obviously there's a lot of room for it to change. We're going to be doing the circuit for the entire year. So patches are going to come, hotfixes are going to come. So who knows what comp they actually are going to want to be running. So that definitely will be wise. Now, Fragment Apparel, of course, are going to be leading this best of 5 by 1 game. How is Method going to answer, though? They definitely probably want to bring a different comp. We know that Tolveron is the map that has been selected, but how do you guys expect Method to switch things up here to try to bring it back and tie up this series?
Honestly, I'm surprised with how that blind pick paid out. I mean, maybe they both know that in a melee Demonology Warlock Resto Druid mirror, that Demon Hunter is just not the best. That's why Smexon decided to play the Warrior, and that's why Mez decided to play the Death Knight. So maybe they'll have to play something entirely different. I doubt we'll see one of them on Death Knight. Otherwise, I think we would have saw them play it in the blind pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, we talked about it like a ton and before the matchup, that both teams do have that Demon Hunter, Demonology Warlock on their roster. I feel like that game was definitely, I think, definitive enough to say at least Method has to change something up. I think that Fragment Apparel could stay with the Death Knight, but I wouldn't really be surprised if they decided to switch it up like before seeing whatever Method decides to play and say, you know what, great job on the Death Knight. We got the first win that we needed to on the blind pick. Let's resort back to our normal safe strategy, go with the Demon Hunter. But honestly, Mez, Demon Hunter, Mez, Death Knight, I don't think you can really go wrong, honestly.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with everything you said there. But one of the big things that you touched upon is just this series is still wide open. I feel like this is one of the closest series that we are going to see today. A lot of the series, we had that like misleading thing that happens quite often in World of Warcraft esports where a team might win 3-0, but it was still kind of deceptively close. Like each match just happened to play out that way. It's quite a common occurrence, but I think that it's undeniable that this is a very tight matchup. They have similar play styles in a lot of regards, but let's see what Method ultimately does bring out. They don't necessarily need to switch the comps, but they have quite a few comps at their disposal. And we actually just did get word from our production staff that's absolutely incredible. We're going to take an opportunity to shout out everyone at GCD TV for absolutely slaying it today. We've been getting into games so quick here, and they've been making our jobs as casters/hosts very easy here today. But I am excited to see the composition that got locked in because it is it's a little bit slower.
It's an interesting choice. I don't want to spoil it too much, but but if things go as I expect them to, this may be a matchup that we saw yesterday that makes me wonder why exactly they're picking this particular comp. So we'll see. We'll talk about it a little bit once it's fully revealed here in a few moments. I think I'll give my full analysis on this, my full thought.
I would love to hear it.
Yeah, I would definitely love to hear.
Right. So as soon as now that we're in the arena, I think it's safe to say what we're talking about. So this is a matchup that we saw yesterday, I believe, that actually put Fragment Apparel into the games today. Is that we saw this LSD versus Fragment Apparel's Warlock, Death Knight, Resto Druid, and it went really well for Fragment Apparel. Now Method Awakened, I don't. There's two thoughts here. It's like, one, do they think that they're better than Meatballs at LSD? Two, if they don't think that they're better at Meatballs than at LSD, then they're making a comp decision that they don't necessarily feel good about. It's just, this is our best option, guys. We have to do this. And that's, I mean, being confident in yourself is one thing, and that's good, but we saw that it wasn't necessarily good for Meatballs last time. Or the other option is you're with your back against the wall and you have no good decisions to make, and that's not necessarily a place you want to be going into this this very important second match.
Either way. Sorry, they got a long road ahead of them, and my heart is with you, casters. The gates have opened. Buckle up for this game number 2.
Yeah, I was gonna just touch on that a little bit. This will be the second series in a row where Method Awakened just kind of has no answer. Like there's a comp in front of them, and they don't have a response to it. Really,
that's right.
I think you're right. When I think about these two comps, Fragment Apparel looks like they're in very good hands. that Unholy Death Knight just seems like it's been doing a really good job against these Wrestler Druids, especially with the way Maldiva and Mez are setting up their offensive chains with the grip into Asphyxiate, into that Fel Lord stun. Very powerful way to get that cleave pressure. And as the game goes longer and longer, like you said, and maybe Sid mentioned earlier on as well, the Death Knight's damage just ramps up and actually sort of counters the way Resto Druids heal. So very effective against that Restoration Druid.
Yeah, my memory may be failing me, but I'm pretty sure that this is the map where Mez actually fell. In the one game that they lost with Death Knight versus LSD, it was on this map. So I feel like maybe the comp decision was also paired up with this map, saying this is a huge map. It's going to be really hard for Mez to not only stay on target, but also if we're ever actually able to force him defensive, it's going to be a long road back to one of those pillars again. So if Meatballs are able to get a win playing LSD against this composition on this map, maybe we can too.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, and maybe Fragment Apparel realizes this, and they're like, we're just going to hide behind the pillar till we have an advantage. And if we think that Dampening gives them an advantage, perhaps maybe they think that as well. So they might just try to stall out the game and force Inviolable and Goob and Absurge to sort of push in this game and get out that pressure. But finally, it looks like they are going to commit some damage. Goob has pushed in across the entire map. Fellord already used Grip this fix as well over onto Absurge. Absurge is getting targeted down. Iron Bark was used as well as that Bark Chain. Curse of Fragility used as well. He's able to displace away with that Hellstone. Mez obviously can't get another grip over onto him. And that's one of the trade-offs. When Mez actually uses his Death Grip to bring Absurge in, Absurge can pretty much always safely get away with that Displacer Beast if he lives the Sunlock combo.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, even though it's definitely a scary situation for Absurge, I think one of the main reasons they're using that grip onto Absurge and to asphyxiate within the Fellord is just to tie him up in some CC. I do think that as Dampening kicks in further and further, seeing some pushes onto Absurge might actually be really, really good, because that's some of the ways where they ended the game against Meatballs yesterday. But I think for now, they're just trying to get some cooldowns and deal some damage with the Fellord onto Goob, but not necessarily force a lot of damage onto Absurge, just kind of tie him up in CC mostly.
I think it's very smart. Goob, once again, taking a little bit of damage. He's in the middle of the map, so it's easy for Mez to actually connect over onto him. As he does take some pressure, he's going to be kiting back, forcing Mez to sort of retreat and hit the closest wizard. That is a common strategy that teams use, is just attack the target that is closest, especially when you have a melee, sort of forcing them back and not really overextending yourself. Mez does have that AMS, or actually doesn't have AMS available, but he's at 100% HP. He's looking very, very good at this point in the game. Cole getting caught into that axe toss, but really Method Awakened not able to get too much done with that.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating things about playing against LSD is how much control they have over the battlefield. We saw moments ago that Fragment Apparel was actually on their pillar, and now they decide to push forward. Once again, actually doing a ton of damage to Absurge. Earlier on, I was like, they're using Fellord just to CC Absurge. That time, they meant business, forcing cooldowns out of him, forcing him to get out of that Fellord, and using a Tranquility to try to keep his team alive. But I feel like Fragment Apparel played against this comp yesterday. They know what to do, and they're shocking Method Awakened so far.
Yeah, so far so good for Fragment Apparel. Goob getting hit down once again. Mez just doing a good job line of sighting, trying to avoid some of that Ellie Shaman damage. Maybe some CC coming out from Absurge as well. Absurge trying, it looks like trying to get away from Fragment Apparel right now, trying to pull back the best he can, but Maldiva's just pushing in full aggro right now, trying to get that damage over onto Goob and Inviolable. Maldiva getting caught into that full cyclone as he does push in, though. Good job by Absurge with that crowd control. Once again, like we've been saying, that Fellord been doing work for Fragment Apparel, so they just need to kind of stall, keep up that consistent pressure. Once Fellord is up with the combo coming in from that Death Knight, that's really when they can get a lot of pressure rolling.
Yeah, one of the things that's actually surprising to me is how much pressure Fragment Apparel has on the LSD right now. They're constantly have him on the defensive, because Mez, previously, whenever he got out in the open, he actually got kind of destroyed by the LSD pressure that we saw from yesterday. But this game, he seems pretty content to sit out in the open, and it probably has to do somewhat with the team communication and whatnot. But I'm wondering, once again, if Method Awakened having to pick a comp that they're not super comfortable with. And as I say that, Mez actually once again does get popped. He's there telling him to get out of our pillar, man. Make him back off with the Iron Bark, putting him back in a defensive position once again. I do like to see Mez pushing forward. I like to see them forcing that pressure, but at the same time, Mez definitely needs to be careful. But as I say that, they're actually using a Fellord combo onto Goob. If they can get a grip and stun onto Absurge, right now they drop the Infernal on him. Goob actually gets offensively cycled, which could deny any hot healing from Absurge right now. Absurge trying to get a chance to get him back to full health. Lands a bash onto Colo, no follow-up CC, except for the Fell Lord perhaps. Maybe they're doing a similar combo onto Colo right now. This is a pretty exciting game so far, even though we do expect this to be a bit of a damper. These teams are not playing that way.
Yeah, not at all. Maldiva actually using his Curse of Fragility on that setup onto Absurge, so I don't know if that was a little bit of a mistake, but if they had that for Goob, they might have actually been able to take him down. So I'm not sure what was going on there. Perhaps they were able to just connect more damage over onto Goob. Mez caught into an Axe Toss right now, still has that anti-magic shell, that really effective short cooldown, defensive cooldown from Death Knights, making them very powerful against these Wizard comps. Mez got a little bit low earlier on in the game. It's because Colo went for a drink. So he was able to top off his mana with that drink. Absurge actually sitting down for a drink as well, getting up to around 95% mana, so he's going to be completely fine, dampening at 7% HP, and both healers doing very well on mana so far. Colo actually using a root onto the pet of Maldiva there, or sorry, of Goob, so freeing him up a little bit, preventing some of that damage. Viable getting swap to. Curse of Agility is used onto him, but he immediately decurses it, so well done by Inviable. Both teams just sort of trading blow for blow at this point. No one in too much danger. Mez still having a hard time pushing in. If you look at the positioning of Inviable and Goob, they're both in the middle of the map. What can you do as a Death Knight? You have to really pick your time to get aggressive. He does have that anti-magic shell up. He just wants to make sure that he's not having to overuse cooldowns when he doesn't really have to. Gargoyle actually being used by Mez, so he's using that offensive cooldown. He's getting pressured down, so he's pulling away once again. You can always rely on that Icebound Fortitude and that anti-magic shell, though Colo not in any crowd control whatsoever, and it looks like they want to get aggressive. Over onto Goob. Fell Lord has been summoned. Goob, as a response, going to be popping that shield wall to prevent some of that incoming damage, and Viable getting asphyxiated up there as well as he is into that Fell Lord with the Vortex down to 20% HP. Astral Shift as well as that Iron Bark's going to be used over onto him. He should be okay. It's very low, or it's very scary for him at this time in the game, though. Curse of Fragility was used a little bit late once again by Maldiva, and Viable able to take it off immediately. I think that was a little bit of a waste there. It looked like Viable was going to be fine. He used it really, really late, and he was able to just dispel it immediately. So really like to see a little bit better uses of that Fragility coming out from Maldiva.
Yeah, for a lot of this game, we've actually seen most of the pressure being applied to Goob, and then, of course, gripping Absurge in for those Fell Lord combos, but it seemed like that damage caught Inviable off guard just a little bit, and it actually probably forced some cooldowns that they may not have wanted to use just because he held on to his own cooldowns for so long. So as dampening increases 18% right now, little mistakes like that, or little, whether or not it's a mistake, little events like that could actually be more problematic. And it looks like both healers are sort of setting up for that that situation where both their mana bars are looking all right. We do see Colo a little bit lower on mana, but I think that also has to do with his ability to go for drinks a little more easily, since Mez is pushed up onto Absurge's pillar, is really easily able to stop any sort of drinks attempts. But as we progress further into the dampening, the situation is definitely going to start heating up.
Absolutely is. Started heating up right now. Goob, 18% HP. Maldiva, 18% HP. Both Warlocks very, very dangerous right now. Colo actually went for a drink there, able to connect some haunts over onto Maldiva, though Maldiva going to be completely fine. Goob still being attacked a little bit. He's able to port away as well. So both Warlocks getting dangerously low there, but they're both able to port away to safety behind the pillar. So I think they were both trying to free up, playing a little game of chicken there, so their healers could actually get off some drinks, but very dangerous. Very scary indeed. Mez pushing into Goob. Looks like they want to continue this aggression, this pressure, and Viable making sure to keep those snares with that Frost Shock and damage and pressure over onto Mez. So well done by Inviable. That is the bash over onto Goob. Asphyxiate onto Absurge. He trinkets out of that immediately. You see that Bark Skin as well. Caught into a full cycle, and now Goob in a lot of trouble. Maldiva actually getting pressure down as well. Curse of Fragility is over onto him. He uses his wall as a response. Bash over onto Colo, so some CC over onto Colo. Fragment Apparel in a little bit of trouble right now. That Awaken is sort of stabilized, but Fragment Apparel has not. Maldiva trying to get away. He's not anywhere near his port, unfortunately, but he does have that Iron Bark. Tranquility is going to be used by Colo as he is behind the pillar, and he's able to top off his team as well.
A fair amount of cooldowns used by both teams there. They've used the patented Fell Lord technique, and everybody was just getting smacked around. Both teams sort of content to back off to each other's pillars at the moment, but the health bars are starting to recover, not as quickly as we've seen before. And interestingly enough, Method Awakened is looking to get it on the offensive now, whereas Fragment Apparel had been basically pushed up on Method Awakened's pillar for most of the game. It seems like the tide may be turning a little bit here.
Yeah, it does seem that way. It's just really hard for Mez to push in as that Deathland. He gets knocked into the middle of the map by Inviolable, get thunderstormed by him. Inviolable getting targeted down a little bit. Mez trying to reconnect, but he's caught into the Axe Toss. Curse of Fragility used on him, so it makes him much better target. That curse that I keep talking about, the Curse of Fragility, is reduce the max HP of a player, so it makes them much more susceptible to getting bursted down as their percentage of health isn't as significant. Maldiva's still taking a little bit of damage as well, and Viable looks like the new target of choice for Fragment Apparel. They are able to connect a little bit of damage over on him, but he's doing such a good job just kiting. Mez has no choice but to sort of hide behind the pillar right now. Goob and Inviolable just playing the Wizard Cleave comp in the center of the map. Mez trying to reconnect, but the Fellord is actually used. A little bit of a random Fellord by Goob trying to get a little bit of damage, but they really weren't able to accomplish much. Mez just AMS walked out of it, and Maldiva able to just poured out of it. So kind of a strange use there. I believe Maldiva actually has his Fellord coming up soon. He does use it with the Vortex right now. This is their chance to actually kill Goob. Curse of Fragility onto him, 10% HP. Absurge trying to connect those heals, able to overgrowth as well as get that Iron Bark up. Curse of Fragility used as well. So Goob in a little bit of a scary situation, but he should be able to live with all those Rusted Druid cooldowns.
Yeah, Fragment Apparel looked like they needed to weather the storm, and as soon as they saw that Fellord go down, they immediately went on the offensive. Their cooldowns are up. Goob is taking damage. He can't quite get healed through this. If Mez is able to connect any sort of damage, Goob could go down. It seems like Absurge is able to cast free heals, but the heals are not doing nearly as much as he'd like. Absurge stops the Cyclone with a War Stomp and reclones Colo. Actually, he did not stop the Cyclone, so Goob did get stuck in that clone, denying any heals. But even though he got cloned out of it, it looks like Absurge is mostly going to be able to reconnect to Goob. Mez is trying to slow Absurge from getting to his Warlock in need, gates across himself, and is able to reconnect. But Goob is going to cast a Thalkeels, which mostly gets absorbed by that AMS, and this is absolutely a back-and-forth brawl here. Both teams' health bars taking the brunt of it, but it looks like Fragment Apparel still is content to attack, still content to push. A stun on Absurge is going to leave Goob vulnerable. He's able to port behind the pillar, but Mez is there with him already, and Colo can catch him as well. This is looking bad for Goob here. A full stun on him, gripped him even behind the pillar. They vortexed him as well. If Absurge can't connect some heals here, he could go down if we do land a clone on Goob to deny any healing. It looks like Goob's Guardian, the Fell Lord, has been banished, which allows Mez to escape, catch a Iron Bark to stay in combat. Goob is still on the run. Absurge is doing everything he can to keep him alive. Casts a second of Tranquility, but it's not going to be enough. And the Fell Lord comes just in time, clacks Goob in the side of the head just as a Thalkeels connects. And that's going to be that. Fragment Apparel going to win this one unless Inviolable can make the comeback. Doesn't look like he can. Awesome way to end that match. Fragment Apparel's looking good.
Wow, that was quite the wombo comment. Thalkeels into that Fell Lord. That was so much damage. I thought Goob was completely away into safety, but Maldiva says no way and finishes him off. What a close game. I mean, that went to 48% dampening. Sometimes these games confuse me so much because they go so long into dampening, but it just seems like everyone is dying throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that Mez did an amazing job setting up pressure throughout the entire game, and they did a really also good job of retreating when they didn't have cooldowns. And I think that final retreat where they were behind the pillar, weathering the storm, and then they all pushed out together and basically had this overwhelming wave of damage that Method was never really able to recover from, and then Maldiva dropped the Fell Lord with the Thalkeels at the same time because it has a travel time on it, right? So he launches the Thalkeels while it's in the air, drops that Fell Lord. That was that play of the game right there, man. I love that.
Man, the question on everyone's mind as we jumped in on Championship Sunday is, are we going to see a Method versus Method grand final? And Fragment Apparel starting to close the door, close the window there. The hope is definitely fading. And Elliot, you said this before we actually jumped into that last game. We've seen this twice now. We've seen this Method squad play out 2 series here. And in both of them, it seems like they didn't have answers to the comp. And we were talking about how they had more comps at their disposal than Fragment Apparel in the series. But it seems like even with all those comps, they may not have an answer here.
Yeah, I mean, just early on in an expansion, it just seems like everyone is convinced that one comp counters the other, another comp counters the other, so it's easy to just throw out counter comp after counter comp. But once a team gets solid with one composition, it can be very difficult to just throw out a comp that you necessarily haven't practiced and beat it. I think that's what we are seeing here today. I mean, both Method, Reborn, and Fragment Apparel are running these comps. They seem very solid on. They're all playing their mains. except Colo playing the Restoration Druid and CD playing the Restoration Druid. I think that just speaks to the strength of Resto Druids right now. But all the DPS are playing their mains, and they just seem really solid. They know what to do in lots of different situations, and it's hard for these guys to figure out sort of a counter to it.
Do you think that there is anything that you can think of right now that they try? I mean, everything's on the line here. It's a point yet again, and whoever does this does go to the grand final, whoever wins the series. So Fragment Apparel in the driving seat. They have plenty of wiggle room here. Method needs to figure out something quick.
Definitely. I feel like in that matchup that we just saw, it was a result that was not historically surprising, right? We saw Fragment Apparel handily defeat Meatballs. Although it was a pretty close series, they were able to get the job done, and they looked even more convincing this time around. So I definitely think Method's going to need to swap something up. What they're going to do, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if they make another one of those map plus composition combos to see if they can give themselves the best chance they can to fight back. But, I mean, Fragment Apparel's looking strong.
Yeah, something's like broken in my head now when I actually watch Shamans play, just because we've been calling the Lava Burst Meatballs for so long. I get so hungry. I get so hungry during every LSD series. I'm like starving right now. So hopefully they don't lock in the LSD again. Otherwise, I may starve to death on stream because I am so hungry right now. I'm going to order meatballs as soon as this series is over. But we're starting to get some information in on this next series, so we will actually know soon which comps are being played. The map is going to be Dalaran, and of course Fragment Apparel going to be locking in that same composition. Definitely a wise move for them here, because it doesn't seem like Method is able to figure out what to do to move on to play their Method counterpart in the grand final. And with only one game left, Fragment Apparel in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Like I said, I feel like what we've seen from Method so far is like Thunder. Thunder might not be ideal against this particular composition that we've seen already from Fragment. My heart, analysis aside, my heart says bring out the Turbo, but I'm not with this on the line. I'm not sure Turbo's their best comp, but it sure would be to go out with a bang.
How does Turbo do it? I haven't played Turbo. How does it do against Demonology Warlocks? It just seems like Demonology Warlocks, with their mobility and their inherent tankiness, it just makes it so hard for a Turbo to actually connect and do effective damage. Like, how do you feel? I'm sure you've played that comp before.
Yeah, it's really annoying, but one of the fun things that you can do is, as a warrior, play sweeping strikes, so that all of your mortal strikes and executes are hitting 3 targets. So what you can do is you can taunt the warlock pet to you every time you use your big cooldowns, or even if you don't use big cooldowns, you can use like Sharpen Blade on the warlock to deny heals, obviously, to them, but also Sharpen Blade the pet, and you can oftentimes maybe kill that warlock pet and then instantly pop cooldowns and see if you can global that pet without Soul Link. I mean, it's one of those, like, maybe it can happen sort of situations, but I mean, I don't want to say that Method needs a miracle, but they need something.
Yeah, I feel like that's a matchup you probably know really well. Didn't you play Turbo all the way to rank 1 last season?
I played Turbo about to 2750 or so, which was awesome. Like, my huge thanks to my Turbo teammates, and I actually finished off the season to rank 1 as Fury, Arcane Mage, Mystery Monk. So I played a kind of a strange comp, but it worked out really well, especially in the meta. But I don't think that Method has Fury Arcane on their roster, but I mean, if they do, bust it out.
Yeah, I think it was Lore who just would never stop talking about Arcane.
He loves his Arcane Mage,
yeah,
dude.
He loves Arcane Mage. It's really cool to hear that that's actually the comp you use to push. But the scenario that we kind of outlined, actually, with Turbo playing into the Warlock, is just so common on ladder if you are going to be playing that Turbo. So Warlocks are just everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we had Warlocks in every single series so far today. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, obviously not on both teams, but I think they've been in every series. And we've seen a huge diversity of comps, just Warlocks having a lot of synergy with a lot of different classes.
Right.
Warlocks and Druids always working out very well together.
Yeah, definitely a match made in heaven. But we're getting confirmation again for this Method switch up their composition yet again. Not an unfamiliar one, though.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's going to be, I feel like, a similar situation, but this might actually give them a chance to make a few more target selections than they have in the past. So it could be a good thing, definitely.
I think after there's no reason to play LSD in this matchup. I'm going to just say it right now. It's not going to.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, and thank God, because as I've already said, dying of hunger. And I don't think it was really the right choice. I admire them for trying it. It really does show a lot of gusto and confidence in oneself to lock in a comp to a team that shut down that composition yesterday. So definitely, I'm just going to say it was a ballsy play, but didn't pay off. So I think switching up the composition here, wise move. And we are ready to go with Dollar and Sewers right here, waiting for those gates to open.
All right.
Yeah. And it does look like Method is going to be going with that comp. We saw them running a little bit earlier today. Absurge playing the Restoration Druid once again. Smeks in on the Arms Warrior, and Viable actually busting out the Unholy Death Knight. So playing that TSG setup up against Fragment Apparel, running that Death Knight Warlock Druid. It seems like it could work out. Like you said, the cleave on the pet with the Unholy Death Knight, as well as the Arms Warrior. It's going to be very difficult for Colo to heal through this, but I think if Maldiva does a good job with his mobility and Mez does a good job with his mobility, his counter mobility with his snares and his grips and stuff like that, they do have the peels they need to keep Maldiva alive. This isn't a matchup I've seen, but I think on paper Fragment Apparel can still easily win this. Yeah,
one of the things that this opens up for them is, I think, swapping to Colo. But as we've seen matches before, Colo handles pressure just fine. When an enemy team decides to sit on him the entire game, he feels pretty comfortable with that and is able to actually even kite the enemy team into the range of his own teammates so they can continue to do damage and peel for him. But TSG is a little bit of a different situation than a jungle cleave. So I'm looking to see some probably action on Maldiva as we open this game.
Yep, Maldiva getting opened up onto right away. Smexon trying to shut that down, shut down some of his damage. Full Fear over onto Colo. Shockwave over onto Mez as well as Maldiva, but that is the grip. Asphyxiate, Fel Lord combo we've seen once again. Absurge actually trinketing and displacing out of that, saving his bar skin, saving his iron bark, but now he no longer has a trinket. So the next time they use that Asphyxiate, they use that Fel Lord, Absurge better be in bear form, and it's going to be big trouble for him.
Yeah, the swap to Absurge, or at least gripping him into Fellord, really doesn't get much better playing TSG. It might actually make it more of a struggle because you already have the melee so nicely positioned on top of Maldiva. You can actually get triple Fellords, and that is definitely a recipe for disaster for Method Awakened. But that being said, their TSG pressure is also doing a number on Maldiva right now. They're not too worried about having to cleave the enemy team. The Death Knight dots are definitely fine to keep things under control, but especially if they push things into dampening, the combination of Sharpened Blade and just normal Mortal Strike plus Crypt Fever could be very, very scary for Fragment Apparel to deal with.
Yeah, Absurge pushing and trying to get a Cyclone over onto Maldiva. He actually gets locked out on it, so well done by Maldiva there, shutting down that Cyclone. Absurge is going to have a hard time getting out that CC as he is the only caster in this game, unfortunately for him. So getting out Cyclones with Mez being able to copy them and Maldiva able to spell lock them becomes a nightmare situation very fast. Maldiva's trying to get out that Dalkiel's consumption, but you can bet your bottom dollar and Viable and Saxon going to be shutting that down with Pummel as well as Mind Freeze. But Maldiva doing a good job this game so far, kiting around. He's getting under a little bit of pressure. Dampening has not kicked in. I can see if this game goes on for a while, it's going to be very hard for Colo to actually heal Maldiva through this damage.
Yeah, it's also going to be tough for Absurge because right now it seems like Fragment Apparel's strategy is mostly to allow Maldiva and Colo to do a bit of a 2v2, whereas Mez has been sitting on Absurge. But now as soon as we see Mez swap his damage over to Smexon, things get really scary. Smexon does land a nice triple Shockwave into a Blade Storm there, which is going to allow him to avoid a lot of this Fel Lord pressure. But he does leave him Viable a little bit exposed, forcing the MS, which is nearly getting chopped through. Smexon gets stunned back into the Fel Lord. It's going to get bashed there as well. And Absurge even is feeling the effects of this massive Fragment Apparel cleave damage.
Yeah, Absurge was trying to avoid that. Can he keep Viable up? The second he peeked in LOS, he got gripped into Asphyxiate, which caused all this momentum that Fragment Apparel has right now. Viable barely surviving Thorns and all those hots, keeping him up. Rallying Cry does fade, though. Smexon using that Commanding Shout, or formerly known as Rallying Cry, to keep his team alive. That's going to give them a temporary boost in HP. Smexon also using that Dive by the Sword cooldown, so really no more defensive cooldowns available for Smexon. Absurge luckily still has that Iron Bark available for him, so that's going to be used over onto Smexon to prevent his imminent death. And Viable caught into the Axe Toss now. Fragment Apparel doing such a good job riding this pressure and this momentum, and then Viable's going to get smoked by that Dalkiel's consumption. Fragment Apparel is going to take this series 3-0, defeating Method Awakened. But unfortunately for them, there is another Method team that they have to go up against in the finals.
I feel like Method Awakened, this is an awakening for them in some ways. They fought so well to get to this tournament and progressed through, but when they face some of these teams near the end of the brackets, they're being in a position where they don't have a comp to deal with anything that they're fighting. I mean, they swapped their comp up multiple times. I mean, nearly every game they tried a different comp, it seemed like. They may actually have done that. And each time, they didn't have an answer for what they were facing. So they might have to do a roster swap. They might have to play even more alts. But I think this is one definite situation where Awakening or Awakened, they got to change something up on a macro scale, not just in this tournament.
And Fragment Apparel has sent them home, so they're going to have to take it back to the drawing board, just like you said, Bajira. But it is definitely heating up over here. We're going to be jumping into that grand final very soon. It's going to be Method versus Fragment Apparel. And we got some shout outs to make. This prize pool is getting even bigger. We got a donation from Heroic for $50, and he says, let's go Mez. So we know who he is cheering for in that grand final. And thank you so much, because all of that is going to go directly to the prize pool. You can swing over to the Match Arena and actually donate and make this an even more epic tournament. Thank you again to Heroic. And also want to shout out a new sub that we have from Durno. I don't think I know how to say that.
Durno, thanks, man.
There's some words in it that I don't think I can say, but still, thank you so much for subscribing, my friend. It really does help us quite a bit. And then we also had a bit donation from a man named Haz, and he says, great job to the casters and the players. Thank you a lot. That does mean a lot, especially from someone on the internet to compliment us, because usually it goes the other way around. We're having a lot of fun here today. And also, this is just like absolutely insane seeing the prize pool grow like this. This is all put onto you guys. And like we said, it's Championship Sunday, so it's coming all down to this. We know that the players are going to be playing for this money, but you guys can also be champions here today, because MSI has hooked us up with a really sick giveaway. We're going to tell you how to sign up for that in just a second. But first, we're going to take a peek at all the cool stuff that you might be able to win and what MSI is all about with this quick video. So a lot of people are asking how they can actually jump in on this MSI giveaway. There are some details down below chat, but at the very end of the broadcast, there will be a code that we actually do give out, and that is how you actually do enter. So alongside of all the players who are playing today, you can get this MSI swag bag from the giveaway. It looks pretty sweet. Looks like it has one of those. Man, I hope Elliot and the boys who are going to Ukraine can actually get in this one. It looks like it has one of those airplane pillows. We know how important those are, especially when you're doing those long international shows. So be sure to stay tuned until the end of the stream to actually get that code for the giveaway. But all eyes now are going to be on the players, because they are playing for a massive prize pool thanks to you guys. It's already up at $1,639. If you're feeling really rich today, please help out. Jump in there and make this tournament even more awesome. And we thank everyone who has already helped out so much. And this is going to be an absolutely crazy grand final, because it is Method versus Fragment Apparel.
Yeah, that's quite the matchup. I'm like I said, I've been very impressed with Fragment throughout the tournaments that I have seen them in, and they're going up against the big boys now. I mean, these guys are, the Method, Reborn, small roster change, but I mean, arguably are performing just as well. And they're the last line to first place of this tournament. I feel like Fragment have done better and better each time we see them in a tournament, but Method are here to make a statement, and they want to win this thing.
Yeah,
I think both teams definitely want to win this thing.
Yeah.
I think that's undeniable here, especially. And something that we haven't mentioned in a little bit, this tournament also having all of the points, which actually goes towards those regional qualifiers, a total of 80 points on the line here today. And both of you have already said it. If you get points today, you pretty much guarantee a spot into those regional qualifiers. And I think both of these teams, no matter what happens in the season, probably have mathematically already qualified.
Yeah, so one thing to mention, I don't want this to be a spoiler alert, but if you look at the bracket, Method and Fragment Apparel have already battled it out once in this tournament, and it was a 3-0 for Method. Do you think that's what's going to happen this time?
Well, what was the original comps that they were running? Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch that series.
I don't
How
know.
did it actually play?
I'm not sure those games were broadcast. Were they?
Yes, not all of the games are actually broadcasted just because it's such a huge open bracket.
No, I think they didn't play. Maybe I'm just being a noob.
Maybe you're just being a noob. I didn't actually catch that one. I jumped in a little bit late yesterday. I think the first matches I was watching were actually those meatballs playing. But yeah. I will say, though, that with just how massive the bracket is, because it is open to the community, you guys at home can actually sign up for the next one that is coming up. That is an EU one. We don't get to broadcast all of the games because they do go on for hours and hours and hours. But right. The admins from GCD TV are still there for absolutely every single one. So major shout outs to them for putting this entire tournament together and even doing like the dirty work that no one knows about behind the scenes of actually going through these matches that aren't broadcasted. And we all get to come on and look cool for really awesome matches. So thank you guys so much. We couldn't do this without you. And also major shout outs to Super Tees as well, and Adrian, who were broadcasting yesterday while we were just kind of watching and getting to hang out with everyone in chat. But you can't argue with those results, Bajira. You mentioned that it was a 3-0 in favor of Method, so got to give them the upper hand coming into this matchup. But we mentioned this earlier in the broadcast as well. It's one of those things where sometimes those 3-0 matches, even though the numbers look like they're in favor of one team, it's closer than it actually is. It's a little bit deceptive. All of those games could have been very close. So we'll have to see when we actually do jump in, because both of these teams have already locked in their blind picks, and we're going to be going to Nogrand Arena as soon as all the players are ready. And I don't know. I think I have to give it to Method just based off of those numbers, but not counting out this squad yet, especially after we've just seen Fragment Apparel go 3-0 into 3-0. Yeah. They are coming in hot.
They are on fire, actually, I would say. So I have a question for Ven once again, because he has the tournament experience. So how much do you think that, I know that these teams do a lot of wargaming, they probably even wargamed against each other. How does that change the way that, you think that having played against Method already, Fragment Apparel has learned specific things that they may not have gotten through war games that they can use in this next matchup?
I think there's definitely a chance. The thing is, like, when you play against a team that's as strong as Samayam is on Mage and Snuts is on Warlock and Bean is on Feral Druid and Demon Hunter, it's hard to get proper war games, especially when you see how synergized these guys are. If you practice against, just as an example, you practice against some random 3 players playing Mage Lock Druid together versus Snuts, Samayam, and Sea-Doo, it's a little bit different. So it's going to be hard to sometimes get that proper practice, although some practice is a little better than none.
Yeah.
Well, we are ready to see this one get kicked off, and I really think these are with some of the best followings in NA. I mean, we already see in chat people giving Sea-Doo their energy right now, and we already had people donating money cheering on Mez. So Fragment Apparel versus Method in the grand finals is going to start now, and I leave it all to you, my cast friends.
How interesting is this blind pick, Van? This is neat.
I think it's I want to say that Fragment Apparel lost the blind pick here. Being a paladin against a mage isn't like it. I don't know. With the amount of crowd control this Paladin's going to have to deal through, Colo playing that Paladin, using that Avenging Crusader. If every time he uses his Avenging Crusader, he gets feared, or he gets polyed, or he gets polyed, or he gets bashed, or he gets feared, like, he's not going to be able to get out that much effective healing. I think it's going to be really hard. That being said, early on in the game and throughout the entire game, he's going to be able to throw out that additional damage if Method isn't on top of throwing out that crowd control. So they're definitely going to have to do that.
Yeah, it feels like this MLD may have been one of these compositions that they were holding off to make sure that they can win this tournament, because we haven't seen them play it at all yet, even against this exact same team. So this is very, very interesting to me. And how do you think the beginning of this is going to play out?
Well, it looks like Method actually wants to get aggressive right away, Sam, using that invisibility, pushing in. It's going to be interesting to see if they decide to go with a split strategy this game, or if they decide to sort of single target someone down. Colo taking a little damage, already using his Divine Protection, so using that Magic Shield Wall and using that Avenging Crusader. So a lot of defensive cooldowns already used by Colo. There are short cooldown defensive cooldowns, but defensive cooldowns nonetheless. Full Polymorph over onto Colo. It does get broken. I don't think he trinketed out of that. It just broke. Another Polymorph going out onto Colo as well. So this is the control that we see on those wings. And now that those wings have faded, I believe they might actually look to do some damage over onto Colo, but Maldiva's the target choice for now. Snut's taking a little bit of damage as well. C2 actually pushing in the full bash over onto Colo. Looks like they are swapping over onto him. It's going to be really hard for Colo to heal through this damage. He has to hold on just a little bit longer, 23 seconds before his Avenging Crusader comes up. But once that cooldown is down, this is Method's opportunity to sort of push in and keep up that consistent pressure onto this Paladin. It's going to be really hard for him to get healed through here. He actually gets locked out, has to gate away, down to 20% HP, catches a huge Holy Light there. A bit of a close call. Luckily, he had that gateway available. Sam, Snuts, and C2 in full retreat, realizing they got some of those cooldowns, and they are going to be pulling back, or they might be waiting.
Yeah, we had some actual not Method way there. It looks like Mez did just DC from like a Fel Rush for one little while, but he looks like he's back in and ready to rock.
So some non-Method way there. Method looking to rebrand by not attacking people that aren't there. Doing a good job. Very, very good sportsmanship there by that team. Colo now caught into a full fear. That is the Divine Protection used once again with that Avenging Crusader. So both of those cooldowns have been forced out. We see that from Colo. He's going to be very susceptible when both of those fade. Double Chaos Nova coming in from Mez onto Samayam as well as Snuts. Samayam actually getting bursted down a little bit. Maldiva playing UA in this game, so able to get out quite a bit of damage over onto Samayam with that UA spam, but he's able to blink away and be okay for now. Evan Bolt going to be connecting over onto Maldiva as well. Maldiva decides to port away. Mez sort of playing Guardian in the middle of the map, getting a lot of pressure over onto Samayam. Maldiva getting pushed back further and further, though. Colo trying to get some heals over onto him. Avenger Crusader still not available for another 20 seconds. Both teams have a lot of pressure going right now. Colo has to survive. No gateway available for him, but he does have that Divine Protection, which will keep him stabilized for now.
Yeah, Mez is able to do a lot of damage with his Metamorphosis, but one of the things to keep in mind is that Demon Hunters, while they do have a fair amount of mobility with respect to slows and things like that, even just roots act as like a full CC on Demon Hunter, really not allowing them to play the game they want to. Fortunately, Mez is able to get a lot of freedoms as long as he's pretty astute about canceling them, and that's going to allow him some uptime right now with his Metamorphosis, which is super important. Colo is caught in a full sheep at the moment, and Mez is able to still go on the offensive, opting to imprison Samayam to try to reduce a little bit of damage on Maldiva right now, while his healers trying to recover their team's health bars.
Yeah, Colo doing a good job. This Paladin is working out quite nicely through the spread pressure coming out from this MLD. Although it's scary when he doesn't have that Avenging Crusader up. When it is up, he's able to easily top off his team. Colo getting swapped to once again. Divine Protection doesn't look like it's going to be enough. He needs to get behind the pillar. Snut's pushing in, chasing him down. Colo using that gateway once again. Now Mez is able to punish Snuts a little bit, as he did get a little aggressive there. Colo actually getting Blink CS there. Nice job by Sam. He's still trying to connect that damage. Calm Storm into Frost Nova. C2 actually throwing out a Cyclone. Mez pulling back, trying to help out Colo the best he can. Double Chaos Nova over onto C2 as well as Samayam. So well done by Mez. Colo finally behind LOS, casting out those flash of lights, and now his Avenging Crusader is off cooldown, so he can use that to top his team off. Everyone looks completely fine right now. He might just want to use it offensively when he needs to. Mez looking like he's going to pull back a little bit. Method running to the other side of the map, sort of forcing Maldiva and Mez to run through all those Frost Mage snares, but it looks like they're just going to go for it. They want to keep that pressure up. Samayam trying to get that damage over onto Maldiva. Snuts getting targeted down a little bit, actually getting Thorns there from C2, so Mez deciding he doesn't want to attack into that full Hodge over onto Samayam from Colo, but he gets dispelled out of it and gets that full polymorph out on the Colo, or out on a Colo. Now Mez could be in a little trouble.
Yeah, it seems like Method has so much more control over where this battle actually takes place, opting to pull back, and that means if Colo wants to heal with his Avenging Crusader, he's going to have to move up, which definitely makes him vulnerable not only to CC, but a swap like what we're seeing right now, landing a full bash on a Colo. Let's see if Sam-I-Am and Snuts decide to punish him for his positioning. It looks like Sam-I-Am continues to deal damage to Colo, whereas Snuts is content to sit in the middle of the map and make sure that they keep this cleave going, dotting up both Mez and Maldiva at the same time.
Yeah, Sidu can just play in a very nice defensive position right now. Maldiva trying to connect some damage over on him. Sidu trying to fake interrupts right now. Colo actually getting locked out. His Avenging Crusader is going to be up in 3 seconds. When he does get that up, that should be able to top off his team once again, dampening now. Like you mentioned, just ticking in 3%. Snuts getting a little bit low as well. Mez able to connect some damage over onto him. Snuts actually dipping down, using that Hellstone, I believe, topping himself off that very effective defensive cooldown, healing himself to full. Sam-I-Am actually forcing the Ice Block as well. Maldiva getting a lot of pressure rolling with those hots, but Method able to sort of deflect it using their defensive cooldowns, but now they're not going to have those available. Sam-I-Am does have another Ice Block. One's Hypothermia fades thanks to Cold Snap. Sidu using his Bark Skin as well, so that is gone for him. Mez taking a little pressure now from Sam-I-Am as well as Snuts. Sam-I-Am having that Icy Veins coming up in around 20 seconds, so that will be an opportunity for them to sort of push through the defensive cooldowns from Fragment Apparel if he can get some good usage out of that. Colo now caught into the full fear. Mez and Maldiva still in a lot of trouble. Tongues going out onto Maldiva. Snuts slowing down Maldiva's UA cast as well as the fears with that Curse of Tongues. Now Colo into the full polymorph. Maldiva trying to get out his pet, actually gets locked out on it, so he doesn't have a pet available to him right now. Sam-I-Am doing a good job locking it out. He has that Icy Veins out. This is the cooldown I was talking about. It builds down a lot of damage with those Frost Bolts and that increased haste, but Maldiva spell locks him up, so he won't be able to get out too much damage.
It seems like Mez in this game is doing what he does best, which is basically just being a complete nuisance and attacking any target he can. We're going to see the Metamorphosis here on Snuts. Colo also stuns Snuts right in the middle of the map, but fortunately Sam is there with those quick peels with the polymorphs to try to mitigate as much of Mez's damage as he possibly can. But Mez is just going to turn his aggression right back over to Sidu. As soon as Thorns gets popped on Snuts, he's going to land a double stun. Sidu did get Bear Form off, but he seems content to continue his pressure. And meanwhile, Maldiva is chasing around the map, also doing some significant damage to Sam-I-Am, which sets him up for Mez to swap to him right now. So Mez is just all over the map, dealing damage to whatever he possibly can. Definitely doing some serious Demon Hunter damage here.
Yeah, he's doing work right now, and this Holy Pally is working out for Fragment Apparel a lot better than I thought it originally would. He's able to sort of just stall throughout his Avenging Crusaders, but once it's up, his team is completely fine. They can top off and sort of negates that Affliction Warlock spread pressure, like we said. Colo at around 40% mana, Sidu at around 40% mana. Sidu going to be using that Innervate, as well as a Wild Growth to get some big hots over onto his team. I might as well take advantage of that while he can. Snuts getting down to 30% HP, though, taking a lot of damage once again. Colo trying to connect to him with those wings with that Avenging Crusader cooldown, but Sam-I-Am says no way and throws him into that polymorph, and that's what I really like to see. Sam-I-Am has to get out those polymorphs, but Mez doing such a good job pressuring him down. Sam down to 19% HP, a huge heal over onto Sam-I-Am there, almost completely topping him off. So good job by Sidu realizing the situation and getting that big heal over onto him. Colo now caught into a full bash. A Divine Protection was used, so he should be okay while that is up. Ore Master going to be used as well, throwing a Hodge over onto Sam-I-Am, who is trying to harass him. Colo caught in the middle of the map, still going to be taking a lot of damage. Sam-I-Am and Snuts trying to connect that damage over onto him. Sidu just sort of camping Bear Form as Mez is harassing him. Like you said, Mez is just the king of harassment now over onto Snuts as well, just trying to get out damage over onto everyone. Colo, in the meantime, taking a huge amount of burst by Sam-I-Am, actually having to use his bubble. Now both healers down to around 25% mana. Sidu getting rotted down. Sam-I-Am getting rotted down. Sam-I-Am might actually have to use a second Ice Block here. Everyone on Fragment Apparel is full HP. Everyone on Method is rotted down. So this is looking very scary for Sidu, caught into the Hodge as well as that Chaos Nova. Mez still just chasing him down. Sidu able to gate away, but Mez, we've seen his mobility in the past on that Demon Hunter, able to reconnect over onto him and put him in jail. Now swapping over onto Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am having to use that Ice Block as well. Sidu finally slowing down Mez with the bash into Cyclone. This should give him a little bit of time to sort of top off his team.
Yeah, I definitely agree that this Paladin decision that Colo made is paying dividends, because one of the things about Snuts is he likes to play really aggressively when he plays an Unstable Affliction Warlock. We've seen that before, but his positioning is allowing Colo to not only heal off of attacking Snuts, but also deal some significant damage, while Mez is able to bounce between both Sam-I-Am and Sidu and basically cleave down the entire Method team at the same time. Although we did see Colo have the bubble. He's got melee wings up once again and is running towards Sam-I-Am. But Colo doesn't have any defensives left. His aggression may be his downfall. It looks like they're going to swap over to him. Mez instantly comes over there, drops the darkness, but Sidu is there to clone the end of this melee wings and put Fragment Apparel in a bit of a rough spot here.
Yeah, this is danger time for Colo. He needs to get some more healing onto himself. He uses that Divine Protection as well. Sidu's trying to push in for that bash. It immediately gets bopped off from Colo. Now Colo caught into the middle of the map. Divine Protection is going to fade. He has no Avenging Crusader. This could just be it. Sam has that bop. Luckily, he stole it. Colo is going to go down. The Frozen Orb connects. Method takes him down. Although Fragment Apparel looked so good throughout that entire game, eventually Colo just ran out of steam as dampening got higher and higher. Sidu's actually completely owned, so that was such a close game, but Method will prevail and win the first game in this finals, and up 1-0.
I really think that the aggressive gameplay of Colo is one of those things that made this game look so close, but like I said, in the end it was his downfall, and I think that's exactly what Method expected, is they wanted to use their positioning to pull their opponents to them. They know that if they have them in their side of the map and they ever need to escape, they have the opportunity to use stuns, slows, and pump some serious damage into any target that's trying to retreat. And Colo was the one who got the brunt of that assault.
The road to victory now for Fragment Apparel going to get much longer, not only because they're down the first game in the series, which is going to put Method up in this best of 5, even if we do see Fragment Apparel manage to take the win in this series, because this is a double elimination tournament. Method hasn't actually lost at all in this tournament. So it would actually only reset the bracket, and they would need to do another best of 5. So going down early in games is really going to make it difficult for Fragment Apparel to win this series. But that one looked really close. I mean, do you think they need to switch anything up here?
I don't know what comp they can run. It just seems like Mage Lock Druid is so solid overall, especially with the way they're playing it. They're just living, and you know, when they need to use their peels, they can use it. They can use the polymorph, use the fears to keep themselves alive, and then eventually healers just can't keep up. Like the Paladin using that melee wings, every time he pushed in, he was able to top himself off. But eventually, it's like when you have to heal by hitting a Frost Mage and Affliction Warlock while you're snared and Freedom's getting spell stolen off, like it just becomes too much. If you're not getting heals with every single global and you're getting bashed up, like you're going to fall behind like that, and you're going to eventually die. So I did like the Paladin, but I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't play with the Druid. Maybe the Druid just doesn't work. Maybe they played against it and they need the extra Holy Paladin damage for pressure and to recover, but I really don't know at this point.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they do break out as we enter into game 2 here in the grand finals. But I think one thing to note, just undeniable at this place in the current standings of WoW esports in the NA region, I think these are 2 of your top 3 teams for sure. I think the other team that really does stand out is going to be Rub Cub's team, but I think this might be my top 3. You guys can definitely disagree with me, but I think that this fresh-faced squad, it of course does have some players that have been around for quite some time, but we've kind of viewed them more as teams that are kind of playing on ladder than traditionally playing in this tournament setting. But I think that Fragment Apparel, definitely the real deal. They're in my top 3 for NA.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier on that when we saw them play the other day, it was a 3-0 for Method, but they did not play MLD. And that's what's really interesting to me, is that it feels like they were saving this comp for the last day. They said, we're going to bring this out. Nobody's probably seen it before, and we're going to do some work with it. And so far, that strategy has been paying off for them.
And now we're going to have to see if Method can manage to pull this one off on Dalaran, or if we will see Fragment Apparel knock this one back up, jump back into it, and tie it back up 1-1. This is the first time that we've seen them drop a single map today. So hopefully they're not tilted or anything like that yet. It's only their first loss of the day. I definitely think they can get back up on that horse, especially after we've seen them win 6 times here today.
Definitely. I think that we've been very impressed with them, and you're saying that they're one of your top teams. Even though they are a little bit new, I think this is actually a really important place for them to be in, where they have been kicking butt all day long, and for the first time today, they got their butt kicked. And so now it's like, are you able to step up, even against a team that you've lost to before, and make the mental adjustment, make the comp adjustment to get the victory? And I think that's the sign of a champion, and that's what they're going to have to be able to do if they want to progress on not only in this tournament but in tournaments in the future. So this is a good opportunity for them, I think.
Hey, lucky for us, we have a champion here right now with
that's right.
Talking and being all cute there in the middle of our graphic. So I mean, Elliot, either of us what it actually takes to be at the tournament after going down games. I mean, how quickly does it start to take a toll, and how quickly do you just absolutely lose all of the momentum you have from being hot earlier in the day and having those 6 wins in your pocket?
I think it really just depends on how mentally tough you are. Like, you really, it's going to vary from team to team. Some team loses a game and they just all tilt immediately and they start blaming each other or just getting mad or saying counter comp and there's no way they can win, and communication gets down during the game. On the other side of things, even though it seems like you may be behind and your comp doesn't have a chance, if you keep up and look for opportunities throughout the game and you try new things, sometimes comps and counter comps are discovered at random times during tournaments. They had no practice with it. They just decide to try something new. And if they can keep a level head and potentially try a new comp that might work against us, they might have an answer. That last game, like we've been saying, is so close. It looks like the next map they're going to be playing is Dalaran Sewers. So I think the smaller map is going to be much nicer for Colo to sort of peek in and out. Sam I Am and Snuts and Cedar are going to have much less distance to run around and run away when they need to recover. And I think it might play out a little bit better for Fragment Apparel if they do decide to play the same comps.
It does look like, and once again, it's kind of been a theme of the day. We haven't spoiled it before we actually jump in to the arena, but it looks like we're getting a little bit of a switch up over here from Fragment Apparel. And we're about to jump in and queue up and actually see what they have brought. But will Dalaran Sewers fare better for them? I agree. I think that this map will be a good one for them. I think it makes a lot of sense that we have ended up here in the guts of Dalaran.
This is going to be a very fun matchup. I think that it's a return to a classic for Maldiva now that they're in the arena. I think the main thing that has changed is that Maldiva has gone Affliction, which is one of the specs that he's played a lot of, one of the specs that he's known for. And on a smaller map like this, could pay off. So especially with Mez doing as much work as he has been doing, not only in the series but this tournament, this might be exactly the setup they need.
Let's even just looking at that last game, it just seemed like Fragment Apparel had so much pressure with that Demon Hunter and that lock, and really the Paladin was the weak point. Rest of the Druids are just so strong right now, very well versed. He's not going to be getting crowd controlled too much. It's going to be way harder for Sam I Am to actually land those polymorphs onto him. And I think as long as he can keep his team fully hotted up, they have the pressure to push through. It's the defenses of Method, and I think Demon Hunter is one of those classes that's really strong against Wizards right now, just because of how much mobility they have. The defensive cooldowns are really strong, and they're going to have a lot of pressure this game if they play it right.
Yeah, I think Colo playing the Paladin, it definitely seemed to be working there for a little while, but I think he's been playing Druid most of this tournament, and I think he's probably going to have a little bit more comfort positionally. He doesn't have to be running in to actually heal every once in a while, but it seems like the game is starting off pretty fast so far. Mez trying to get a little bit of damage onto Sam I Am, the mage here, and everybody's just content to stack up on the pillar here. Vortexes are down, Fury of the Illidari's flying, and Mez is in hot pursuit. Actually deciding to Metamorphosis on Sidu, catches him in travel form. Sidu is able to gate all the way across the map, and Sam, once again, peeling that Metamorphosis with 3 polys in a row.
Yep, good CC coming out from Sam. Mez still caught into the polymorphs. Finally out of it, going to get a little damage out with that Metamorphosis, but a very strong opener for both teams. Koa looking like he's taking a little bit of damage right now, throwing that Iron Bark over onto himself. Frozen Orb going to be used once again by Sam I Am. Because Sam I Am doesn't really have to worry too much about breaking polymorphs. He's able to use Blizzard over and over and over, but as I say, that seed is getting swapped too, actually having to use that Overgrowth on himself. Still has Iron Bark available as well, so he knows he's going to be okay, able to get away. Actually caught into a full bash though. Colo playing super aggressive with that bash cyclone over onto CD, so you might have to use that Iron Bark out of this. Still no Bark skin available if Mez can reconnect, but it looks like he just caught into those snares, so he's not able to get to CD right away. But like I was saying, because Sam really doesn't have to worry about polymorphing, you can just use Blizzard, which effectively reduces the cooldown of Frozen Orb, so you can get that Frozen Orb off cooldown very, very quickly.
Yeah, what's crazy is that we know that Druids are able to do a ton of healing. They're able to keep their entire team hotted, keep things nice and safe, but each time Sidu or Colo actually steps out of the map, you see their health bars dropping extremely quickly. That's the other thing we're seeing right now for Sidu. He has to retreat to his pillar, so Mez instantly turns the pressure back onto Sam I Am, and the health bars, once again, for Method are actually getting cleaved a lot harder than when we saw Maldiva playing the Demonology Warlock. So I feel like this swap to Affliction could be paying off definitely in exactly what they wanted to.
Yeah, Affliction's always one of those specs I thought was really good, but for some reason nobody was playing it. Snut's playing in this MLD, and now Maldiva actually playing it as well. It just seems like it has so much pressure, so much damage. Every time I play it, I'm horrified. Obviously, Demonology has its strength, but for sheer damage, consistent damage, it looks like UA is very strong. Snuts, Sam-I-Am, and CU all getting rotted down right now. The full bash over onto Colo into a full Cyclone. Nice CC by CU, but it's going to have to see if Sam-I-Am and Snuts can get some damage over onto Maldiva, and Mez wasn't able, it didn't look like they were able to connect too much. Actually, Mez used his blur there to sort of deflect some of that CC, or some of that damage, so he's not going to have that available for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we're seeing Affliction now and not maybe on ladder and things like that is because it's the same discussion that we were having previously, where I think that obviously the teams are waiting for a moment. It seems like Affliction may not be as durable against some of the more melee cleave physical DPS comps that we've seen a lot of. Maybe Red Hunter can give them problems, maybe Turbo Cleave can give them problems, things like that. But I think in a matchup like this, where it's not as much, obviously the Demon Hunter is going to be dealing a lot of damage to the Affliction Warlock, but they also have a mage to help control. So I think it's one of those situations where it's a comp-specific matchup where they feel comfortable with that. And we're going to see right after the teams resume battle, Colo's going to get swapped to in a bash, and Maldiva's also taking a ton of damage as well. Seems like Method are coming out firing right now.
Yeah, Sam-I-Am using that Icy Veins right away in conjunction with that Frozen Orb, getting a lot of spread pressure out, a lot of Ice Lance procs, Fingers of Frost. So every time that Icy Veins is up, it is very scary. But Mez now returning the favor with the Demon form, trying to get some pressure rolling over onto Sam-I-Am, as well as Snuts. Snuts catching that Iron Bark from Sidu. Sidu actually going for a Cyclone, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it out. Mez swaps over onto him as well. He doesn't want to get crowd controlled this time, so he's going to chase Sidu down. Sidu able to gate away Snuts, Sam-I-Am, and Sidu in full retreat. Mez just pushing in, putting Sidu into jail right now. Sam-I-Am trying to kite Mez the best he can with those snares, but Mez just playing super aggressive. Colo actually pushing in as well, keeping those hots over onto Mez, stabilizing his HP. Sidu's able to top himself off, able to top off Snuts as well. Sam taking a little damage, but he's fully hotted up, has that Thorns, and he should be okay. Now Colo getting swapped to in a full bash. He's loaded up with dots right now. Every dot imaginable over onto Colo. Can he get away? He did displace in aggressively, so that was a nice swap by Method, realizing the situation. Colo into that full Cyclone. He's in bear form. He's able to get some pots over on himself, and he should survive.
What I like so much about the way Method's playing is that even though they know Mez is in their territory, they're not overcommitting to try to pour most of their damage into him. Even though right now they see an opportunity to swap to him. He's got his blur up. He's trying to retreat, but he's barely going to escape, and that's exactly what I was about to talk about. Is if they overcommit to Mez, he really is able to dash in and out of combat extremely quickly. So cleaving him down is definitely an option, and I think that's a good idea to continue to do. Keep him honest, keep him on his toes. Don't let him just freely sit in the middle of your team like that. But if they do ever try to commit to him, he's able to escape very, very quickly. And I think that they're making the right choice by definitely punishing Colo anytime he decides to move into their territory. And that's exactly what Colo has just done now. Let's see if he pays the price.
Yeah, we'll have to see. He's caught into the bash once again. Bark Skin has been used by him. He does have Iron Bark if he gets out of that CC chain. Is he gonna use it? Doesn't look like he's going to. The Vortex as well as that Frozen Orb. Kind of a dangerous combo. Colo able to displace away after that fade. So Bark Skin is going to fade off him, but he is in actually no danger whatsoever at this particular time. Snuts getting attacked down by Mez. Mez trying to keep up that pressure, but Sam-I-Am's going to shut it down with that Polymorph. A lot more crowd control coming out from Method this game. They really need to slow down the damage. It doesn't look like they actually have the same sort of pressure we've seen in the past. They actually look like they're getting out-pressured this game by Fragment Apparel, so they have to use those crowd controls. It's one of the strengths of Mages and Warlocks, of course, but they do have that really, really good consistent burst, especially when Bash is up for CDU. Sam-I-Am has Icy Veins coming up in 10 seconds, and we've seen throughout all of these games, he does a great job utilizing that cooldown, getting out a lot of damage, so we'll have to see how he decides to use it.
Yeah, Fragment Apparel is definitely getting some work done, dropping Sam-I-Am down to about 30% health, forcing his Ice Barrier and his Ice Block. So Mez is on a rampage right now, getting cooldowns at will, and that's one example of how well Sam-I-Am has been feeling for his team, but as soon as Mez has a moment to do some damage, things get really scary and cooldowns get forced. But it looks like Method is trying to force the pressure back onto Maldiva. Maldiva in a full bash, but Colo is still feeling the burn of these Snuts lock dots right now. Mez still content to do the damage he can behind the pillar, trying to stop Sam-I-Am from doing the damage that he needs to do, but he is also going to be forced to retreat. Both teams, this is just a slugfest right now.
Yeah, it is. 13% dampening right now. Maldiva fully loaded up with dots. Snuts doing such a good job in this game with that Affliction Warlock damage. At the same time, Maldiva doing a great job as well. Both Warlocks just putting up so much pressure. Both have double Spell Lock available. Snuts down to 19% HP. Sea-Doo into prison. This could be big trouble for Snuts. He's able to pour it away behind the pillar, trying to get out those UA casts. Sea-Doo finally able to reconnect over onto him, catching a huge heal using that Iron Bark cooldown. So that is used. Maldiva now could be in a little bit of trouble. Kolo does not have Iron Bark. That is that really powerful Restoration Druid cooldown, reducing damage by 20% as well as increasing healing by 20%. So anytime someone has Iron Bark, it really makes it difficult to kill them. But the Iron Bark has faded off of Snuts, so he's going to be taking a lot of bursts right now. He does have full hots, but as dampening gets higher and higher, both these teams have such high consistent pressure and so much damage that it becomes really hard for these Restoration Druids to heal through. Chaos Nova onto Sea-Doo, Bash over onto Kolo. Both Druids getting targeted down right now. Iron Bark used by Kolo. He's trying to displace away. Sea-Doo's just chasing him down, actually using that Tranquility right on top of him. So just saying, nah, I have Tranquility and you don't. And he's able to get some huge heals onto his team. Snuts, Sam I Am, and Sea-Doo looking very safe right now. Mez actually using that Blur as well. That is going to fade from him, but Cole able to toss some huge heals, so he should be okay.
Yeah, we saw an absolutely godlike port by Snuts. Was able to dodge the Metamorphosis stun, but then Mez turned it right back around. Vengeful retreat off the side of the map and said, hey, I can do that too. Got topped back off. So that was a pretty nice little engagement between two really, really good players. So it looks like Mez, once again, is trying to get as much damage as he can on Sam I Am the Mage. Anytime he leaves Sam I Am alone, he knows he's going to start getting polymorphed. But it looks like Mez has no interest in getting polymorphed right now. He's once again on his Demon Hunter rampage. He has his target in sight, is actually swapping over to Snuts, does get Vortexed back, which is going to put him in a little bit of a vulnerable position. It's going to let Sam I Am cast a few spells on him, but in a blink of an eye, he's across the map and back on Snuts.
Yep, back on the Snuts. Snuts taking quite a bit of pressure, but once again, Iron Bark has been used. Kolo, look at his mana, down to 2% mana. Can he get a drink? He's trying. He's in cat form. Sam I Am says, no way, no drinking for you. Mez actually putting him into prison. Sea-Doo pushes in. Does not want Kolo to get any mana whatsoever. Sea-Doo, a little bit of a risky play with that Displacer, though. He has a little bit more mana, 18%, but he might just die. A Bark's going to be used onto Sea-Doo. He's trying to get away now. Mez pressuring him down quite a bit. Good job by Mez. Realizing the situation, Sea-Doo got a little bit aggressive there, trying to shut down the drink of Kolo, but Kolo now completely at 30% dampening. If Sam I Am and Snuts can get any sort of pressure rolling, it's going to be very difficult for him to heal through with no mana whatsoever. Maldiva down to 40% HP. I think he still has his health zone, so that is available for him. Sam I Am getting swapped as well. Bash over on Snuts. A lot of pressure going out onto both teams. Sam I Am actually forced into that ice block. Sea-Doo going to be burning through mana very quickly as well, using that regrowth on himself, but it really doesn't do anything at this point in the game. Kolo, once again, going for a drink, but it gets shut down by Sam I Am. The Ice Lance is going to connect over onto him, and it's going to be a momentum war at this point of the game. Which Warlock can get up more dots? Sam I Am in a lot of trouble. I don't believe he has a second ice block available. I think that was both of his ice blocks in that game. Down to 10% HP is Snuts right now as he gets swapped to Sea-Doo. Does not have the mana to heal through this. Can Snuts get away? Mez able to connect over onto him. The full hots as well as that Iron Bark over onto Snuts, but is it going to be enough? Drain Soul connecting over onto Mez. Now Mez in a lot of trouble. Iron Bark going out onto Mez as well. 10% HP. Kolo just has no mana for anything. Who's going to go down first? Full Cyclone over onto Mez, but Snuts getting rotted down by Maldiva. The Drain Soul connects as well. Sea-Doo using the last little bit of his mana to dispel all of those hots off of Snuts. Mez finally able to reconnect, but he's still dangerously low. Sam I Am also taking quite a bit of damage. Evanbolt is going to connect, but it actually gets line of sighted there, so he's not able to get that off now. Can Sea-Doo recover through all of this damage coming in from Maldiva and Mez? His entire team's getting low. The imprisonment over onto Sea-Doo as well. He's fully loaded up with hots. The Blood Elf Silence going to be coming in from Mez over onto Sam I Am as well as Sea-Doo. Mez keeping up the pressure, using that Blur cooldown to reduce damage. He's able to connect over onto Sam I Am, and he will go down. Fragment Apparel taking game number 2 at around 40% dampening, and they just had that momentum and were able to push through and get the kill.
Absolutely unbelievable. I know that Maldiva was cranking out some serious damage as he made that swap to Affliction Lock, and it definitely seems like the swap to Resto Druid for Kolo was the right decision. He held on to all of his team's health bars with like 2% mana for that like entire 2-minute duration that Mez was on a rampage, and finally Mez is able to unleash the full fury of the Illidari, knock down Snuts and Sam I Am. And that was an amazing game, and we knew that Fragment Apparel was going to bring it. I love that comp swap, and I love that matchup, but we are not done yet.
Oh, definitely not at all. We kind of saw their lead round be tied up 1-1. The stakes are obviously really high, but as they entered game number 2, the stakes grew that much more. Of course, this prize pool being widely supported by the community here, and we had some massive donations coming through. When we first jumped in, it was a $1,600 prize pool, but then Shelly Tone came in with an absolutely massive donation of $161, saying thank you for these tournaments. I plan on contributing even more. I'm a hardcore WoW player, and honestly, I love all of your content. Thank you so much, which brought the prize pool up to $1,800. Major thanks to you, Shelly Tone. So huge, and thank you for contributing what you can. Never feel pressured to, but this is open to all of you guys to contribute to on the Match Arena page, and it all goes to the players. But after that donation, we weren't done, not at all. We had Killer Fred at 3,000 jumping in, donating $100 of his own, and his note, just a heart. That's a real, there's a serious donation right there. Yep, that's just it. Just that single heart.
Hearts in the chat.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. So this all goes to the players, and they are putting on an absolutely crazy show for us, especially as we move through this grand final here, and it is all tied up 1-1. Fragment Apparel looking really strong. Method definitely not out of it yet. Method having that advantage coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. So of course, if they do fall down here, they get another chance in that second best of 5. So they have the advantage as far as the games go, but Fragment Apparel still has tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving forward into game number 3, Method even has a bigger advantage because they get to not only decide the map, but they get to decide the composition that they're going to be running. So they're going to know exactly what Fragment Apparel decides to run with. If they run with that same comp with the Affliction Warlock, they can always run Warrior Mage Druid or something along those lines. And I think it's a really good answer, and it puts Fragment Apparel in a really tough position after losing that first game.
Chat is rioting right now for Bean. They are rioting for Bean. Everyone right now calling for Officer Bean to jump in off the bench. We haven't seen him yet today. We saw him a little bit yesterday in the tournament, and he played very well, as he always does. Bean being one of my favorite players to watch as well. Honestly, I just really like the guy too as a human being. But let's see if they actually do decide to bring him in. Ruins is going to be the map. And we're going to wait until we actually jump in to see which compositions they do bring. Who knows? Maybe we will have the officer show up in the Ruins for his debut today on Championship Sunday.
He needs to get in there and lay down the law, because I mean this is definitely a very impressive matchup, and I mean obviously the teams are extremely well matched. Both games were really close, but what's interesting is that I feel like the blind pick is going to be an especially important victory for Method in this, because if they're going to be this closely matched and it's going to go back and forth, that is going to give them an advantage on the final game. So we'll see if they need that. This is an important game for them to win here.
I think that's a really important thing to note too, and I think it's something that's easy to kind of look over, but the way that it actually pans out when you do win that blind pick, it determines, like, if you bounce back and forth series to series, right, you kind of have the advantage when you go comp. I'm going to play this comp into this comp. I'm going to choose this map. So the way that it actually all pans out in the picks and ban phase make that first blind win sometimes the most important in the series. So Method has another advantage for them coming into this series by getting that initial blind pick and the fact that they haven't lost a series yet in the entire tournament. So that could be absolutely massive, and it could be the determining factor as we move forward today with now $1,800 on the line here. Or sorry, $1,900 on the line. I can't even keep up with all these donations. So do want to thank all of you at home who are watching, cheering for everyone in chat, and also just contributing to the tournament and to the prize pool. This is a huge prize pool for a community tournament.
Oh yeah, and just being part of watching the stream, being supportive of WoW Esports. That's fantastic. Thanks for being here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been one of the craziest and best years for our esport tournament-wise. I mean, like, we have so many events over the next couple of weeks, whether they're put on by Blizzard or put on by the community here at GCD Television. But it's all going to come down to this today. We want to see who's going to be. Fragment Apparel and Method have both walked into Ruins. I'll give it to you, casters. Take it away.
Yeah, so this is a difficult situation that Fragment Apparel now finds himself in. If Fragment Apparel could just play a Demonology Warlock instead of Affliction, they would not be too bad in this situation. But I just think Affliction is going to have a really hard time surviving against that Arms Warrior and that Fire Mage. So much consistent pressure going to be coming out. Sea-Doo's going to be able to easily heal through the damage on that Holy Paladin. Fragment Apparel is going to have to play like gods in this matchup because I think Method has found the answer with this Warrior Mage Pally.
That's exactly what we were talking about last game, is why we don't see Affliction as much, is because things like Warriors love to fight Affliction Warlocks. And so I think Snuts could very well have a very, very good time in this matchup. And one of the reasons why it was okay for Method to do it is because they had Sam I Am to peel. But even though they went down in that matchup, they're going to start off very, very strong on Colo here. But Mez is going to have none of that. Instantly stuns Snuts, right into an Imprison. He says, not so fast, buddy.
Yeah, not so fast indeed. So you should be able to heal through this initial damage with that Avenging Crusader that was Demon Form coming out from Mez. CD, of course, had to use that Divine Protection, so a little bit of reduction in magic damage as well as that Avenging Crusader to top himself off. That is going to fade in around 10 seconds, and that won't be available for 30, so that will be Maldiva, Mez, and Colo's time to sort of push through. Really not able to get too much done in that opener. Like you said, Mez did a good job shutting down with that imprisonment and with those stuns. Sea-Doo getting pressured down once again by Mez. He's actually having to retreat behind the pillar. Full Dragon's Breath over onto Colo, into a full sheep as well. Sea-Doo now banished up as he did dispel all those hots on himself. Sea-Doo gonna have to spend a little time topping himself off, but Maldiva in a little bit of trouble now that Sam I Am and Snuts have connected over onto him.
I'm actually really impressed how this game is going so far in favor of Fragment Apparel. I mean, they definitely tried to get a strong opener on Maldiva. Mez said, I'm having none of that, stunned, and then imprisoned. And then immediately, once everything was fine for his healer and his DPS, he started applying pressure to Sea-Doo. And if Maldiva is able to get dots on Sea-Doo, obviously Melee Wings are going to negate a lot of that damage. But once Melee Wings is down, Mez is going to have a field day chasing around a Paladin, interrupting as many heals as he can, and really forcing some serious cleave pressure while his Affliction Warlock dots tick on the entire Method team.
Yeah, Snuts throwing out that fear over on a Colo. Maldiva could be in a little bit of trouble right now. Of course, he does have that Hellstone if he really needs it, but I like the positioning coming in from Maldiva and Colo. They need to keep playing this room. Makes it difficult for Sea-Doo to push in because once his wings fades, he has to retreat back to the tomb where he's going to be taking too much damage from that Affliction Warlock as well as that Demon Hunter. Now Sam I Am giving that Polymorph over onto Mez. Sam I Am getting rotted down a little bit right now as well as Sea-Doo. Maldiva, though, in a little bit of trouble as that Warrior Snuts has connected over onto him. But a lot of UAs out. Sea-Doo actually having to bubble there. But Fragment Apparel, they really don't have too much left. Colo is caught into that full polymorph, into a full Hodge. He does not have a trinket. He does have Iron Bark available. Can he get it off? Sea-Doo's actually out of the bubble right now. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Using that Avenging Crusader, though, this might be the damage they need to push through over onto Maldiva. Mez in control, and that polymorph. Dragon's Breath over onto Colo as well. Colo gets out of the Dragon's Breath, dispels Mez. His team does get topped off. Sea-Doo now has no bubble. He's very susceptible to the incoming damage from Mez as well as Maldiva. But Maldiva, as he does push into the middle of the map, he's taking so much pressure from both Sam I Am and Snuts. He needs to be careful he doesn't overextend. Colo caught into that full polymorph. I think Mez actually reflected it there, so it does break over onto him, but the full Hodge comes out as well. Maldiva's still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Mez is not messing around right here, and they're able to draw the entire Method team in the room, which is going to give Mez a chance to AoE stun nearly everyone on the team. He does get stuck in an ice over here, but you can see the damage that Fragment Apparel is able to do to the entire Method team when Avenging Crusader is not up. And once again, Maldiva's about half health right now, but Mez in a polymorph knows that he wants to apply pressure to Sea-Doo. Definitely gets that bop rolling, which is going to buy Sea-Doo a little bit more time, but Maldiva is down to about 25% health, trying to retreat to the room. It's not going to be enough, and Method weather the storm, swap their comp up, and do exactly what they need to do, is prevent them from dropping another game against a very, very impressive Fragment Apparel team, and they're one game away from taking this tournament.
So now, I mean, what do you do as Fragment Apparel? The one game they did end up winning on Dalaran Sewers with that UA lock as well as that Demon Hunter, Resto Druid. I think that was their best map. I mean, playing against the Mage Lock, playing on Dalaran Sewers, it's not exactly ideal. All the maps remaining are sort of large, so maybe Method's safe to just go back to the Mage Lock and lock that in and maybe do a little bit better on a bigger map.
They do have that wiggle room as well to maybe mess around a little bit with the comps now leading in the series 2-1. I just need to touch on it because I just love seeing it. Every time you come into the Method game, you expect to see chat say a little bit of Sea-Doo here, take my energy, right? You expect to see that. That's to be expected. But this beam riot has been going on for ages right now. People want the beam to be broken out. And you know what? Give the people what they want. If you're a Method right now and you are listening, Give the people what they want. They want the bean.
I know they wanted to bring out the bean, but they're about to close this thing out, and I'm sure Bean wouldn't mind. Be like, you know what, guys, you go ahead and handle business. But I'm sure he's also ready to step up to the plate. But hopefully the Method fans would be just as happy with a Method win as they would be seeing Bean.
Regardless of who wins, I'm sure we'll have a player interview.
Yeah.
Does win, I think we should just bring Bean on and talk to him about what it took to win today's tournament. But it is still to be determined. If Method's
not over yet.
Up this next game, they will take it. But yeah, just like you said, Bashir, definitely not over yet. Fragment Apparel definitely does have a chance, but we're going to give the players a couple of seconds to get everything together because this game, having the highest stakes out of the entire tournament, want to make sure everything is in order. But we also want to take a quick peek at this video from SkillCapped. I do want to point out, too, if you have never used SkillCapped before, now is definitely a great time to try. But even if you have used it before, the site feels completely different than it ever has. I've used it for quite some time, but the current state of it's just absolutely phenomenal. No matter what your skill level is, too, in the game. I mean, like, there's one anecdote that I like to point out with Walrix was super far ahead in the Demonology Warlock game at the beginning of Legion, was just able to push out absolutely insane damage, setting up like the best Thalkeels ever. And there were a lot of Warlocks that actually watched the video that he put out, and they were able to increase the damage that they were doing, whether they were pro players themselves or just someone trying to get better on the ladder. So no matter who you are, definitely check out SkillCapped because it has the most up-to-date content, and we can't thank them enough for helping us in this tournament and supporting the prize pool. And with the next Arena Cup coming up very soon, not a bad time to check it out and increase your play level and potentially get some of these sweet points that will qualify you for the regional tournaments. But now it is time to potentially settle the score for this tournament, and it's going to be on Blade's Edge.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in that one myself. Seen some pretty interesting stuff go down on Blades with that Demon Hunter. That's always a really fun one to watch on that map.
Yeah.
Being able to jump around, easily break line of sight, and actually use the double jump glide to kind of be down on the ramp and move back up onto the bridge.
Yeah, I think that's setting up a map that's going to definitely favor sticking with the comp that they've been playing so far. I think it's going to definitely give Maldiva a chance to make use of that Z-axis that they need it, and also just continue to allow Mez to do whatever he wants to do as a Demon Hunter. And even though they lost that last match, I mean, think about how close that was. Sidu had already had his bubble forced, and even moments before, he threw himself a bop and still only had about 20% HP. So it was not a blowout by any means. I mean, Method definitely got the win right when they needed to, but they didn't have a lot of wiggle room there.
Yeah, I think that we could definitely see this series get knotted back up. Place, even though they're on match point, I don't think this is going to be an easy one for Method to win.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think Method probably their safest option is to go back to that Mage Lock Druid. On Dowler Series, it was very close. Blade's Edge, a little bit different. Who knows how it'll exactly play out, but I think if they go back to that, it's a lot safer than saying, let's stick with Warrior, let's stick with Fire Mage, let's stick with Paladin, and then end up going into that Demonology Warlock, Demon Hunter, Wrestler Druid comp that Fragment Apparel is so well known for. I think it's really difficult as a Warrior Mage Paladin. We saw how much pressure was on Sidu that game, and they're not going to have that vulnerability of the Affliction Warlock. They're going to have the Demonology Warlock. It's a lot more tanky, has a lot more burst when he needs it, and just overall way more difficult to deal with for Warrior Mage Paladin. So I think just going back to the Affliction Frost Mage Wrestler Druid, trying their best with that comp, even though they lost against Fragment Apparel playing the UA, the Demonology, or so not the Demonology, more like the Demon Hunter. The demons always mess me up. Demonology and Demon Hunter always get me messed up.
There's a lot of demons. It's okay.
Lots of demons and lots of methods, but
So
only
much-
one
yeah,
method.
exactly.
Yeah, only one method still in this tournament, but it has not been an easy day for casters here.
It's been a fun day though. It has some awesome matches, and we're gearing up for another big one. I think that this match, even though Fragment may have chosen that to favor them, their Demon Hunter mobility and their Warlock being able to port, I think that if we do see Method playing what you're suggesting, Ven, is going back to that double caster setup, they're going to have a lot of control over that bridge. I mean, it's going to be like a bit of a PvE battle, and Mez is going to have to bravely go all the way across the bridge. And even though he can retreat quickly, he may have to quite a few times if he's going to try his best to assault what will probably be a little bit of a caster stronghold on one side.
Yeah, this is a really, really, I'm not sure if I love the map pick. I see the opportunities for it, but it seems like a risk.
Yeah, I think they wanted to prevent the Warrior and Mage again. I think they said, we don't want to do that again.
Well, I think Blade's Edge is a smart decision on Dalaran Sewers. There's not too much room for them to cut away. It's going to be the same on Blade's Edge. It's going to be difficult for Sam, Snuts, and Sidu to not stack up because of the way the map's positioned. So it's going to be much easier in turn for Mez to actually land those double and triple stuns with the Chaos Nova. So I think it's a smart decision. It's going to force Method to sort of clump up. And there's not too much drawback for Fragment Apparel, but I do see some positives, especially with that Demon Hunter on this bridge they're going to be playing on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it could be scary for Mez to push up into that team, but if he's able to do so and does it successfully, I mean that's the dream for a Demon Hunter, right? 3 squishy targets all stacked up, and he's able to AOE stun, meta, and they can even continue to drop Fel Lords. I guess if he's playing Affliction this time, he's not gonna have Fel Lord, but I mean they're still gonna have all that damage rolling Fel Lord or not. I mean it's gonna be a scary situation for Method as well.
Yeah.
Also, there's just so much on the line, too. It's one of those things where you have to see Method obviously has so much tournament experience under their belt, so they're not going to necessarily feel the nerves in the same way that one of these newer teams might, even though they're very experienced on the ladder. When there's this much money on the line and also these points for qualifying for the regional tournaments on the line, sometimes teams just don't perform in that last game as well as they could. And I think the one person who has probably been in this exact scenario before is Venruki. Do you feel the stress more in this game?
In this game? Honestly,
Yeah.
for online tournaments, I mean, there's a lot on the line, but for online tournaments, you're still in your comfort zone. You're still in your room, you're at your computer, you're talking to your friends. You can pretty much ignore the fact that it's a tournament. I mean, obviously it's going to be there in the back of your mind a little bit, but it's much different than in the past, playing at LAN tournaments where the lights are unfamiliar and there's people screaming around you and the chair is weird and the desk is weird and just you can hear the other team and you're worried about them hearing you and just everything's throwing you off of your game. I think with these online tournaments is really nice is these guys have a chance to sort of play without any distractions. They just get to play their best in their comfort zone. And I don't think there's too much distractions for them.
Yeah, you don't have any jerks walking up to you with a camera or any guys walking up to you in between matches dressed in bad suits. So they definitely don't have any of those factors stacked up against you. So we're going to have to see, will Fragment Apparel be able to tie up this series, or is Method going to be able to run away with it? We have both of the teams locking into Blade's Edge right now. Guys, take it away for potentially the last game.
Yeah, this is definitely a big game for Method because, I mean, they really want to close this thing out, and obviously, Fragment Apparel is going to be fighting for their life here, but the thing for Fragment Apparel, they need to be in here for the long haul. I mean, at the same time, they need to take every game as that one game and do it as best as they can in that moment. But if they want to win this tournament, they've got a long road ahead of them because they're going to have to beat Method twice.
Yeah, they have to beat Method twice, but first they have to beat Method just in this game, and that's what they really need to focus on. I think they're in a good position. We said on Dalaran Sewers, they had good pressure throughout the entire game. I think Dalaran may be a little bit of a better map for them than this map, so I think if you're Method, not only have you had a chance to play against this comp once to sort of figure out where it all went wrong, but I think they're also on a little bit bigger of a map, which is more beneficial to them for sure.
Yeah, I know Mez is going to want to try to get in there. You can already see how hard it is to move against this composition. He's just kind of hopping back and forth, but he is able to get a little bit of Fury of the Illidari Cleave onto both Sam.I.Am and Snuts there, and it decides to stun and imprison Cedu there as well, and is going to try and open up with some serious damage onto both Sam and Snuts, who are pushing actually on top of Colo. They may be trying to set up some damage on him once again.
Yeah, Demon Form going to be used by Mez over onto Sam.I.Am. I see Vane's used by Sam.I.Am as well, really not able to do too much with that offensive cooldown, unfortunately for him. Maldiva's pet actually goes down and he gets locked out on it, so good CC and good interrupts by Sam.I.Am and Snuts, making sure it's difficult for Maldiva to get that up. Maldiva is on the bottom of the Blade's Edge bridge right now. Sam.I.Am connecting some damage over on him with those Frostbolts and that Blizzard as he does jump off. So positioning a little bit weird this game so far. Maldiva did have to jump down as it did get his pet killed, but it looks like he's able to get it back up for now. Snuts actually getting pressured down a little bit as well as Mez is able to connect over onto him. Cedu having a hard time stabilizing through that initial Demon Form damage.
Yeah, one of the things that's happened is it seems like Fragment Apparel really does not want to ever let Method have a comfort zone. They're always right in their face, and Mez is definitely happy with the situation right now. Cetus has to drop down, cast a Tranquility from below the bridge. Mez thinks about going after him, instead opts to hop back up and pursue Sam.I.Am, who drops very, very low health, retreats with Cedu as well, but gets double stunned, and Mez has turned up the pressure once again.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. As soon as Sam.I.Am pulls back with Cedu, that's an opportunity for Mez to land that double stun with that Chaos Nova. So very powerful indeed. Cedu actually getting put into prison there by Mez as he is caught into that full fear. It looks like Cedu finally has an opportunity to top off his team, and now Maldiva is the one that could be in a little bit of trouble as he is pushed in quite aggressive for the time being. He does have that gateway pretty close to him. Vortex going to be used by Cedu. Cedu actually pushing in for a bash, the full bash over on Nicolo. Maldiva taking quite a bit of damage right now from Sam as well as Snuts. Double Blood Elf silence coming in from Mez over on Cedu, and Snuts trying to shut down some of that crowd control and that damage. Maldiva using his Unending Resolve, that shield wall, as well as getting Ironbark from Colo. So a lot of defensive cooldowns used by Fragment Apparel. Like we said, there are very short cooldowns, but cooldowns nonetheless. So this might be an opportunity for Method to sort of push through and land a kill onto Maldiva.
Yeah, when I first saw this map, I was a little bit worried. I was like, man, might be hard for Mez to, assault these two casters if they continue to kite across the bridge. But it seems like Method has adopted a little bit more of like a central map positioning, which is allowing Mez to just go absolutely nuts and do whatever he wants to do. And he's once again trying to keep Snuts away from Colo, which is definitely a scary position. But meanwhile, the entire Fragment Apparel team is rotting. Colo's definitely having a little bit of trouble recovering the health bars of his team. So Mez is going to try to turn the pressure around with a Metamorphosis of his own, deal a little bit of damage to Snuts, swap it over to Sam.I.Am. It's going to get rooted, but is still keeping that damage rolling along with his teammate Maldiva, forcing the Iron Bark from Cedu. But we land a clone on Snuts as well. When Mez is just going to try to attack the pet a little bit. I don't know if he's trying to either remove Soul Link or try to set up a drink for his healer. Either way, Sam.I.Am's actually runs all the way over to Mez, which is not a safe place to be. You want to stay away from the demon. But Mez is definitely happy with that decision, swapping the pressure over to Cedu as well.
Now Cedu actually getting pressure down quite a bit right now, down to 40% HP. Mez is connected over onto him. Cedu could be in a lot of trouble. He does have Gateway available if he needs it. He's going to be camping there in that bear form, deciding to gate away. But both Colo and Maldiva going to be pushing and continuing that pressure over onto Cedu. Sam.I.Am gating back as well. Cedu needs to connect those hots. You can see Rejuve over and over and over onto his team. He needs to get those hots onto everyone to sort of stabilize their HP. Sam.I.Am throwing out that Blizzard once again. Full Cyclone over onto Snuts. Maldiva getting pressured down. He's caught into that Blizzard snare over and over and over. He's going to go ahead and use that Nether Wart to sort of deflect and reflect some of that incoming damage from Method, but it is removed. Sam.I.Am once again getting targeted down. Double Chaos Nova coming in. Method needs to be careful. They don't let Mez have these opportunities to get these double stuns. Imprisonment going to be following that up onto Cedu. Sam.I.Am still in a little bit of trouble. Frozen Orb actually going to be used over onto Maldiva. Maldiva doesn't have much of an opportunity to get out of this. He's going to get caught into that damage and to that snare. But it doesn't look like it's going to be able to do too much to his HP. Colo does have lots of hots onto him. Finally, Snuts able to land those UAs. 3 UAs landed over onto Maldiva, but Iron Bark will make sure that doesn't do too much.
Yeah, both Druids elected to use their Tranquility below the bridge at the same time, which topped their team off, but Mez is having none of that. He says, get back down to half health, Snuts. pops his Metamorphosis, drops some serious damage, whereas Sam is seen to be stuck in a Cyclone on the opposite side of the map. He wants to rejoin his teammates on top of the bridge, but that might open him up for some serious damage from Mez. It seems like Mez continuously, over and over, is, along with Maldiva, trying to kill Snuts' Fell Puppy and continues to stop him from casting another one, which opens up Snuts for a lot of damage on him, and it definitely is going to reduce his utility by not having a spell lock either.
Yeah, Snuts getting locked out once again, trying to go for the Fell Hunter, finally gets it off, so good job by Snuts getting out his pet there. Sea-Doo, 65% mana. Colo actually way less on mana right here. You might have to look for a drink. Dampening just kicking in. Colo actually getting swapped to now, having to use that Iron Bark on himself. It gets locked out on that Cyclone as well, back into bear form right away. Can't be casting against a mage as well as that Warlock, but he is going to be fine dispelling himself, jumping off of the bridge. Sea-Doo now caught into jail. But yeah, Colo, he is playing Relentless, so he doesn't have that trinket as well. He already used that Iron Bark and Bark Skin, or sorry, he still has that Bark Skin, but he is getting targeted down once again by Snuts and Sam-I-Am. I like the target choice for them. It's pressuring Colo in a way where he's using a lot of mana to keep those hots on himself, and he's going that rather quickly. Method, though, falling a little bit behind right now. Although Sea-Doo does have more mana, his team is dying. Fortunately for him, he's in a good position to get out those hots. He's going to be using Thorns on himself. That Fell Hunter could just go down. Fell Hunter does go down, so good job with that Thorns as well as that Sam-I-Am burst. Now Maldiva could be in a little trouble. Sea-Doo actually looking like he wants to go for a drink right now. He's going to be sitting in stealth, getting some sips, but he needs to be careful he doesn't let Snuts and Sam get too low, because this could be an opportunity for Fragment Apparel to get some damage rolling.
Yeah, both Druids actually matching each other again, going for drinks at nearly the same time, but Sea-Doo definitely got the better drink out of that one. Colo barely gets up to 20% mana, where Sea-Doo is sitting pretty at 72%, but as dampening kicks in, mana might not be as much of an issue, as these teams are not really able to avoid each other, and Snuts is cranked out the damage all by himself over there. But once again, Mez comes over to try and protect Colo from both the Snuts control and Snuts pressure. And once again, Sam-I-Am is in the middle of the map, basically soloing Maldiva, dropping him alone down about 30% health, which is going to definitely force some pressure on the team of Fragment Apparel and make Colo do his best to burn through some of that mana he just now got back.
Yeah, Sam-I-Am using that Kleptomania talent, so at any point in the game you can remove all the hots off of someone, so Colo needs to definitely watch out for that. It's also very taxing on his mana when he has someone fully loaded up with hots and all of a sudden he has to do it again. But Maldiva getting smoked! 4 UAs over onto Maldiva with a bash over onto Colo. Maldiva will go down. Sam-I-Am using that ice block, making sure that he's not going to die in that 2v3 situation. But Method taking game number 4 on Blade's Edge. They're going to win this tournament by taking down Maldiva with all of those UAs coming in from Snuts. So much pressure. Sam-I-Am getting that first off as well. Just really well played.
My goodness. So the entire game, Mez seemed to be having his way with this team, but all it took was for them to weather the storm, dampen him down a little bit. Obviously, dampening hadn't really even kicked in that intensely, but what they were able to do was set up some insane burst on Maldiva in the middle of the map, doing what Affliction Locks do best, control and dot from a solid position on both, but that positioning that let him do so much offense and so much utility ended up costing him his life. And an insane connection from an Ebon Bolt from Sam-I-Am and the continuous pressure from Snuts. What an amazing way to end an awesome tournament. Holy moly.
Yeah, wow. Now the congratulations are definitely in order. You have your champions. It's going to be Method. Fragment Apparel will definitely put up a very good fight, though. And I think we're going to actually get one of the guys from Method in for an interview really quick. But while we actually queue that up, just need to thank everyone that made this tournament possible. We had so much help with this one, and that's one of the reasons that the prize pool was actually so massive. Major thanks to all of our sponsors, including Twitch, SkillCapped, and MSI. And that MSI giveaway is going to be coming up in just a few seconds here. So we're actually going to be putting that code in so you can jump in and do it. And that is definitely a good way to get started with gearing up for Legion with the new MSI Aegis 3 gaming desktop. So thank you to all of our sponsors who helped us get the prize pool rolling. And also a major thanks to all of you that contributed to the prize pool and watched. Even just watching, that support is so big for the WoW esports community. And it's one of the reasons that it has grown to where it has grown to already. And that's why we're having so many tournaments coming up over the next couple of weeks. The next one, we're going to be descending in Kiev. And that is going to be for the EU tournament put on by Blizzard. And then after that, the week after, we're going to have another GCD tournament. And that one is also going to be deciding the best in the EU. And that just brings us to one of the most important thank yous that I'm going to have to give today. And that, of course, is going to be to everyone behind the scenes that you don't necessarily see in front of the camera that make the tournament possible. So major thanks to Angie, Emmy, Toxic, Starship, Elb, Aya. And also, I got to thank you guys, too, for jumping in and casting. I know, Bajir, you got 1 year anniversary with Jenny was yesterday. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome day for a lot of reasons, and very, very grateful to be so fortunate in so many ways. And I know it's not all thanks to me. I'm a very lucky guy, and Jenny is definitely probably the single best example of that in my life. So yeah, but it's also awesome to be here casting and hanging out with you guys, and being part of such an important event in the WoW community, I'd say.
Yeah, and it was your debut, and you absolutely crushed it.
Well, thanks.
I had quite a few of these tournaments, and definitely. And also, Elliot, man, you have probably the worst sunburn of your life right now, and you're still here sounding like a god. So thank you so much for coming here. And man, I haven't seen you in a while. It's been a long time, so it's nice to get to hang out with you for a little bit on the internet.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I would say this is a worse sunburn, but yeah, definitely getting some sun, which is good. It's nice to be back here on the weekend as well, casting these games. Bajira, yeah, like Rich said, you did a really good job.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure casting with you as well, Rich. Always a pleasure just hanging out with you, buddy.
Yeah, man. And also, we didn't get to hang out with yesterday. Adrian was hosting, and Super Tees was playing the flute and occasionally casting. And those two are absolute legends in the community, both as players and I mean, Super Tees is a rap god. That guy's absolutely phenomenal. So thank you to them as well for being here and making yesterday so awesome. And yeah, now we're just going to get to jump in with this interview, and I am so pumped. I'm absolutely blown away seeing Method today. It was really great to see. What do you guys think of the matches in general and the comps and just everything that you saw in the tournament?
It's fantastic. I think that Legion has been a fun expansion so far, and I think it's bringing us. I mean, our last BlizzCon was insane. It was definitely the best BlizzCon I've seen in a long time, and being part of it, it was just a whole different experience. I think a lot of people enjoyed watching it, and then actually being there in the environment was a very, very powerful thing. And now we see. After BlizzCon, Legion continues to surprise me, at least, with the different comps that we've seen, different players who have been ladder lords who have now become, tournament competitors and very nearly winners. And I don't know, I think it's opening up a lot of opportunities that make me very excited for the future of WoW esports.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much more support now coming into this year. Right? I mean, we have 5 cups for each region. We have the community cups. We have 2 regions that have really been chiseled out and defined in a way that they weren't really before, both in LATAM and APAC. So really excited to see those teams perform as well. I mean, we had the Gronk show up. I love bringing up that story, like out of nowhere, and they were real contenders. They were very much real contenders. And also we have the old faces that we know and love who have been playing for years at a high level in players like Sea-Doo and this Method squad. And actually, it's so funny because we talked about it a little bit. Last year was the first BlizzCon I ever got to go to, and that was the grand final that I saw. That was one of the most incredible series of all time. And then also, like, this is kind of almost a meme at this point, but we kept saying that it was like it was Chuck's last chance. It's Sea-Doo's last run at the title, and he's back
for the year.
He needs to get it.
It was his last chance for the year.
Yeah, Sea-Doo deceived us all, coming back once again, going for that run. I saw the one.
I'm glad he did.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. It was like gradually talking to him. I got to interview him 30 times on the road to BlizzCon and just like talk to him in general. One of the best parts about the LANs, totally show up to LANs if you're ever located near them, and getting to BlizzCon is one of the craziest experiences I've ever had. So definitely do that because you get to meet all the players that you're watching. You also get to meet us, which is probably not as cool as meeting Sea-Doo, but definitely a plus alongside it. But Chuck kind of kept saying like throughout the tournament, he's like, yeah, definitely never coming back. And then you can kind of hear him like changing his opinion a little bit as the tournaments went on, even though he was on fire. It's just there's something about competing, and I think we're actually getting a player in right now. It might be Chuck, so we might be able to talk to him about just that. Oh, we got Bean too.
Hey guys, it's me, Chuck.
No. You didn't play any games. Don't fool anyone.
Yeah, so how does it feel to win today, Bean, after having an absolutely incredible gameplay? You blew me away. This is some of the best I've ever seen out of you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that again. But it was a hard run for me, but I made it through. Made some clutch plays, did whatever, did this, that. It's whatever.
You're pulling the fabs, dude. You just pulling the fabs. All right, well, Chuck, so how is this as your, I mean, last year was your last year to ever compete in WoW esports, so it seemed to be doing very well, considering the fact that you're just not even here.
Yeah, not too bad, huh? Yeah, still winning tournaments. It's the ghost of my former self, you know? The old Sidu who used to win. He's back.
Yeah, C. Drew is taking your place.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that I think is the first question that I wanted to ask, and then I'll let Bajira and Venrique have a stab at asking a few questions. But how's it been for you? I know I tuned into your stream quite a few times, and you're kind of talking about the fact that you just didn't think Shaman was going to be able to compete, and you've been wargaming a lot. How was it to actually transition into these other healing specs?
I mean, I think it's still really hard. I don't think I'm anywhere near perfect. I don't think I'm anywhere near like some of the druids that play the class like at the highest level. But my team's really patient with me. They help me out a lot. You know, if I don't see things, they'll try and like call like out like who to clone and stuff, things that I should recognize that I don't actually recognize yet. So they do a really good job, kind of you know, babysitting me a little bit in terms on like what to do. But other than that, I mean, I just heal and they just kind of kill stuff, so it works out pretty well.
Words from a true master there. That is how you play WoW PvP. One dude heals, everyone else kills. Another question for you, and then I'll stop for a second. But how was it to actually play against Smexen?
I mean, there's like, I would say, you know, since we're both on the same like sponsor and stuff, there's like, I wouldn't say a rivalry, but you know, like you both want to win that matchup. There's not bad blood between us. You know, it was a little shocking, like what happened. We didn't expect it to happen, but you know, he parted ways, and it's not like we hate him and he hates us. It is what it is, but it feels good to win in general. So I mean, we were pretty happy about that matchup. We went into it pretty confident. We got a lot of really good war games. You know, shout out to the teams that helped us war game last night. You guys know who you are. But I mean, it felt good to win. We had a lot of work we needed to do with this roster, and we did it in such a short amount of time. I didn't expect a first place for, you know, maybe a couple more weeks or a couple more months, but Sam was just such a great addition, and you know, he's just doing such a good job. So it's just working out really well for us.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna let Venrique. Do you have any questions for Sidu? I mean, I know you guys have quite the relationship, been friends for a very long time, under the same banner. You know each other pretty well.
Yeah, I have a question. First of all, congratulations on your win. But yeah,
Thanks.
Magelock Druid. Yeah, no problem, bro. Magelock Druid. That's not a comp you traditionally see on ladder. Like, did you guys come up with this comp? Like, how did you go about discovering that it was strong? I kind of know the answer, but I want.
Let's just go ahead and say we gotta thank Walrix on that one.
Okay, so you got
The
some.
second, the second shout out for Walrix today.
Yeah, I thought you guys might have got some European insight on that.
Little EU meta on that one.
Yeah, it seemed to work out really well for you guys, and teams really didn't have an answer for it. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how the comp plays out a little bit differently than it has in the past.
Yeah, you don't actually CC, you just kill stuff. It's really weird.
Wizards.
Hey, Snuts.
Wait, that's nuts.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a follow-up question to that one. Is so you guys played against the same team Fragment earlier in the tournament, and why save the MLD for day 2?
We used it
yesterday too.
Off stream. It wasn't yesterday. It was the off stream games.
Oh, okay. So it was a surprise to us. Good. I was like, am I just a noob? Did I not see these guys play yesterday? So
you should have not doubted your intuition.
Yeah. So they did. You guys did show them the MLD, and did they do any better against it today?
I mean, I'll keep talking. I figure someone else wants to. Yeah, honestly, they definitely put work in. I mean, we 3-0'd them in the offline games,
right?
And obviously the series was much more difficult. They took a game off of us. We kind of just figured since he was playing UA Warlock, we can come in with a counter with Arms Warrior, because Arms Warrior is kind of ripping them apart. But it was actually a lot more difficult than we thought. I think we were just like a few moments away from actually losing that game. They got the last melee wings. They had no bubble. I had no bubble. I had no bop, and I think Meta was coming off cooldowns. So. It was actually really scary. So, I mean, that could have actually easily been like a 2-2 series right there. And I don't know. I think they played really well. You got to give a shout out to them because they're still running like the 3-man roster, and they don't really have a ton of variant of comps. You know, they just variants of comps. They just kind of go in with like DK Demo and Demon Hunter Demo and just beat people. You know, this is their second really, top performance. I guess they got third and they got second. So they're still climbing up. And for a 3-man roster, I think they're definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on. I would have to agree with you there, but Snuts now in the call as well. And Snuts, your road to like all of these tournaments, I think has been really interesting. We've seen you just on like so many classes. You've been kind of a multi-classer recently. What's that experience been like for you in Legion?
It's been hard, really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of imagined that would be kind of the answer in general. But do you feel like it's just the way that the game needs to be played now with the new meta that's still emerging from Legion?
Yeah, I think a lot of people need to play like multi-class and like change classes and adapt to the different meta and stuff. Right now it's just really hard with the artifact traits, honor talents, just like grinding, and like I have like 45 traits in my main and then my ult's at 36, and you're at a disadvantage. So like the practice on live is just not there. But we've been making it work. I'm pretty comfortable in like different characters and stuff. If I need to play it, I'll play it.
Yeah, I think you brought up a really good point. It was something I did want to touch on too. I feel like practice, and I definitely correct me if I'm wrong, this is a question that I'm going to phrase almost as a statement, but I feel like practice has probably changed a lot as a professional WoW team now compared to what it used to be, for that very reason, the way that artifact traits work. I mean, there's no question that it's a little bit unfriendly to alts, and especially with the amount of AP that you're able to get as a PvPer. So how much of practice is really coming down to war games now, and does that impact you a lot because you're not practicing on ladder?
War games, we do a lot of war games, honestly. I think like even on some days where like there are no tournaments, we just, if there are war games to play, we'll play them. It kind of affects both CDU and I stream, but we make the sacrifice. I think war games for practice should be priority for every single team, and I'm sure a lot of teams are war gaming. But in terms of war games, like yeah, we've been doing really good. We're playing a lot of teams to play with and trying a lot of different comps.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited to get to see you guys move on through. I mean, I was nervous a little last year when Chuck said he was going to leave us, but the three of you guys together has always been something that's really fun to watch. And now with the addition of Sam I Am, it's been really cool to actually, wow, he joined the chat, right? Well, I said that. How you been, man?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey there.
What's
You
So
made it.
what's it like to play with these goons? How is it? You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's great. I'm glad we can play Mage Lock now because it hasn't been very good past few expansions, and it's like randomly really good right now, so it feels really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Definitely. And now as we have the whole team here, I'm going to give it back to Bajira. Bajira, do you have any questions for these lads?
I mean, I think one of the things that we've been talking about a ton is, I mean, that since we have Sam here, is like beyond just, hey, it's been fun to play some Mage Lock. What has it been like to try to actually build synergy with a brand new team and immediately have great success with that?
I mean, we put in a lot of time, right? Because we had to play a lot of alt stuff. You know, like CD is playing his Druid, and you know that's like his main now, but it's still considered his alt, right? So we have to play. We have to put in a lot of work and a lot of like ladder games and war games just to actually like be competitive at our comps and our classes. You know, like I don't think CDU and Snus like they ever like played Warrior Mage Druid at like a high level before. You know, and it's like you have to adapt and you know, just like play the comps that are good, right? So.
Yeah, it seems like you're up for the task, though. You know, even if you do have to play, I mean, Mage is obviously your main. You're probably, you know, arguably the best Mage in North America. You're right, and so you're able to sort of help your teammates who are already like exceptional WoW players learn a new class and then compete at the highest level. So that's, I mean, it's a testament to not only your teammates in terms of their versatility, but also your ability to step up and not only be a teammate, but also, you know, a teacher and a leader. So you guys are doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely doing great. And you guys also mentioned a little bit coming out of the EU, you guys learning from the meta. We're about to see a lot out of the EU over the next 2 weeks with both of the tournaments that are going to be going down, one in Ukraine, another one right here on the beautiful, lovely internet put on by GCD TV. Do you guys have any predictions for stuff that we might see that's outside what we've seen in NA? Do you guys have a favorite team going into that? Just any insight into what's going to go down to those EU Cups?
I have no idea what goes on over there. I have no idea.
Me either. But I'm really excited to watch and just like see.
Yeah.
I think they're definitely probably ahead of the meta right now. They have a lot more teams, a lot more queues. A team I'm always cheering for has got to be NG Blue, the main point team, and Waz and them. I feel like we became good friends with them last year, and they were pretty much like our practice partner last year at BlizzCon. So I just hope they do well, and I'll see them again at BlizzCon this year too.
Yeah, it was definitely awesome to get to meet everyone at Blizz. They're some of the nicest guys that I really have ever met at a tournament, besides Bean. I love you, Bean.
Aw. I love you too, bro.
We shared a beautiful Johnny Rockets burger together, and then we said that we were going to play WoW together, and you've never queued with me ever.
He's bad. You're not missing anything.
All right, so we're actually getting this ready right now. I think Elbs might be joining here to give away some really sweet MSI gift bags.
Yeah.
Got some stuff going
chat,
on there.
Stop spamming raffle. The code word you need to put in is all caps, MSI. So MSI, all caps in the chat. Don't spam it more than 5 times. You get removed from the giveaway. This is USA only. So if you live in the United States, this is for you. If you live elsewhere, I'm so sorry. You are not eligible for this. We are going to work on that in the future, but for now, it's U.S. only. So, no, Canada does not count. Sorry, Ven. I see you shined up, so you can't do that.
Snuts.
Sorry.
Dang it.
You don't count. So, anybody Canadians or Mexico. So, it's not NA. It's just U.S. only. So, MSI in the chat, and we're going to leave that here for a couple of seconds since a billion.
Yeah, we'll let that ride. We'll ask our closing questions, but definitely try to get this MSI swag bag because it looks like the full kit for travel to Ukraine. Maybe you can actually come watch the next LAN event live and in person. You got a backpack to throw everything in, and you got the pillow to fall asleep on the plane. This is a dream come true, man. And you can get like a little dragon plushie too in case you want to take a nap.
That's Ven's favorite.
Somebody else on the plane. Yeah, Ven needs more plushies.
He does.
Definitely does. But as we let everyone kind of enroll themselves into this giveaway, does anyone have any closing questions for our winners of the NA April Clash?
It sort of brings it out to a broader perspective question, but I feel like this year we've seen maybe a much more competitive tip top of the tournament teams. I mean, it's like I was talking to Sidu about this the other day. He felt like initially maybe there wouldn't be 12 competitive teams that he could name off the top of his head, and now we're seeing some of the best teams not even make it into every single tournament. So what do you guys think about that?
I think I think that all the players that are trying really hard. There's like a lot of teams that are constantly doing really well that are like really surprising. At least to me, you didn't get to see Thugonomics' team yet, but his team was actually the hardest tournament, the team in the tournament for us. They gave us a 3-2 series that was just like a complete nail biter off stream. It was back and forth, and we ended up winning the 5th game and like 60% dampening. It was insanely difficult. You guys haven't seen them yet, but you'll see them soon probably. Mez's team making it all the time with the 3-man roster. Nas, Olage, and Ziffy, getting it done. I actually don't know their Demon Hunter's name. I apologize. And Seth Curry's team, getting top 8 multiple times. Like the teams are actually really solid. These are teams I didn't expect to make it into the top 8 like consistently. So I feel like there's definitely a pretty large amount of teams and a really solid amount of competition. So we're just going to stay on our toes and just keep practicing.
Awesome.
Yeah. And you guys have looked absolutely phenomenal, but going to take this chance to actually wrap everything up and congratulate you guys one more time on this monumental victory. And also, Sam, I am welcome to the team, man. It's really awesome to get to see you vibing out with everyone. I'm expecting very big things from you guys in the future.
Thank you.
So one thing I noticed is on my portrait, there's not a paladin. But that was just pointing that out. That's fine though.
He is NA champ on a pally, by the way.
That's true. So it's whatever. But yeah, it's whatever.
Hey man, you can complain all you want. At least
that graphic was done at 4 a.m., dude. My bad.
At least they spelled your name right. You guys spelled my name wrong.
That was your name is right. Look at the stream right now. Your name's correct. CAMPBELL. Yeah, I don't know who did that, but yeah, it's fixed.
Oh, wow. Thank you, dude. I don't care.
All right, so we're going to be rolling for the giveaway here. All right, we have 1,000 people entered. So we're going to roll. As soon as we roll, we're going to contact the winner. If you do not live in the United States, I'm sorry, we have to roll again. But yeah, so we're going to re-roll. If you're not in the United States, we'll message you. Please get back to us right away because unfortunately this is going to go fast. So if you don't get back to us with the message, we're going to have to pick a next person. So we're rolling right now. And Snutsy actually won. What?
No,
what?
No, he didn't.
He actually, look, here. We're going to.
What?
Snutsy actually won. And he can't win because he's not in the United States. We have to re-roll.
Yeah, should I add her real quick? Let me see. No, I don't want her. No, I'm not going to do it.
Snuts, what are you doing entering the raffle, dude?
Rigged.
We have to reroll. I'm sorry. We have to reroll.
Rigged,
Ask Rotten. We will be Rotten 12. Are you from Australia? Because if so, we can't. But we will be sending you a message. If you're not from the United States, I'm sorry, but we will not be able to send it to you. So I'm gonna message you right now. Please get back to me, and then giveaway, and then cool. Yeah. So congratulations to Rotten 12. Yeah, cool. So Locked on you, Rich.
Awesome. All right, so hopefully you don't live in Australia so we can send you this absolutely sweet swag bag. But that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much, but the WoW action is not over yet. Next week, we will see you all in Ukraine, and after that, we are going to have the GCD TV Clash for the EU region. That is just 2 weeks away. So get on the internet right now, sign up with your teams, and registration is going to close on May 1st. So we will see you in those next 2 tournaments, and we're moving over to the EU, baby, and major congratulations to Method for winning this one. We will see you guys at the next tournaments.